While in the game world, the boy looked at the last door in front of him and said, "The room of this boss is called the grave of all newcomers." Upon entering and seeing the enemy already aiming at him, he was surprised to find himself in a rather frightening training session. At one point during the confrontation with the monster, a system notification appeared, which said that the module for issuing the salvation verdict had been detected. Seeing what fate awaited him in the system notification, the guy changed the wattage of his sword and said, "Well, let's do it." Crouching on the floor, the player began to prepare for the attack and mentally said, "My possibilities are endless," and then jumped up. Having entered the battle with the boss of this room, the boy mentally added hidden enemies and unexpected methods of attacking literally every weakness of the enemy. Noticing his opponent's vulnerability, where he could deliver a decisive blow, the player mentally added, "When my divine energy dominates the battlefield, I can see absolutely everything." Having dealt the last blow, the player landed on the ground and received a notification cleared, after which the boss fell to the ground, and the player mentally added, "I am a game streamer obsessed with God." After his victory, the guy smiled happily and said, "Look, it's over." And then the comments started pouring in, and "I thought you were a beginner. Seriously, anyone can handle this boss with one hit? Wow, you're tough, and you're weak to go one-on-one? I bet 30,000 won." A few months ago, sitting in his client's office, a guy heard Mr. Ken Bok say, "You often make mistakes in contracts," to which he replied, "You are very careful, Mr. Kim," after which the man added, "You haven't changed at all." Immediately after all the remarks of Lee's husband, Ken Bok, 28 years old, the salesman who had difficulty pulling out a specially selected pen for Mr. Kim, happily said, "Now, if you are ready to sign." Interrupting the guy's question in the middle, the man groaned and said, "Oh my God, that's terrible," after which Ken Bok asked what exactly. Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, Mr. Kim added, "Mr. Ken Bok, you should learn from the best." Taking a glass of ice in his hands, the man added, "How can you be tense on this important day? Business has been done this way since ancient times. We must at least drink." After laughing awkwardly at the remark, Ken Bok said, "I'll definitely remember that," and then thought my head was splitting. At one point, realizing that this could be an ominous warning, the boy began to tremble involuntarily and thought, "Stop, this could be a sign." The next moment, Ken Bok looked up from his nervous gaze and added, "I heard that Mr. Kim's luck hasn't been good lately." Continuing his thoughts, the boy reached for the bowl of chips and mentally added, "You can't do much, but you can at least try." Having finished his thoughts, Ken Bok scattered the chips on the table and said, "Let's play Go," after which Mr. Kim asked in surprise why. Immediately after the incomprehensible actions, the man exclaimed, "What are you doing?" After which Ken Bok laughed and said it was not funny at all. Continuing to look at the table and at the chips scattered on it, the boy mentally added, "It seems that signing the contract would bring great bad luck to the company turned over. By the other side would mean little luck." Immediately after getting up from his seat, the guy mentally said rudely, "I'm going to get in trouble," and then said, "I'm afraid I won't be able to entertain you properly, Mr. Kim. You better understand that we live in the modern world and not demand such things." Looking down and away from the man, the boy added, "Well, I have to go." Hearing what the boy had just told him, Mr. Kim did not hold back his emotions and angrily exclaimed, "What the hell?" Continuing to swear at the guy, the man added, "You treat everyone so disrespectfully, this contract is canceled. Get ready for the consequences." After hearing that, Ken Bok felt his nose bleed and thought the trouble had started again. Immediately after this incident, Ken Bok suddenly said in his head, "I was born with divine energy and could feel the spirits and aura of other people." Recalling his childhood, the boy thought it would be better not to approach the spirits he saw and thought, "My grandmother will be very angry if I tell her about the bad spirits." Lying at home on his bed under the supervision of his grandmother, the boy heard Ken Bok say, "Don't even think about becoming a shaman. You have received an amount of divine energy that the human body cannot handle. In other words, you can become possessed by a god." Keeping her hand on the little boy's forehead, the grandmother added, "If you see something strange again and feel bad, don't talk about it. Live a normal life." After listening to the elderly woman's instructions, Ken Bok looked at the ceiling and thought, "My grandmother was a shaman and she kept repeating these words whenever I was in pain and that I should just keep on enduring." And just as Ken Bok was slowly getting used to this, one day while walking home as a teenager, Ken Bok was holding his head and thought, "Today my head is ready to explode." Suddenly feeling a severe pain in his head, the boy clenched his teeth and exclaimed, "Oh, why is it so sudden?" Trying to control his pain, Ken Bok, standing aside, heard passers-by screaming in fright, "What the hell is going on?" Hearing the shouts of passers-by, the boy turned his gaze to the place where everyone was running and wondered in his head what the accident was. Looking closely at this object that was lying near the crash site, Ken Bok was surprised to hear himself say, "This is the same talisman of protection I used to make with my grandmother." Sometime later, standing at the funeral of his parents who died in that road accident, Ken Bok thought it had been a very long day full of pain. Behind the boy's back, other people attending the ceremonies were talking. The other driver was drunk, and God knows he was left an orphan. Feeling heavy in his whole body, Ken Bok mentally said, I should have realized that the failure was also about me. Why I didn't pay attention to it? It's my fault, Mom. Dad, I'm sorry. I miss you so much. At one point, Ken Bok moved his thoughts to a strange place covered with flowers and thought to himself, where have I seen such bright flowers? The next moment, noticing his parents nearby, Lapchina exclaimed in surprise that he was Mommy and Daddy. As soon as they turned their backs and began to walk quickly away from him, Ken Bok shouted, Wait, where are you going? Take me with you. As soon as Ken Bok ran after his parents, a bright hand appeared in front of him, followed by a voice asking what was going on. Turning his head in the direction of the voice, Ken Bok saw a strange guy who looked like himself who added, I want to go to the other side, and then exclaimed in surprise. Stretching out his hand to Ken Bok, the strange boy said, I can fulfill any of your wishes. Взявши за руку дивного хлопчину, Ken Bok налякано запитав, що справді, але хто ж ти такий? When asked a question by the guy who agreed to his terms, the strange person smilingly said, The law is a deity who does not violate the laws of heaven. As soon as the bright light reached its limit, Ken Bok suddenly woke up and screamed loudly, and then, seeing his familiar face, he asked in surprise that it was his grandmother. As he began to pick up his grandson from the floor, the grandmother exclaimed in displeasure, the little rascal was going to cross the 3 rivers of death, and then Ken Bok mentally said, When I woke up, they told me I had a seizure. From that day on, Ken Bok's strength continued to grow, and although he was not used to it, the recoil became much worse. Sitting on the stairs after another recoil, Ken Bok rubbed his nose and thought it was not very fair that I could not use the power because of the damage. Meeting a friend of mine at a bar, Ken Bok was having a drink and heard that you were just fired after a year of hard work, and he replied, That's right, dude. Then he added awkwardly, But is that fair? The company would have gone bankrupt if you had signed a contract. You could have said that. In response to his friend's remark, Ken Bok, pouring more sake into his glass, said, They'd think I was crazy and I wouldn't be able to achieve anything. The next moment, pulling an alcoholic beverage into his mouth, the guy asked, I'm right, I was fired too. To which he replied, I didn't even doubt for a second. After which Ken Bok exclaimed, Hey, don't get too excited. Immediately after Ken Bok's request, a friend slammed his fist on the table and angrily shouted, I was the founder of all this shit. 70% of that asshole's subscribers came because of me. Continuing to be disappointed in what had happened, the boy added, He didn't even know how to play and I helped him get through it. Betrayal is so annoying. You couldn't trust that bastard Choi Ben-hyun, 28 years old, a longtime friend of Ken Bok's, a video editor now unemployed. After listening to his friend's complaints, Ken Bok said with a smile and a hand over his mouth, 70%, and he said, You're bullshitting. To which the other man said, Well, at least 50%. Immediately after his complaints, Ben-hen looked at his friend and said, It doesn't matter. Since we both lost our jobs, why not go out together, ride in a luxury sedan, and hit the red carpet? And then thought, Please be my new cash cow. To which Ken Bok replied, I love games. Hearing that his friend had responded positively to his proposal, Ben Hong happily said you were even called to the professional team in high school, brings back memories. Starting to recall his past, Ken Bok mentally said, I think those were the most fun moments of my life. And then he answered. Immediately after his words, Ken Bok suddenly said, But haven't you forgotten why I left this business? After hearing Ben Hoon's question, whose dreams were abruptly shattered, he said to her, Yes, I have. The next moment, feeling guilty about the proposal, Ben Hong added, Well, you got sick during the game. Then Ken Bok said yes, after which his friend added such strange and stupid conditions, sorry. Having admitted his guilt, Ben Hong looked thoughtfully at his friend and asked, And yet you have never tried the capsule because I am right. When Ken Bok received a question from his friend, he was surprised to hear that Ken Hong had asked about the capsule, and he said, Didn't you see the ads? The next moment, pointing to his temple, Ben Hong added, You'll be using your head, not your body, and you won't have any problems playing them, even people with physical disabilities. Looking out the window of the building, Ken Bok said thoughtfully, A capsule is a different kind of access device that immerses you in virtual reality. It was a good way to escape from reality as something more realistic, and their distribution was a turning point in the world of gaming. Having finished his thoughts about the capsule, Ken Bok turned his head to his friend and said, I wonder if I need to make some money. Let's try this once. The next day, when Ken Bok arrived at the computer club, he sat in the capsule and asked if I was doing everything right, and was told I had asked before, but you're sure? Hearing another question from his friend, Ken Bok asked what it was that could kill me, to which Ben Hong nervously replied, No, I'll keep an eye on the indicators. Having received the promise from his friend, Ken Bok smiled happily and said, Well then, let's go. And the capsule closed. A few seconds later, Ken Bok began to immerse himself in the virtual dimension, and a few seconds later, a notification appeared saying that body synchronization was complete. Looking at his hand, Ken Bok said in surprise, "Wow, this is the standard setting for my body," and then received a notification, "General synchronization complete. Want to take the training physical test. Avoid obstacles and reach the target duration 1 minute 30 seconds or less." With his hands in the air after the question, Ken Bok said, "Is the physical test some kind of difficult test for the basic test, or are we being specially hardened so that we don't die right away?" The next moment, the signal sounded and notifications appeared. 3UA1 start was ready, and at that moment, Ken Bok was just starting to warm up. Seeing that the countdown had already begun, the boy was surprised by the empty line of obstacles and said, "What is this?" As the countdown continued to run, the boy said, "Where are the obstacles? Is there some kind of mistake or what?" Observing his friend during his training, Ben Hong wondered why he was not running if he was not feeling well. As soon as the timer reached 5 seconds, Ken Bok suddenly started moving through the obstacle course, and Ben Hong said, "That's not bad for a first time." Continuing to observe his friend, the observer saw something incredible and said in amazement that he was simply crazy about what was happening. Watching Ken Bok, a friend of mine was surprised to see the guy's movements and said in his head, "He runs well, but he's not a good runner." Starting to analyze his friend's obstacle course, Ben Hong was surprised to add dodging all the traps that randomly appear without making a single mistake. As he continued his thoughts while watching his friend, Ben Hong added the impression that he knew where the next attack would come from. After a while, Ken Bok kept notifying you that you had reached the finish line and the timer stopped. The next moment, a notification appeared, an impressive 47 seconds, 18 milliseconds. Lee Ken Bok took 3rd place in the overall ranking. Are you a professional runner? Impressive abilities world record list is updated, creating new ranks. After which Ben Hong exclaimed in surprise, 3rd place in the world. Looking at the updated leaderboard in the training test, Ben Hong exclaimed in amazement that it was impossible. If he hadn't been standing for 5 seconds, he would have taken 1st place. The next moment, putting his hand to his head, the boy added in shock, "He was just crazy," and then thought my editorial instinct was screaming. Continuing to watch his friend's broadcast, Ben Hong added, "This guy is a genius, and we are guaranteed success." Standing in place and looking ahead, Ken Bok wondered if the obstacles were a mistake or not. At one point, noticing something strange in front of him, the guy looking at the placement of traps and the ways of movement said how these traps work and why I see them. After thinking about the strangeness for a while, the guy decided to act and said, "Well, let's try it." Actively moving along the line of obstacles, avoiding all the traps, Ken Bok mentally said, "I easily control every part of my body." Continuing to apply his power, the boy wondered in his head, "I can feel the power, but why can't I feel the return?" Upon discovering the strange thing in the capsule, Ken Bok added in his head, "Well, I'll try my best then." Continuing to pass the line of obstacles in his training, the guy reviewed his next step and thought of attacking from both sides of the crack in the block. After reviewing all the possible options for his further movement, Ken Bok mentally added the most optimal way out there. A few seconds after passing the last obstacle course, the boy received a system notification that he had reached the finish line and was surprised to hear that the training was over. After completing the obstacle course, Ken Bok, despite all the congratulations, thoughtfully said, "I can somehow get out of this. How do I turn off the system?" As soon as the capsule disconnected and Ken Bok regained consciousness, he immediately heard his friend exclaim in surprise, "Lee Ken Bok, it was really your first time in the capsule." Continuing to stare at his friend, who for some reason didn't look very good, Ben Hong added, "You took 3rd, maybe even 1st place." And then Ken Bok said, "There are ranks even in education." While Ken Bok was trying to recover from everything that had happened to him, Ben Hoon exclaimed, "Oh my god, we should have recorded this chance. We would have gotten millions of views." Immediately after his shouts, hearing his comrades groan, Ben Hong suddenly looked around and exclaimed that there was some kind of problem, so he took you to the hospital. When asked by his friend, Ken Bok said no, everything is fine, and then holding his hand to his head, he wondered why there was no pain in the capsule. Continuing his reflections, Ken Bok mentally compared the two realities and said that it was now clear what sensations arise from the release of all the power. The next moment, remembering the same actions in reality, where he was constantly suffering from pain, the boy added that in reality everything was not so good. Immediately after his thoughts, the boy laughed and exclaimed so cheerfully that he surprised his friend. Sometime later, before saying goodbye to his friend, Ben Hong exclaimed, "Your skills have not disappeared. If nothing hurts, we have found something really worthwhile." Awkwardly waving goodbye to his friend, Ken Bok said, "You're exaggerating again," and then mentally added game streams. Starting to recall his past, Ken Bok thought that in games my strength manifests itself more often, which makes the return worse, so I gave up. Immediately after this reflection, realizing a certain exception, the guy mentally added, "But everything is different in the capsule. Is this a way to get around that return?" As soon as he thought about it, the headaches came back, and Ken Bok grabbed his head and had a bad feeling about what was going to happen this time. As Ken Bok started to turn his head in different directions to detect the danger, he noticed a girl about to fall down the stairs. Exclaiming in his head at the trouble, Ken Bok immediately rushed to the girl's rescue without hesitation and managed to catch her before the tragic consequences. When she saw what had just happened to her child, the mother who was walking behind her with her baby froze in shock. A few seconds later, after descending to a flat surface, the woman, holding her daughter, bowed and exclaimed, "Thank you very much," to which Ken Bok replied that it was nothing, and then the girl said thank you herself, and behind them were the voices of ordinary passers-by who were saying, "Wow, did you see that athlete or something?" As soon as everything was settled, the joyful girl and her mother headed home, waving goodbye to the rescue. Waving goodbye to this girl in return, Ken Bok froze in his tracks with anticipation and wondered if I would be able to avoid the recoil. As soon as he thought about it, he felt a sharp pain and crouched down to the ground, groaning heavily. The next moment, Ken Bok looked down at his hand in fear and said in his head, "I still haven't come to terms with what I went through." Continuing to endure the recoil from the use of his power, Ken Bok held his head and thought, "Don't kid yourself. This pain will be with me for the rest of my life." Immediately afterwards, the boy recalled the words of his grandmother who told him, "Ken Bok, you need a healthy body and mind. That's the only way you can handle the force." After his grandmother's instructions, the boy thought I had no choice but to at least start practicing, and once he was on the court, Ken Bok said it was more like survival. At one point in his training, the guy heard an angry shout, "I found you, why aren't you answering your phone?" To which he replied in surprise that Choi Ben-hoon, who always sleeps in the morning, was here. Or maybe it was your ghost. And then his friend added angrily, "How could he sleep in such a situation?" The next moment, pointing the phone at his friend, Ben Hong said, "You were doing that again. What happened there?" To which Ken Bok replied with too many questions, "What the hell do you want?" Pointing at the video recording on his phone, Ben-hoon exclaimed in displeasure that you were wearing yesterday's clothes, to which Ken Bok remarked in surprise that the city's camera footage often leaked to the internet that she had been hacked. In response to his friend's question, Ben Hong exclaimed, "Well, everything is blurry here, but anyone will understand that it's you." I was shocked. And then Ken Bok said awkwardly, "You just know me well, you can't see my face, what's the difference?" After his friend's question, Ben Hong suddenly shouted out a question that spread throughout the QTube, after which Ken Bok said in surprise, "Oh wow." Looking at the news, which quickly spread all over the internet, Ken Bok mentally said, "Thanks to the power that has always limited me, I have received the support of people." Recalling his past, where everyone loved him and believed in him, the boy mentally added, "I have managed to forget this feeling." The next moment, without shifting his gaze, Ken Bok suddenly said, "This is Choi Ben-hoon." Having attracted his friend's attention, the boy said, "I'm going to take a risk so you'll become my accomplice." To which the latter nervously replied that I understand that it's hard for you, but crimes are too much, what are you talking about? After receiving a question from his friend Ken Bok, he said with a happy smile, "I'll put everything on the last try, let's make a good game stream." The next day at Choi's house, Ken Bok looked at the new device and asked, "When did you manage to buy it? Isn't it expensive?" In response to a question from his friend, Ken Bok confidently said, "I chose something for beginners." After starting the game, the guys heard 3 urgent patients, and the connection was down. Continuing to watch the game's teaser, the guys saw a torture scene in which they heard some strange rescue biocrisis or BARC, a masterpiece known for its difficulty and zombie apocalypse world, recently remade for virtual reality, and therefore fame returned to the game. As soon as all the cutscenes were over, a game menu appeared that said, "Load game, new game, continue game exit," and a new game was selected. When the mode was selected, a notification appeared that said Biocrisis. Select a character name without a name registered. As soon as everything was completed, Ken Bok, having moved to the virtual world, suddenly woke up in a hospital room and said that the hospital room was unrealistic. Also, having felt other special effects in the game, the boy closed his nose and said, "Hey, the smell of blood," and this was added here. As Ken Bok began to disconnect the IVs from his body, he noticed a notification above him that said, "Hucka Bunman joined the broadcast and he wrote about Bark," after which Ken Bok shouted hello. The next moment, the viewer wrote that it was the first time he was streaming, after which another prosthetic raptor joined the broadcast. Then Ken Bok whispered that, "As you guessed, I was playing in a new capsule for the first time." Then the viewer wrote above his head, which is why he was scared, raising his head up and noticing a sign that said, "Character without a name, number of games 0, number of rebirths 0, and said the atmosphere was as if it was better not to make noise. The information above is clear. after which the viewer wrote a clean account without games and walkthroughs, why the newcomer suddenly chose Bark. The next moment, after a brief dialogue with the audience, Ken Bok felt his ability working again and had an ominous premonition. Rising to his feet and relying on the drip, the player mentally added, "As expected, my strength has manifested itself." Hearing the noise coming from the corridor, Ken Bok picked up an IV and whispered something that sounded like gunshots. And then the audience wrote, "Oh hey, there are no spoilers there." At one point, he looked outside and noticed a man with a gun near him, who shouted that someone was behind him. Looking back and seeing the NPC player, the policeman shouted out, "Hey you, run away quickly, come on, move!" Stepping out into this corridor and looking at the man fighting off the zombies, Ken Bok said thoughtfully, "It seems interesting that a policeman is an ally with a gun. It would be much calmer." Immediately after his words, Ken Bok confidently rushed into battle against the monsters that surrounded them, saying, "I'll ask him if he has any extra, but I'll deal with the zombies first." As soon as the player rushed into the crowd of monsters, one of the viewers wrote Bugaga, "Just love newbie streamers," after which another viewer with the nickname Zombie wrote about food delivery so fast meat and its owner are very tasty. Continuing to watch the events unfold, one of the spectators suddenly wrote, "Run away from there, you will die so very quickly." At the same time, watching his friend's stream, Ben Hong, sitting in a chair and eating a cookie, cycled unhappily and said it doesn't matter what kind of genius he is, Bark is truly revealed after his death. As he was about to relax and watch what was happening next, his friend suddenly noticed something strange and exclaimed. Getting up from his seat and approaching the screen, Ben Hoon adjusted his glasses and exclaimed in surprise to Lee Kyung-bok, "What are you doing?" Meanwhile, Ken Bok continued to resist the monsters that attacked him in the game, destroying enemies by saying 6 or 7. As soon as the enemies were defeated, the player used his power to mentally speak to the remaining 3. After thinking about it, when he saw one of the zombies approaching him from behind, he quickly grabbed his IV and finished off the enemy. As soon as another enemy in the game was defeated, Ken Bok said the 8th was ready and then a few seconds later finished off the 9th. Noticing another enemy approaching him, Ken Bok hit him with a steel stick and said the last 10 words. When it all died down, Ken Bok wiped the blood of the monsters from his face and thought, "I think this is the end of the premonition." And then the audience wrote, "Isn't he a newbie? I just watched even G Gay die 10 times here." The next moment, a notification appeared above Ken Bok with an achievement that said the hidden task was completed. Save the policeman by killing the zombies in one shot, completed in 35 seconds, and the audience exclaimed in surprise that the policeman could be saved. Smiling happily after completing the first mission, Ken Bok said, "I thought the training was easier than it was," to which the audience indignantly remarked that, "Why the hell do you call it training? Saving a policeman and killing zombies without dying? Seriously? Wow, this is the birth of a gamer genius. No, it's not a brilliant game, it's a divine game." The next moment after the mission was over, the policeman he saved suddenly exclaimed, "Hey patient, stay put, we need to talk." And one of the viewers wrote, "Wow, it's about time we met the cop." Approaching the man in uniform, Ken Bok asked if he was okay, to which he replied, "Thank you for your help, take this." After which the viewer wrote that he could talk to him as soon as he came in. After handing the player his things, the man in uniform added a map of access to the police vault in the basement, after which the viewer wrote that it was straight to the basement, after which the policeman added that the road there was a bit confusing. "I'll try to take you as far as possible." After hearing the officer's remark, one of the viewers wrote that the hidden road was something I had never seen before. He found a new direct path, and then Ken Bok turned his head and thought, "What?" After all the comments from the audience, he followed the policeman and said, "This is something unusual. It seems like a hidden path leading to the basement. Let's go." And then the audience wrote why he was a newbie and helped the policeman forward. Continuing his way to the basement with the player, the officer suddenly spoke, and you could already hear people suddenly start to lose consciousness, and their bodies were in complete chaos. After a few seconds, the policeman said, "Oh shit," then looked back at Ken Bok and added heavily, "I think my time has come." Noticing the wounded leg of the man who was leading him to the basement, the player wondered why he didn't say he was bitten. Passing his weapon into the hands of the boy, the man said, placing the player's hands correctly, "Take the gun, hold it with both hands, and pull them out." Having put the guy in the correct stance, the policeman stretched his arms above him and said, "Let's try to practice. Keep your eyes open and pull the trigger." Continuing to instruct the player for the future, the police officer added, "After that, go down to the emergency exit behind me." When the audience heard this, they started to write in upset and tearful messages that he was going to die. Holding the pistol handed over by the officer, Ken Bok said, "I didn't think I was holding the gun like this." After firing the shot and relieving the policeman's suffering, Ken Bok stopped before the turn and said, "I'm sorry," after which viewers wrote to avenge the officer and what kind of card he gave. After passing through the door to the stairs, Ken Bok said, "Well, let's check the basement. And then the viewers wrote, be careful, man. This place looks dangerous. Turn on the donation, change the name of the broadcast, and let's go. Heeding the audience's request, Ken Bok said in surprise, what could I do, or what could I try now? I'd be grateful, so let's change the settings. I'm sorry, I'm new to this. As soon as the settings were changed, a notification appeared that the donations were active, after which the first one arrived for 10,000 won with the signature Bugaga to the newbie, after which another setting was changed. Seeing this, Ken Bok said, well, I changed the name. Thanks for the first donation. The next moment, seeing the comments, he doesn't understand it looks funny. Ken Bok said, well, I'm just telling you the facts, and got more comments. It's true, day one since you stopped being a newbie, stop mocking the streamer. Having laughed happily after receiving the comments, the player said, well, let's move on. And at the same time, while cutting and editing short videos from the stream, Ben Hong happily exclaimed, let's cut some clips like this. Feeling his fame, the guy breathed heavily with excitement and added, well, since we started doing this, we'll make you famous. While doing his direct duty and promoting his friend's stream to a larger audience, Ben Hong mentally spoke to the streaming community, which usually accesses the site from a phone, and uploaded a short video with action to attract attention. After downloading the clipping from the broadcast to the internet, Ben Hong mentally added with fervor in his eyes, I will go to the game's community and download the full passage of the hidden path. After sharing the video in the community, the guy happily exclaimed, be grateful that you have such a partner, Ken Bok. Well, we'll keep an eye on it. After a few seconds, when he heard his phone suddenly vibrate more than once, Ben Hong exclaimed in anger, what's that ringing? And then picked up the phone and exclaimed in confusion what the hell it was. Seeing how much activity there was under the video he recently uploaded, Ben Hong exclaimed why he was becoming popular so quickly. It seems all the videos are hot. The next moment, turning his gaze from the phone to the capsule his friend was in, the boy added that the world does not leave geniuses alone. And at the same time, on the live broadcast, Ken Bok, continuing to play the game, said I was going to go straight to the basement, but turning his head to the next aisle, he added that the stairs were blocked and you would have to go through the first floor there, after which the audience wrote, there was no use going there. It was funny. The next moment, he received a notification that another participant had joined the stream. A second later, another, and dozens more followed, after which he was notified that more than 100 viewers were watching. When Ken Bok saw this notification, he was surprised to hear that 100 people had come. And then the comments started pouring in. You really are on the hidden path, like saving a cop. Wow, so many people came. I'll call the others. They should see that you are a black belt in karate. I saw a clip of you getting 100 so fast. After the first 100 viewers, Ken Bok thought that the ranking was not just luck, and then a donation came from the user Agent Q, who donated 10,000 won and asked if he could take the mission. And Ken Bok thought that the mission was a good one and received several comments from Agent Q. This guy smelled newbies. Don't be so hard on a newbie. After a little thought, the player said thank you for the donation of the mission, but he had not done them before. But he was ready to accept it, after which Agent Q received a request to offer the viewer's mission to get to the basement storage without being harmed. The condition of blocking the hall's help rewarded 1 million won, yes, no. Seeing this, Ken Bok said now it was clear what Ben Hong was talking about. Immediately after his words, he recalled a recent conversation with a friend who said there was one thing that new streamers should be aware of, and Ken Bok asked what it was. Continuing the dialogue, Ben Hong said trolls are viewers who challenge newcomers with questions. For example, he added, and give tasks with great rewards to drag the newcomer into it. Continuing to talk about the insidious tricks of the audience, the guy added, however, no one will watch a boring mission, which is why the difficulty is greatly increased. With a clap of his hands, Ben Hong added, and then suddenly, boom, the new streamer was disgraced. Having talked about the main problem, Ben Hong added that it may come to the point where you have to quit streaming, after which Ken Bok asked if it would be enough to complete the task. When Ken Hong heard the question from his friend, he smiled and said, if only it were that simple. There were a whole carload of new streamers. After completing his recollections, Ken Bok looked at the task and thought, is it so hard? After which comments flew, but not this dude. Why are you doing this? All newcomers must go through this. After accepting the task that Agent Q created for him, Ken Bok said, I'll try to entertain you, sir. And then the audience started writing, what the hell are you serious? This is going to be an amazing disgrace. Bring the popcorn here? No way. I bet the agent wins. Let's go. The next moment, a lock clicked and a system notification appeared. The room assistance will be disabled for the duration of the mission. You will be able to see the time after it is completed. Then Ken Bok said in surprise, I think I can't watch the chat. Please bear with me. And then I thought, I didn't even realize that it would happen. And at that time, in the closed chat, The audience wrote, wow, he didn't know day one, so cute it was a mistake. Goodbye, newbie. A few seconds later, Ken Bok, who had gone to fulfill the task, said, well, let's go to the elevator. After passing several rooms and finding himself in one that was overrun with zombies, the player said, now it is clear why it should be quite difficult. Immediately after his words, Ken Bok raised his hand up and fired a shot and said, let's finish this quickly. And in the private chat it was written why he fired in the air. Don't give up on what he's trying to do. Explain what he's doing. As soon as the shot rang out in the air, all the zombies in the room and nearby immediately turned their attention to the player, and then he pointed his gun at the enemies and prepared to act. By targeting each enemy, the player easily destroyed all enemies approaching him from different directions. After seeing the quick result of clearing the room and how Ken Bok destroyed the last enemy, the audience was surprised to write that why he was so fast, I only saw flashes of the strongest athlete of all time. Leaning on a table in the room and sensing the enemy with his ability, Ken Bok pointed his gun at the monster without turning his head. The next moment, he pulled the trigger and hit the zombie approaching from the right in the head and received a biocrisis alert, having been shot 10 times in the head in a row. Having cleared the room of enemies, Ken Bok said in surprise that that was all, and at that time in the blocked chat, viewers wrote that he had never missed a shot. You can smell it. Agent Q peed in his pants. This is his first broadcast. Where have you been hiding all this time? The next moment, 3 donations arrived with signatures. I've been waiting for something like this for so long. I should have started streaming a long time ago. I haven't laughed so much after that. Ken Bok mentally said something was coming. Looking at the windows, from which a strange aura was coming, the boy peered at them carefully and made chaotic and rapid movements. As soon as 2 mutant police dogs jumped through the window, the player mentally added something completely different from what had happened before. As soon as the new monsters were inside, the audience wrote the same famous mutant dogs Barca, how to hit them too fast. At this point, I always lost. Noticing the enemies moving quickly around the room, Ken Bok anticipated the trajectory of the dogs and jumped back from them. Once he was out of range of the enemies, the guy opened fire and hit one of them. At that time, the audience wrote, how did you aim at all? Maybe we can't see it because the HUD is not displayed. It's like there's a crazy level of immersion. A few seconds later, after landing on the ground, Ken Bok fired another shot that hit the second monster, after which the audience wrote that the shot was ahead of time. What the hell am I hallucinating? I didn't notice it at all, which again was a one-shot and you're a monster. After dealing with the enemies, Ken Bok suddenly froze in place and began rubbing his head with a heavy sigh, while the audience wrote that he was doing this. The next moment, Ken Bok sat down and bent his head over the dogs, saying, I love animals, it's so unpleasant. The audience couldn't help but laugh and write, cover them with a blanket, Boogaloo, and don't you love people, or how can you spare someone? Covering his face from sadness with his hand, Ken Bok finished off another zombie that was approaching him from the right with an accurate shot, after which the audience wrote, this is definitely a difficult mission. Why did you shoot so funny without looking at the devil at all? Remembering the dogs, the guy sighed heavily and got to his feet and walked on. And once he was near the elevator, he said, let's go down the cable to the basement. As soon as the player was at the bottom, the audience wrote, looks suspicious. Why didn't he jump? I've seen others do that at that time, noticing the tool in front of him. Ken Bok said about the flashlight. Throwing the flashlight in the air with his foot, the guy effectively picked it up with his hand and started looking around, while the audience was writing here about a scary attempt to kick the door down, and it's a shame he can't see our messages. Turning on the flashlight and walking on, Ken Bok pointed the gun in the direction of the flashlight and thought nothing appeared. A few seconds later, seeing a door with the inscription Police Vault in front of him, Ken Bok said, found it, mission accomplished, and then the system notifications appeared. Mission complete, Agent Q has deposited 1,000,001. When he saw the messages starting to appear in front of him again with the words, honesty defeated the troll, that it can't be seriously urgent news. The agent is being chased by bank employees. He went bankrupt. The newbie one finally reads, interesting, what debts he got into you won, Ken Bok said. Oh, I see the chat again. As soon as the mission was over, the player pointed a flashlight at himself and said, I can be seen. Thank you, Agent Q and others who are watching and donating. Thank you for helping a newbie. The next moment, smiling happily, the guy added, I'm looking forward to new interesting missions. After which the audience wrote, no way, he wants more. This guy is not afraid of anyone who will challenge him. He needs a challenge. When he saw what the audience wrote, the boy smiled nervously and said in his head that there would be more missions. The next moment, a donation from Agent Q arrived with a message to wait a bit longer, to which he replied awkwardly, I'll wait. Having reached the lock near the door, Ken Bok took out the officer's card and said, let's try to open it. After swiping the card near the terminal, the guy received a notification that you unlock the door, and then, feeling something strange, he thought that something sinister was there. Upon entering, the player received a notification that the door was closed again, And then, turning on the flashlight, Ken Bok whispered that it was better not to make so much noise. The next moment, seeing something strange in front of him, he whispered, "But this design is so ugly," after which the audience wrote, "What he was doing, go back, it seems dangerous." The monster heard the door. God-awful sounds. Shining a flashlight directly into the monster's face, Ken Bok received a notification that a swarm of zombies had been detected, and viewers wrote that he had run into the boss and what was wrong with this guy. Continuing to shine directly into the monster's face, the player remained in place, thinking that he did not see me, but reacted to the sound. Having noticed a terminal for a pass card near the enemy, Ken Bok thought, if I try to enter, the sound alert will go off again. It is approaching. I need to somehow lure it. Starting to move back to avoid falling into the hands of the monster, the player accidentally noticed the scoreboard above him and whispered, "Let's try it." After firing one shot, the guy hit one of the ropes that held the scoreboard and the noise attracted the swarm's attention, so Ken Bok was able to jump over the monster. When the player was behind the monster, he fired another shot that knocked the scoreboard to the ground and attracted the monster's attention. As soon as the monster moved on, the boy thought that it was reacting to the sound. When the swarm of zombies moved away at a certain distance, the player attached the pass to the terminal, after which a system notification appeared. The door is unlocked. Once in the police locker room, Ken Bok whispered, "It was hard, but we got there." And then the audience wrote, "Master Evader, Psycho," and it worked. The next moment, a system notification appeared again, saying that the door was locked again, and a loud knocking sounded from behind it, and the player whispered, "Oh my god, now I'm even glad for this notification." At the moment when the viewers wrote, "You took over the entire hospital," Ben Hong pulled the magazine out of his gun and whispered, "I'm out of ammo. I need to find a new weapon." Ignoring the buzzing of a swarm of zombies from behind the door, the boy looked at the place where he found himself and whispered, "I thought it would be some kind of storage room, but it looks more like a locker room. Even emergency lighting is present." After which the audience wrote, "It's pretty clean. Check all the lockers." Walking through the locker room, Ken Bok whispered, "It's empty. It seems like someone was stealing all the useful things," and suddenly noticed something unusual and was surprised to hear one locker closed. Opening it and looking inside under the comments of the audience, "Wow, big jackpot!" he found cautiously. Suddenly a trap said curiously, "The police locker has a uniform to change into." A few seconds later, after changing his image, the guy received a notification that you had changed your outfit, and under the commentary, he now whispered a mega-strong whisper and a uniform, on which everything fits comfortably. The next moment, after receiving a comment, "Why aren't you very popular here? This is such a cool dive. You need a lot of subscribers. I want to be able to play like you. Please don't stop streaming," I said. "I've been playing sports since I was a kid, and then I thought I had to because of my ability." Immediately after this notification came, Agent Q offers a new mission to the viewer to defeat the opponent's swarm of zombies condition not to use firearms. Reward of 1.5 million won, after which the viewers began to actively write, "I expected this cannot be." Then, Agent Q wrote, "Well, what do you accept?" The next moment, as soon as one of the viewers wrote a non-firearms heart popping out, the complexity grew sky high. The monster kicked down the door and made his way to Ken Bok. After looking at the monster that burst into the player, viewers began to actively write that this boss is difficult to beat even with normal weapons. If you run out of ammo, it's better to start again immediately. It seems that it took To his 50 attempts. He just can't play. So stop talking about other streamers. Looking at the other weapons he has, Ken Bok mentally said, "I still have firearms." Grabbing a rubber police baton, the boy said, "So you're suggesting that I beat this thing in close combat?" After fighting the monster and beginning to repel all its attacks, Ken Bok said to Agent Kadara, i.e. Agent Q, after which comments poured in that "You just called me long-legged. Throw him some money so he doesn't get upset." I almost threw my heart out laughing. Continuing to smile after an accidental mistake, the player asked, "Wait, did you hear that?" And then more comments appeared and you thought to yourself, "How could we not have heard that?" "Hey, Agent Q Kadari, just call him Agent Healthy." After accepting the task from his viewer, the boy said, "This time the mission will be more interesting, thank you." The moment the system alert appears, the hall's assistance will be disabled for the duration of the mission. You will be able to see the chat after it is completed. Ken Bok said, "Well, it's a zombie anyway." Rushing off in the direction of the monster, the player said it was enough just to do the head right, and at that time in the private chat they wrote, "Well, you're not wrong." He accepted the task, although he did not know the conditions of victory. Agent Q caught such newcomers, and a running newcomer, you will be in hell if he finds the main body in close combat. Watching the guy's movements, one of the viewers wrote in the stream's chat that this is why it is impossible. At one point, when Ken Bok was in the air above the monster, viewers in a closed chat started actively writing in a closed chat to aim for the head. 1 out of 12 correct. He has a chance at all. Seeing what he needed to win, the boy mentally said that among all the faces, only one was the main one. Using his power and seeing the main face of the monster, Ken Bok swung his baton and said, "I found it." A few seconds later, as Ken Bok approached the main face, he pointed his baton directly at the monster's face, piercing it through. A few seconds after the blood splashed from the body of the defeated monster, a system notification appeared saying that the task was completed. The zombie swarm was destroyed. After the victory, Ken Bok sighed heavily, even though the spectator's mission was accomplished, and ruined his new clothes. As soon as the 1.5 million donation appeared, a chat appeared in which viewers wrote, "I'm shocked he's done. It's time to go change his pants. No way. I'm so glad I live in this era. Wait, he could have been. He's a master of weapons. How did he know?" And Ken Bok turned his gaze on him. The next moment, smiling happily, the guy waved his hand and said, "Thank you, Agent Q. The stream became much more interesting with you." Then there were comments. He was doing charity work and had already spent 2.5 million, so we could settle for a draw. I'm sure he was gritting his teeth. The next moment, a donation from Agent Q arrived with a signature, and I admit he deserved the award. After which Ken Bok said, "Of course, I'm always happy to have new missions. It's time to go upstairs and figure out what to do next." And then the comments started pouring in. He's smiling but actually spitting, as if he had slapped a crying child, tried to deceive the newbie, and left with an empty wallet. Hey, Agent Q is also a human being. When I reached the stairs leading to the exit, Ken Bok said, "Come on." And I walked around the blocked stairs to the first floor lobby. Continuing on his way to the exit, the guy added, "Here are the tracks I had to meet that monster before escaping anyway. Good thing I gained loot in advance," after which the comments flew. Leaving the hospital and looking at the outside world in front of him, the guy said surprisingly the next moment a notification appeared. Chapter 1 of The Awakening was over. After leaving the dive capsule, Ken Bok heard his friend exclaim, "See? I told you it would be a hit after wow," asked more than 200 viewers. Then Ben Hong exclaimed, "Look at this." Pointing to the tablet with the community site, a friend exclaimed that it was the Tanite community from the platform you stream on, and on the main page, the top 5. Then Ken Bok said in surprise, "Wow, we went up 3 when we made it." Continuing to show the latest news on his laptop, Ben Hong added the game's community is also going crazy, after which Ken Bok said, "Now I see why I have so many viewers." And then a friend added, "You thought I was playing toys here." After receiving a comment from the editor, Ken Bok asked if he wanted to play instead of me, to which he abruptly stopped talking and said, "Oh, sorry," and then pulled out his phone and added, "But this is really impressive." Trying to see what was being shown to him, Ken Bok asked what it was about. Ben Hong showing the developer's post, in which they wrote that now everyone will see the Istria we prepared. Thanks without a name. He shouted out to you, the game's developer company, sometimes called GAPGUM by fans, was recognized by the developers. Hearing the great news, Ken Bok smiled and said, "Wow, I really needed to make a normal nickname." Hearing his friend's remark, Ben Hong said with a sly smile, "That's exactly why I made a list of candidates for your nickname. Let's decide." Looking at the presentation, Ken Bok said disappointedly, "What kind of design is this? You're definitely an editor. What year did you come out of?" Immediately after writing his remark, Ken Bok looked at the listed nicknames of his comrade and said, "Wait a minute, show me the previous slide." Seeing the nickname that should suit him in his streaming career, the guy added that it should suit him and will take it. After a while, when he started the stream again, the guy said to everyone, "Hi, it's Pearl," still awkward to speak, and then received comments, "Hi, howdy. You're so cute when you're shy." After reading the comments from the viewers, the guy said thank you to everyone who came to the stream chat. "It goes so fast that I don't have time to read every message, so please understand what I received in response. We won't blame you. It's our fault. Enough said spammers have already escaped. Grab them. Don't let them get away." Smiling happily after the feedback, the player said, "You may have noticed that yesterday I didn't have a name," after which the viewers wrote, "I took first place according to Forbes, but I didn't even reveal my name, so you'll shave it off and tell me today. I also play without a name, wasn't it a van shot? No, there is already such a streamer." After reading the comments, Ken Bok laughed and said, "You're right. Today, I would like to officially congratulate you." The next moment when a system notification appeared that said name changed without the name Pearl. Then the player added, "Hello to everyone. I'm streamer Pearl." After introducing himself to the audience, the guy shrugged and said, "The title is the perfect game, so we'll try not to make mistakes or something like that." Then the audience wrote to him, "It's so good it's annoying. You beat Agent Q, that says a lot. I'll punish you if you leave the broadcast. I've seen enough clips and I can't escape." After reading all those comments from his viewers, the guy started the game and began to warm up, saying, "Well, now let's get started right away." Moving to the game and looking around, the guy said in surprise, "I didn't pay attention to it because I immediately finished the stream, but the street feels different." During his warm-up, when he felt the enemy approaching behind him, the boy quickly reacted and grabbed the monster by the arm and pulled it toward him. The next moment, as soon as the enemy fell to the ground, Ken Bok grabbed his gun and shot the zombie in the head, then said, "Hey, you're not a zombie there." Turning his head back half a turn to see who was watching him, Purple added, "And who are you?" As soon as the camera panned to the person behind the player, the audience began to actively write, "Sandra can appear like this. Sandra is my girl. She was supposed to save him, and he threw a zombie over his shoulder. Pearl doesn't feel the game at all." Pointing her weapon at the guy standing in front of him, Sandra whispered to me in a worried voice that all the local police officers were dead. Immediately after her thoughts, the girl asked what your name was, and then the audience began to write, "Our Sundere." Sandra, wow, this is the hidden path. Even the beginning is different. I can't get used to this mild taste. Trying not to make any sudden movements in front of the armed girl, Ken Bok said, "You can call me Pearl." When the girl recognized the name of the guy standing in front of him, she said, "My name is Sandra. You're injured somewhere. You've been bitten by zombies." Raising his arms and smiling happily against the sunset, the boy said, "You can see for yourself." Noticing that the guy was unharmed, the girl quickly recovered from the shock and gently smiled, after which the audience began to write that she was smiling, which is a good sign, whereas the arrogant look is a bad sign. The next moment, lowering her weapon, she said, "There is a camp with other survivors, and I think we could use your strength." Immediately after her words, Sandra stretched out her hand and asked if you would join us. Then the audience began to write that again the hidden path. She suggested it so simply. Wait, where is the quest to gain trust? It seems this scene blocked it. He is so perfect that she immediately trusts him. After the question, a system window appeared over the player with a choice of whether you will join Sandra. Facing a choice, Ken Bok said, "Interestingly, it's a choice of plot." After a little thought, the player smiled happily and said, "Then I must choose the option that is so correct." After choosing one of the options, the guy shook Sandra's hand and told me there was nowhere else to go. And then a system notification appeared that you had chosen the yes option. After receiving a positive response, the girl said, "I'm glad to hear that even one person is important to us. Then follow me." After which the audience wrote an important main character why she was crying. As soon as everything seemed to be settling down, a roar of a motor was heard. And then the girl looked back and shouted out this sound, "Hide!" They were back. A few seconds later, a car appeared on the square in front of the hospital, and soldiers got out and started talking. "Are you sure there are no more survivors here?" Kicking the body of a zombie, one of the soldiers exclaimed, "Damn, there are vile corpses everywhere." And his comrades said that they needed to find survivors and test samples as soon as possible. At the same time, hiding behind a car from the soldiers, Sandra whispered that it was close enough, after which the player asked who they were. Then, drawing the boy's attention to the markings on the soldiers, Sandra said, "You see the emblem on their shoulder? They are Regenery Farm mercenaries." After finding out who the soldiers were, Purple whispered to the people of the pharmaceutical company, to which the girl replied that she had heard them say they needed people for experiments. Obviously, they were connected to this incident, but they did not see us. But why did they come to this particular place? The next moment, hearing the shouts of the soldiers, "We are moving to the next block," so Purple whispered to Regenery Farm. As soon as the enemies left the area, Sandra told us to go back to the camp and warn everyone, after which the comments started pouring in. "Sandra is so beautiful, even her voice. Be careful if you don't want to chase her like a dog. Where is your spirit? Why not destroy those pharma scoundrels?" Following the girl who was running to the camp, Ken Bok said something interesting, after which the viewer indignantly asked what was wrong with him. After a while, when the player returned to the camp, he saw children rushing to the girl with hugs and shouts, "Sandra, we are so glad you are okay. It was dangerous there. You were not hurt anywhere, Sai." To which she replied, "I'm fine, I brought the medicine that was missing." The next moment, the residents turned their attention to the guy who had arrived with Sandra and said, "Who is this guy? He's an officer." And there were still police officers outside. After receiving many questions, the girl patted one of the children on the head and said, "I'll tell you the details later where Logan is. I think he's in his room." Arriving at her husband's office, the girl knocked on the door and said to Logan, "It's Sandra," and heard him come in. Upon entering, she saw Logan coming toward her with his arms open and saying, "Oh, Sandra, it's so good that you're okay." After greeting Logan, Sandra asked him if anything was wrong, and he happily replied that everything was fine. After receiving a response from the man, Sandra extended her hand to the player and said, "Before the discussion, I'd like to introduce someone to Logan," after which Logan was surprised to be asked to introduce him. Seeing a guy in a uniform in front of him, Logan asked anxiously, and then Ken Bok thought, "Police officer," but continuing to point to the guy she had brought with her, Sandra added, "You were wrong when you said that all the police were dead." When Logan heard the girl's remark, he said something like, "I'm glad, I'm relieved," and at the same time, Ken Bok looked at the man's aura and thought, "I don't even know what to do with this character." Trying to gain the newcomer's trust, Logan tapped Pearl on the shoulder and said, "If you look closely, you look familiar." And the audience wrote, "Logan is a fool to laugh at a time like this. You hear the sound of someone's pot boiling. Why does he talk like he's talking about everything? Continuing to openly flatter the boy, the man said, I think I've seen you before. With a sly smile, looking at the man's hand, Purple mentally said, You've seen me before, you say. What a bastard. Immediately after looking at the man with a disgruntled look, the boy mentally added that he was not a police officer, after which a system window appeared in front of him that said, You want to reveal Logan's identity. Seeing that the player got to the truth so quickly, the audience began to write that he figured it out so quickly. Wow, it's getting more and more interesting. I knew he was a scoundrel. Looking at the options for the development of events after the system notification, Purpley said it was interesting to see if it was possible to choose an option that did not follow the existing path. The next moment, leaning over to the man and looking at his badge, the boy heard what he was doing and replied, I'm a little worried. Under the comments of the audience, go ahead and show him your keen senses. The player who said the most your police badge, after which a window appeared with the inscription, show the differences. Immediately after his words, Purple pointed to the police badge on his chest with a smile on his face and said, It doesn't look like mine. And then a system window appeared with the words, You have chosen yes. As soon as the system alert appeared, check the list of wanted criminals in your pocket. Ken Bach reached into his uniform pocket and told you to see for yourself rather than take my word for it. Pulling out a piece of paper with a wanted list, the boy handed it to Sandra, after which she said, Logan Myers is a wanted man who has been convicted of fraud 8 times. Hearing the girl's remarks, the audience began to write outraged comments. Wow, I didn't think there was such a criminal among them. He decided to show her the evidence right away. This bastard was definitely creating problems. He was really a scoundrel, Logan said awkwardly. But this Sandro, wait. Slowly retreating back, the man tried to reach the barrel on his table to get out of the fight. However, before he could do so, Ken Bach put a gun to his chin and said, I wouldn't do that if I were you. The next moment, there was a loud exclamation from Sandra, who angrily shouted out you and then kicked Logan in the body and added a fucking bastard. After confusing the man, the girl began to actively beat him to pay him back for all the time he had been parasitizing her. Having dealt the last blow to the fraudster, the girl smashed through the front door with it and then slowly followed him. Continuing to walk behind her husband, Sandra angrily said, You crazy bastard! How dare you deceive us? I'll put you in the noose personally. After which the audience wrote, Our Sandra is back and that makes her so cool. Continuing to beat the man, Sandra angrily exclaimed, Now I understand why your eyes were running so much, you fucking asshole. Followed by comments that she was so cool, Sandra should not be underestimated. Turning his head away from the girl who was beating the crook, Ken Bach awkwardly whispered, Wow, you better not mess with her. After which the audience wrote he was pale and careful with Sandra, so she definitely has a certain image. After a while, when he came to, he heard the disgruntled words of people from the camp who said to Logan, How dare you deceive us? You said all along that you were trying to contact the rescue team. Dragging the man she had tied to a chair behind her, Sandra added, And he turned our camp into his kingdom. The next moment, Ken Bach received a notification with information. Logan said he was the last cop and that he had a working radio that would help them escape. Just a guess. But it might not be the first time he had done this. Putting a chair with her husband on the edge of the bridge, the girl added, We were isolated because of you, and when a viewer saw that, he wrote to her, Everything changed to a street execution with the rest of the smoke not being able to hide. Watching the development of events and the NPCs who shouted out to finish him off quickly, the player received more comments. If we talk about the plot, variability is the best choice. Well, in the early stages, the player has almost no experience, so of course he will trust the police that experience. Dude, he's playing the game for the first time. After hearing the decision of her campmates, Sandra did not hesitate to let go of the rope that was holding Logan and said, In that case, you will become dog food. Falling down during the public execution, Logan, tied up in a chair, fell straight into a pack of zombie dogs that were already waiting for him below. As soon as night fell, Ken Bach, standing by the window in Logan's office, asked what the future plans were, and Sandra replied, You're not an officer either. Feeling the heavy burden that fell on her shoulders after the fraudster's identity was revealed, the girl added, I don't know what to do now. Recalling that moment of public execution, one of the people shouted out, Logan is a fraud. How could he betray us? And what will happen to us? The food will soon run out, but the policeman will help us, right? Clutching the wanted list in her hand, Sandra exclaimed, No, it's too dangerous to stay here, especially with the emergence of Regenery Farm. Continuing her announcement, the girl looked at the destroyed city and added that we would have to leave this place on our own. When we finished recalling the recent incident, Sandra said sadly, I was planning to find a safe place and wait for the signal on the police radio, but it was my mistake and now the situation is just terrible, followed by comments like, I love Sandra in any way. Even when she is fighting, I have an instinct to protect her. Hearing the girl's words, Ken Bok turned his head to the girl and said the same thing in the game story. I think Sandra is an important character. It's better to treat him gently, after which the audience wrote a sudden romantic atmosphere. Do you really think that will work on Ms. Sandra romance? No simple conversation? Yes. After all the comments from the audience, Purple went to the girl and said, Hey Sandra, and then leaned over her and added, Don't worry, I'll definitely help you. Followed by comments from Appa and Help Me. I want to see the ending with you. Why am I so excited? His voice is so soothing. Suddenly embarrassed by the guy's words, Sandra turned her head away and said, Thank you. I think we'll be in danger if we don't decide where we're going right away. Then the audience wrote that she was turning from sad to desperate and that she was not afraid to die, which is her hidden potential. Rising to her feet, the girl gathered her thoughts and said, looking at the papers on the table, I think it's better to ask the military for help. They will do something if they find out about the survivors. And then Pearl asked how we would do it. Turning her head to the guy, the girl confidently said, There is no connection. You will have to go personally after the outbreak of zombies. The first and last safe zone in Outlet was created. Looking at the city maps, Purple said thoughtfully, Not a bad option. I suggest we go through this subway tunnel. There are fewer risks. To which Sandra replied, You're really smarter than you seem at first glance. Continuing to look at the schemes for safe movement, Ken Bok said then, Let's go through, and at that time Sandra, looking at the guy, suddenly pressed her lips together. The next moment, she suddenly leaned her head against the guy's chest and said, Thank you very much. It's really important to have you here. Unable to understand the sudden change in the girl's behavior, Ken Bok said to Sandra, after which she said, I hope. The next moment, pushing the guy to the floor, the girl added that these feelings were mutual. Not understanding what was happening, the player said, Wait, why so suddenly? This is also part of the story. And then comments started pouring in. As soon as the guy fell to the ground, the girl immediately fell on top of him and reached for his lips. When he saw what she was going to shave and do, the boy said in confusion that he would wait 1 minute, and then she kissed him. Trying to somehow get out of the situation, Ken Bok said in confusion, Why I can't move, and listen, is this by any chance a bed scene? After which the audience wrote, Hey, I was laughing before, but everything is moving so fast that don't tell me. When I woke up in this morning and smiled, Ken Bok said, I thought for a long time whether it was worth doing this. It's good that everything happened in an eclipse. After which the viewers wrote saying that it's better for a guy and a girl to wake up together this time. The victory is mine. Confucian Dragon developers, you should think about it in Korea. This will not be shown, dear customer. At one point, while rereading the comments, he heard Sandra's voice asking if he was awake, and quickly turned his head in the direction of the sound. The next moment, he saw a girl sitting next to him wearing only a shirt and drinking coffee, saying, You're so cute when you sleep. Immediately after getting to her feet, the girl added, Well, I'm going to go get ready, see you in the lobby. After which comments poured in like, Wow, my eyes are watering, Sandra, how did you become so beautiful? I came to the stream just for this, why is he not me? After a while waiting for the mission to begin, Ken Bok was asked by Purple if he would continue to play so badly, after which he asked in surprise, I mean, I was going about the hidden path, why are you saying that my equipment is terrible? To which he replied, You missed 90% of the loot zones. Let's clear the perimeter. We need relaxation and farming content. After receiving the wishes from the audience, the guy asked if they would like to go hunting before moving on. And then there was a knock on the door. As soon as Ken Bok got out of bed and allowed him to enter, the door opened and a little boy appeared and shouted hello. Seeing the child with the toy coming toward him, Purpley said, Hi, kid. Something happened. Holding out his hand to the boy sitting on the bed in front of him, the little boy said this for you. Stretching out his hands in front of him to receive what the child brought him, Ken Bok asked, What have you brought me? After handing Ken Bok a coin, the boy said, I don't know the owner, so I need to take the lost thing to the police. And then Purple replied, That's right, good boy. And then the audience wrote, Cute kid. That was the only source of strength after the Logan incident. Stretching out his hand with the object handed to him, Ken Bok said in surprise that it was a coin, after which the audience wrote, I had to fulfill Logan's instructions to get it, and I also received it from Logan. Continuing to look at the subject, reading the comments of the audience, Ken Bok asked if it was a lottery coin, after which the comments flew in, You immediately caught Logan, because he didn't know that he didn't know Bugaga there was a slot machine in the lobby. Let's spend it. Seeing what had just happened on the stream, Ben Hong slammed his hands on the table and abruptly stood up and shouted at the slot machine why he was here. The next moment, feeling the negativity that was imposed on him, the guy added a random box machine, a slot-type gacha, that appears in the early stages of the game, which is difficult, so the chances of winning are terrible. Continuing his recollection of the trials of luck, Ben Hong mentally added, I once tried to spin 30 times, it was a nightmare. Only potions of recovery fell out. Could the potion shop be opened? Streamers know how to get millions of views from this. At the moment of another failure, Ben Hong threw the keyboard to the ground and exclaimed, "This stupid machine is mocking me," and then received comments like, "Damn, you're unlucky, this is definitely not a gacha game." There are about 50 streamers in the gambling community, including Anatomy, who became a legend after 39,717 attempts. Remembering his past, Ben Hong continued to watch the stream and thought that this ridiculous lottery was just a waste of time. The next moment, when he saw a shot of his friend standing in front of a machine gun, he thought, but if Lee Kun-bok plays him, then maybe. After playing with a playing card in front of the machine gun and picking it up in flight, Purple said the best weapon is a golden shotgun, right? Immediately after his question, he put his hand to his chin and added cool name, "I like it," and then received comments from Purple, "You're going to pull it off the first time, he's such a lucky bugger." After dropping a coin into the machine, the guy heard a lever on the right to stop the slots, after which the audience wrote a god of luck. So honestly, there was no manipulation of probabilities, but it was still fun. After reading the comments, Ken Bok smiled happily and said, "Interestingly, I think I'll choose him. But won't the game be too easy?" To which he received the following comments. "Super luck is on. I wonder if he will not lose spoiler recovery potion, funny spoiler." The next moment, grabbing the lever, the boy exclaimed, "Well, let's go." And then the audience wrote why he was so happy to have won for the first time. "Luck will come by the will of the gods." As soon as the lever was in his hands and the machine started, Ken Bok felt something strange about the slot machine. Trying to understand what exactly had happened, the guy was surprised to hear what the feeling was. Feeling his power activated, Purple looked at the lever and mentally said, "I feel like I've become more sensitive, especially my fingers, but the sensations are constantly changing. Feeling different. Sensations of soft silk burning like a cat's scratches. Pain as if the skin was peeling off." He thought the sensations depended on the rotation of the machine. Then watching the prolonged rotation of the machine, the audience wrote that he was seriously sure to drop the potion treatment for too long. Purple would somehow surprise me, I'm sure. Continuing to wait for that moment, the guy mentally said to himself, "I'll choose the most pleasant sensation," and pulled the lever. Seeing that the reels began to stop, the audience wrote, "The time has come. I hope there will be something useful for my heart. But what is there a recovery potion?" After which the device reported that your prize is ready. The next moment, as soon as the box appeared in front of the player and a golden glow appeared when it was opened, the audience was amazed to write what this animation was. As soon as the weapon appeared in Pearl's hands, the comments started pouring in. "Can it be another legend? Pearl, you are a god first try. What's wrong with this game bet? One live record the guide Pearl, you are a god." After all the comments, a system notification appeared and you received a legendary item, a golden shotgun with recoil reduction and semi-automatic shooting until the type of ammunition is changed. Then the guy said, "Wow, it's even better than I expected." And the audience wrote, "And the difficulty will change." Yes, the difficulty is adjustable depending on the equipment. After receiving his new weapon, Ken Bok threw it over his shoulder and said, "Well, it's time to go to the subway and have some fun." Sometime after the trip started, Pearl and Sandra found themselves in the subway, where they had to clear the passage. During this walk, they encountered several monsters, one in the form of an arachnid and several others unknown. During the confrontation, Sandra and Ken Bok's enemies didn't even need to use the golden shotgun. Thanks to Sandra, everything went quite smoothly in this mission. After the monster was destroyed, a system notification appeared that the task was completed and the arachne was defeated, after which the viewers wrote to me that I didn't need a shotgun. They were scarier than even zombies, and I'll soon start rooting for the bosses. A few minutes later, as the young men continued walking, they noticed that they could already see the exit from the tunnel. Shielding his eyes from the sunlight, Ken Bok looked ahead and said, "We were on the spot." Then the audience wrote, "Isn't this the fastest passage where the crazy level of difficulty I would also pass?" Finding themselves in front of the ruins and a building with the outlet logo, a couple of people froze in place, followed by a comment that this is just the beginning. Surprised by what he saw, Purple suddenly asked what was going on and shouldn't this place be under military control. Seeing people in suits in front of them, the audience began to write, "Well, the suits have a Regenery Farm label on them, but why are they here?" The next moment, Ken Bok got a system notification that said, "Chapter 2, The Survivors," and then comments were pouring in, and it seemed to me that first there were military men, then the pharma killed them, and then the whole plot became a hidden secret storyline. After a while, I finished the stream after completing the chapter and heard Lee Ken Bok say from the next room, "Hey, we have to upload everything right now," to which I replied, "Hey, don't scare me like that." After preparing a cool drink, Ken Bok heard me running like a madman and asked me if I had uploaded the video even a day before, and I replied, "Of course, strike while the iron is hot, you can't miss opportunities." The next moment, Ben Hong began to show his friend the tablet and said, "Of course, there are a lot of viewers of the streams, but they watch clips more often. You were the first to find the hidden path, but someone else can record and upload the walkthrough to YouTube, and that would be a serious loss." Hearing the remark from his friend, Ken Bok looked up at the ceiling and said, I really did realize that the title of first was an impressive achievement, and I was right to believe it at the time. The next moment, looking at his friend, the video editor asked if we would start a YouTube channel today. Sometimes internet users overtake even the light channel on YouTube was instantly filled with people. And the most popular video was Sandra's execution scene, with rumors spreading and comments flooding in from foreigners. The most popular video among foreigners was getting the golden shotgun, and the famous Anatomy commented on the video, which brought even more fame. The rumors continued to grow into discussions, often with more than 100,000 subscribers. Wow, is such rapid growth even possible? There were some YouTubers who received the silver button in one day. I've never seen anything like it. Probably more foreigners watch it than we think. And the storm started to get out of control. After launching the stream, Ken Bok immediately received several donations with messages congratulating him on his new achievement. You've reached the 100,000 subscribers mark, hooray! I woke up to find that your channel has 100,000 subscribers. Looking at the camera, the guy waved his hand and exclaimed, Thank you very much for the donations. I can't believe there are so many of us, all thanks to your support. After which the viewers wrote, Other people's children grow up so fast. Has anyone else climbed to such heights in 3 days? Just don't get too excited before time. After reading all the comments, the guy said I have one more announcement, after which 2 notifications appeared. Time slow mode is on, bot moderator added. Having set certain restrictions, the guy shrugged and said that starting today a bot will be activated to control the chat. Freedom of speech is good, of course, but it would be nice to avoid certain problems. The next moment, swinging an imaginary bat, Ken Bok added 3 scrubs and your band, according to the rules. After which the viewers wrote, Our popular kid already knows about this kind of stuff in your chat room, so much fun. I almost tore my tummy out on those haters. Having dealt with certain novelties and told the audience about everything, the guy said, Well, now let's get started, and then began to load the game. After starting the game, Purpley moved back to the exit point and said to Sandra that Regenery Farm seems to be deceiving the management and is there another way? To which the girl replied, Is there another way? After which the audience began to write, I'm still in shock, although I'm watching for the first time. God, I haven't seen the last broadcast. Tell me briefly what's going on. They got rid of the military, but isn't it too complicated? Peeking out from the hiding place and the armed Regenery Farm soldiers, the girl said, Let's go. We need to understand what's going on here. Hearing his partner's suggestion, Purple whispered, But I'll have to go through them. Then Sandra said, The guns don't work. Immediately after her words, she pulled out 2 of her daggers and added that if we make too much noise, we will be in trouble, so I will deal with them quietly and quickly. Standing at their post, a pair of armed men noticed that a tin can flew out of the corner in front of them. The people took out their weapons and headed to a place with strange activity. One of the soldiers shouted out that the territory was under the jurisdiction of the 5th Detachment and unauthorized entry was prohibited. Continuing to walk to the strange place, the soldier added, Show yourself immediately or I will kill you before he could finish. And Sawandra finished him and his friend. After dealing with the 2 enemies, she grabbed them by their suits and sat them against the wall so that they would not attract too much attention. The problem was that the problems came on their own, noticed by 3 other soldiers who were patrolling the area. Noticing the enemies in front of him, one of the soldiers quickly took out his radio and shouted 5353 in the central pavilion. Before he could complete his report on the situation, he suddenly dropped the radio and fell into the hands of Ken Bok, who said, Hey, this is a military knife. Where did you get it? Seeing that the other soldiers had already removed the safety, Purple snapped the hostage's neck and quickly ran to another enemy standing in front of him. Having knocked down the opponent's sight with the dagger he had taken, Ken Bok said to hell with the weapon and stabbed the opponent in the neck with the blade. As soon as 2 of the enemies were dealt with, the third, who was behind him, put a gun to Ken Bok's head, after which he calmed down. Before the enemy could make a shot, a dagger flew right into his face, neutralizing him and saving Pearl from danger. Having finished off the enemy who threatened him, the boy looked back in the direction where the dagger was thrown and looked at Sandra and said thank you, after which the audience wrote that there would be a one-on-one fight next, unlike the so-called assassins who claim that it is a murder if everyone is dead. After completing the elimination of the soldiers, a couple of people went to the building to investigate and find something useful. Once on the roof of the building and hearing the noise of propellers, the girl suddenly grabbed the boy's hand and shouted out to him, "Pearl, look!" Flying closer to the pair of young men, the voice coming from the drone asked, "Are you from the Foxtown Police District?" After receiving the question, Ken Bok thought it best to pretend to be a police officer and asked what was going on here. In response to the question, a voice from the drone replied, "Foxtown is currently under quarantine. Haven't you been informed?" The voice replied that there are still survivors in the city, so we are conducting a rescue operation. After Ken Bok's announcement, A voice from the drone said the infected area is not under our control. The management of the infected area has been transferred to the jurisdiction of Regenry Farm. After hearing this, comments. Port in the world is teeming with zombies and the government is doing nothing about it. Individuals and the military should not cross the Med as if everything was going to go on like this. Unable to resist the absurdity of the words from the drone, Sandra exclaimed, "You're kidding me! They're kidnapping survivors to use as guinea pigs." In response to the girl's exclamation, the voice replied, "Your claims are false. We have been informed that all the residents of the city are infected, and the military is doing everything possible to avoid the situation." To which Sandra said, "You will let the infected just die." Then a voice from the drone said, "No. No areas with a high degree of infection are under quarantine, and a vaccine is already being developed by Regenry Farm." After which Purple asked about the vaccine. Then Sandra exclaimed, "Nonsense. They are openly lying to you. It is obvious that Regenry Farm is behind this situation." Continuing the dialogue, the voice asked if you could provide proof, after which Ken Bok said, "I don't know," in a confused voice. After the question, the voice said, "Given the seriousness of the situation, we cannot take your word for it and allow you to enter the infected area." Then the audience wrote, "Take matters into your own hands. I don't even know what they are lying to the whole nation, right?" After hearing the words from the drone, Sandra exclaimed, "Do you want us to just go and die?" And was told that we would look into the matter in detail, but if you have evidence of illegal activities of Regenry Farm, we will take all necessary measures immediately. The next moment, the drone turned around and headed away from the place of the dialogue, and then a system notification appeared over Ken Bokum, with the main task to uncover the illegal activities of Regenry Farm. As we walked home, Sandra put her hand to her forehead and said, "I'm going to tell the others." Putting his hand on the girl's shoulder, Purple said, trying to calm her down, "You did everything in your power. We'll try to find another way together." After hearing the words of support from her friend, the girl blushed, slapped her cheeks, and exclaimed, "We need to hurry." When she returned home and saw the strange ruins, she called out to Billy Lloyd, but no one answered. Moving further away from the entrance, the girl was surprised to find no one. And then she felt that she had hit something with her foot, and then she looked down and saw a bear. And the audience said, "Wow, this is not a piggy bank," which I simply do not believe. Looking around after seeing the teddy bear and seeing the pools of blood in the destroyed building, Sandra fell to her knees and screamed loudly. To the shouts of Sandra, who repeated Billy, the audience wrote, "No, you'll suffer later. You have other things to do." Damn, that's too much. That hurts. What a turn of events in the original story. Only adults died and the children were kidnapped and used as test subjects. But that they died is terrible. It's an important plot twist. At one point, when they heard a strange noise coming from the next room, Pearl and Sandra immediately turned their heads in the direction of the noise, and the audience wrote to the survivor, "Please, you must have a conscience. You can't kill everyone." Feeling something strange while using his power, Ken Bok mentally said, "This is not a survivor." Looking at the strange creature that was approaching them, the guy mentally added that it was someone more dangerous than a monster, after which the audience wrote that it seems we are in for an interesting battle. In a little explanation of this giant final boss in the original story, he has no weaknesses. Attacks on him will not work and he regenerates quickly. Approaching Sandra and Pearl, the monster laughed and said, "Well, what do you think of my new look?" After which the audience wrote, "He's a biped. He's smart. Seriously, that's not fair. Developers, what's wrong with you?" Continuing to laugh ominously, the monster came closer and closer to the boy and the girl and shouted, "I knew you would like this." Looking closely at the creature that was walking towards them, Sandra screamed out in fright that it was Logan. After which the audience wrote where he came from, "Logan is a giant," and they are finished. Approaching the familiar people, Logan added, "What are you looking at? In exchange for atonement, I gave the stones you cherished so much to Regenry Farm." The next moment, spreading his arms, Logan added, "But these insignificant creatures dared to resist me, and so I finished them off." The next moment, a system window appeared over the monster, merging the giant and Logan into a giant Logan. Hearing the words of the man standing in front of him, Ken Bok smiled hysterically and said, "This is too much. Even though it's just a game, haven't you crossed all the lines?" Anticipating the pleasure he would get from his actions, Logan ominously exclaimed, "That's exactly how I imagine you will writhe in pain. I'd rather kill you like little bugs." Noticing the danger, Sandra jumped back and shouted out to Pearl, "The ceiling is collapsing," and was answered with a, "Watch out, it's very dangerous here." After separating from the girl and getting closer to the monster, Ken Bok noticed several comments that said, "This giant is a really tough nut to crack. Some kind of improved version of it has intelligence. There is only one chance to dodge attacks." Looking at the mutated Logan standing in front of him, Ken Bok said that everyone says that this boss is quite strong. The next moment, a system window appeared in front of the boy saying that the Revenge Squad was offering a joint mission to finish Logan off by any means necessary, with a total reward of 10,000 after seeing what he had seen. The viewers wrote to finish him off by any means necessary. What kind of task was this? Purple. You can't finish him off so easily. You can't miss this. A few seconds later, new system notifications began to appear, with the reward for the mission increasing each time, reaching 250,000. When Ken Bok saw the award for the upcoming fight, he said thank you for your support. Then the audience wrote that it was still too hard, that if he died, if he tried again, it would be the end. Continuing to receive notifications about the reward increase, Purple said, actually, I've been wanting to kick this bastard's ass for a long time. I mean, he deserves revenge the next moment he accepted the mission. The viewers wrote that he did it, and it's not foul language, so go ahead and show him. When she came to after the building began to collapse, she screamed out that the wall had collapsed. Looking out of the gorge, Sandra exclaimed, Pearl, everything is covered with stones. We won't be able to get out. And then the audience wrote, what will Sandra do? It turns out that she will fight here until her last breath. The next moment after her exclamations, the girl noticed that the boy and the monster were fighting, and she exclaimed in surprise when she noticed the monster's regeneration. Laughing loudly, Logan turned to the girl and exclaimed, you have to admit, this uniform is incredible, right, Sandra? Stopping in place after increasing the distance in the battle, Ken Bok, holding a shotgun and a dagger, said, it seems that the weapon does not work, after which the audience began to write in surprise, wow, golden shotgun, you can shoot it with one hand. Why do you need a knife? Noticing that his opponent began to quickly approach him, the guy jumped into the air and said, let my actions be the answer. Watching the battle between the giant Logan and Pearl, the audience did not hold back their emotions and began to write, he went at him head on. One mistake and it would be over. Watching Purple's actions with the dagger, viewers wrote that he was using a knife to cut his muscles, so it looks like Purpley is aiming for the tendons, which is Logan's weak point. The next moment, as soon as the monster's wounds began to heal, one of the spectators asked if there was any point in the monster having fast regeneration. After some time of confrontation with the enemy, Ken Bok mentally said to himself, blood stops quickly, but it takes longer to fully recover. Immediately after his words, Purple aimed his golden shotgun at the enemy and fired a shot, saying, let's see how long you can hold out. Seeing that the enemy fell to the ground after his shot, the player thought that Logan is a merger of a man with a giant, and the area of tendons that connect the muscles really turned out to be his weak point. But what's next? Noticing that the bullet remained in the monster's body, one of the viewers wrote in surprise that he was unable to recover from the bullet. The wound was only getting deeper. In response to all the surprised comments, one of the viewers with the nickname Lifehack wrote that if the bullet did not go through, shoot it so that it gets deeper and then shoot another bullet into the wound. After reading the comments and seeing a living example of the advice, Ken Bok smiled slyly and thought, as I thought, the ball works to prevent the tendons from fusing. Angry that he had been injured, the giant Logan rushed at the boy and shouted, don't get too excited without this little toy, you're nobody. The real fight is just beginning. After the brutal massacre began, watching all the successful avoidance of attacks, one of the viewers wrote how you dodge it all. Continuing to watch the ruthless battle between the monster and Purpley, viewers wrote that it was as if a fighting game and a survival game had been combined into one. After a while, waiting for the right opportunity, Ken Bok made a massive attack on the enemy, cutting his tendons and saying now. Pointing his shotgun at the monster and getting ready to shoot, the guy added, I'll check if the zombie can die due to excessive bleeding. As soon as the bullets lodged in his muscles preventing regeneration, Logan, bleeding out, exclaimed that, why can't I regenerate? After which the audience wrote, now Pearl can make a living as a taxidermist, shoo and done. Raising his hands above his head and preparing to slam into the ground, Logan exclaimed, this can't end like this, it's all because of you. The next moment, slamming his fists on the floor and causing an earthquake, the monster screamed, if it weren't for you. As soon as the boy jumped back to avoid the rubble, Logan grabbed a few pieces of debris that had just fallen and prepared to throw them at Purple. At the same moment, noticing that his opponent had moved too far away, Ken Bok was grabbed by a policeman who, defending himself from the collapse, said, I need to put a few more bullets in you. As soon as the giant Logan threw debris from the building at the guy, the audience wrote, wow, this boss has two faces now. It's definitely a shooter. He's trying to make a pattern on it. Purple knows no mercy. Noticing the arrows on the stones flying at him, Purple delivered a critical shot, after which the audience wrote, bullet mole, first mole, I see only one big weakness. Without hesitation, Ken Bok took advantage of his advantage and began to quickly climb over the falling stones in the building. Approaching the danger zone where a piece of debris almost hit him, the guy mentally said, I almost collided. And then the audience was surprised to see how you stopped him. But what about the critical hit? The next moment, Purpley's jerked movement smashed a piece of the falling debris in front of him and sent a piece of it flying at Logan. As a result of these actions, the fragment hit the giant directly in the eye and blinded him for a while. While the monster was screaming in pain, Purple used a police baton to throw it into the monster's mouth and approached the enemy who could not close his mouth. The next moment, pointing his shotgun at the monster's head, Purple fired a shot through Logan's head and said, "Hey, that's right." And the audience wrote, "You're definitely the best dentist shotgun implant dentist." After a few seconds of the monster being on the ground and not moving anymore, a system notification appeared. Mission accomplished, Giant Logan defeated. When he came down to Earth, the boy received another notification of the successful completion of the mission. In addition to the sponsor of the Revenge Squad, 131 other viewers donated a total of 2,270,000 won. Smiling happily at the camera, the guy threw the shotgun over his shoulder and said, "Thank you very much. I thought I could easily finish him off, and I got comments that it was an incredible fight, Pearl. I'm scared of you." Seriously, he has a smile like an assassin. It's okay. Logan was not human. After all the gratitude and joyful comments, he felt the building shaking and looked up, thinking that everything around him was collapsing. Realizing that it was not safe to stay here, he turned his head to his friend and hurried to her, who had taken over the dead, and called out to Sandra. At the last moment before the inevitable, the boy rushed to Sandra and pushed her out from under the rubble, thus ending up on the street, after which the building finally collapsed. Helping the girl to her feet, Ken Bok did not look ahead and thought there was something behind the hotel, and at that moment Sandra noticed that Purple's arm was beginning to heal. Not knowing what would happen next, the guy looked at the building in front of him and thought, since Logan had colluded with Regenery Farm, they were probably following him. The next moment, the girl interrupted the guy's thoughts by grabbing his hand and pulling him toward her, and then Purple exclaimed in confusion to Sandro. Hearing the guy's exclamation, the girl pushed him away from her and exclaimed in fright, "Who are you?" Not understanding this girl's strange behavior, Purple looked at her with a confused look and exclaimed, "Why do you ask what happened?" In response to the boyfriend's question, Sandra exclaimed, "The wound on your hand." And he said in surprise, "What kind of wound?" And then the audience started writing about why it heals so quickly. Continuing to yell at the guy and slowly moving away from him, Sandra added, "You're a monster just like Logan." After which the viewers wrote, "I thought it was automatic healing, wow. So the existing plot doesn't really mean anything, sounds like a trending topic on Twitter." Wow, they twisted the plot. Trying to find out what exactly she was dealing with, Sandra asked Purpley anxiously if you were even human. Hearing a frightened question from the girl Pearl, he looked at his regenerating hand and mentally said, "I'm not human," after which comments poured in, "If not human, then who it seems?" He lost his memory as the plot suddenly became covered in mystery. The next moment, turning to the audience, the guy said awkwardly, "It's interesting. It looks like content that wasn't in the main plot. I didn't think the main character was human." And then the audience wrote, "How else can you play without taking damage? Even now it's surprising. It looks like Purpley is more surprised than we are. He didn't lose a single unit of health." Immediately after his conversations with his subscribers, he heard a girl shouting out to him to explain himself and pointing a gun at him. Turning to the girl and raising his hand so as not to provoke her to take drastic actions, Purpley received a system notification to convince Sandra. Purple smiled awkwardly, looking at the laser sight on his forehead and said, "Convince her." After which the audience wrote, "You'll give up if you can't convince her. Halima is subjective, and how can you convince her at all?" Tilting his head down and scratching it awkwardly, Purple said, "Okay, I'll tell you everything I know." Going to the girl, the guy added, "I'll explain everything without lying, honestly. I don't know who I am." After which Sandra said in confusion, and then Purpley added, "The only thing I'm 100% sure of." The next moment, grabbing the girl's hand and putting the gun to his forehead, Purple added, "I feel the same way as you do. If you don't believe me, you can pull the trigger." After seeing this scene, viewers wrote, "Wow, you can just walk away. It's like Russian roulette." After standing in this position for a few seconds, Sandra tried to free her hand, not knowing what to do. At one point, as soon as the girl brought the weapon down and removed it from the guy's head, who saw the notification, Sandra was confused. Lowering her head down after such frankness, the girl said, "I'm sorry, it's just that the audience wrote who would not have had a nervous breakdown in such a situation if it were me, then boo-boo, so you will shoot." Seeing that the girl really did not know what to do after the sudden influx of various events, Purple put his arm around her neck and leaned his head against hers. When Ken Bok saw the girl's eyes suddenly burst into tears, he looked her in the eye and said, "Please trust me one more time." After these words, the girl accepted the guy's words and approached him. Then a system notification appeared. "You have successfully convinced Sandra. The next chapter begins." As soon as the next chapter began, Purple was presented with a system window that asked him to choose his next destination and two options: run away with Sandra to Foxtown to liquidate Regenery Farm. Without hesitation, the boy reached for this option, and then a system notification appeared that the path was selected. Mistrust does not disappear so quickly, and the heroes will have to overcome everything that has happened to continue their journey together. The feeling of distrust became much stronger because of one single reason: they have to survive in this horrible reality. The option of liquidation of the pharmaceutical company Regenery Farm to make Regenery Farm pay for its crimes. Chapter 3. Is out there no end in sight? Watching the heroes develop the events the viewers have written. Wow, make them regret it. They are going straight to Regenery. Great choice, revenge. Time is high. Time to blow them to pieces. Chapter 3 has already been completed in just 3 days. What will start to go through Chapter 4? Get ready. Arriving at Regenery Farm, Sandra looked at the main building with drones and helicopters flying around it and said to them, "They have eyes everywhere." Hearing the words of his friend, Purple added that even the entrance to the building is well guarded. Meeting them face to face is just suicide. After which viewers wrote that they are really cool. Where did they get the armored vehicles from? It looks like some kind of hidden scheme. They don't look like a pharmaceutical company at all. Sitting on the edge of a nearby building, Purpley looked at Regenery Farm and said, "If only we had one." Before he could finish, his words were interrupted by a voice on the walkie-talkie, which suddenly said, "Hello." Hearing this, Sandra suddenly exclaimed, "Pearl, your walkie-talkie." And then the audience started writing that Hoxie was definitely no spoilers, please. Continuing to speak into the radio, the girl added me as an audible reception, and then Pearl used the device to ask who you were. When Hoxie heard that someone had answered her, she exclaimed happily, "I'm so relieved. I was so worried I didn't think I could get through to anyone." And then Pearl said, "Answer my question." Hearing the demand, the girl said, "I'm Jessica, an employee of Regenery Farm, and you're a police officer, right?" And hearing who they were talking to, the audience started writing, while the characters looked at each other in confusion. Sandra is still alive, and now Jessica is here. And here's some information about Jessica, the second character. Whether Pearl will become a homebody and a good husband, the fool? What does that mean? After hearing what Sandra heard on the radio, she was surprised to hear Jessica nervously exclaim, "Wait, don't get me wrong." Trying to somehow keep in touch with the people she contacted, the girl added, "I'm going to reveal them." When he heard about the girl's plans, Purple asked in surprise to reveal. Then Jessica added, "I have collected evidence of their offenses." Continuing the dialogue, the girl added that although the police had lost their power, I continued to try to send radio signals because I needed help and I want to believe that the police would really help. Then one of the viewers wrote a little information about the police being destroyed while trying to deal with the company due to the lack of any explanation. The situation looks strange. After listening to this girl, Purpley asked what help you need, and I replied that I had to pass the data to the military, but I could not do it alone, so the guy asked how I could get it. The next moment, looking at the main entrance to the building, he added, "I don't think we'll be able to get inside." Hearing the boy's question, Jessica said the building is connected to the sewer, a place hidden from outsiders, with no one but special personnel. After these words, Purpley was presented with a system notification to choose whether to follow the mysterious interlocutor into the building and 2 options to choose from. Yes, this is your chance to get the evidence, but you will have to argue with Sandra and explain to her the reasons for your decision. No, how can we trust someone from Regenery Farm? It could be a trap. After seeing the answers, viewers began to write that unexpected twist again, or that the perfect storyline is Sandra or Jessica. I choose Sandra. Jessica is very cute. After which a clap sounded. Then viewers wrote, "I'm shocked. We hear this clap at the end of every broadcast, and no, Pearl, don't do this to us." As soon as the notification appeared, the game was suspended and movement was restricted. The guy shrugged and said, "Today was fun. So many shocking things happened." And then the audience wrote, "No, please let us choose whether we can vote in the chat." Then Purple put forward 2 options to get into the building, and if it was a trap, he said the vote would be on the main page of my channel, after which viewers wrote, "Purpley knows how to attract attention, so I don't stop watching it. Vote, it all looks like an election campaign." After announcing the vote, the guy raised his hand and said, "Thank you for being with me today. See you at the next stream. Bye." After which the viewers wrote a typical ending to the stream. "He's seriously leaving us like this, and Purple is good. I missed today's stream, was so cool. Bye." After which a notification appeared that Purple had finished the live broadcast. At the same time, Dalthania, the main game streamer, was broadcasting live, and during a dialogue with subscribers, he said, "Please, my cats, is it too hot outside today?" And received comments that I really almost died. Hooray for a new stream. Let's play Futherin, or maybe a new fishing game. The next moment, a donation came with the video playing, and seeing it, Daltonaya joyfully exclaimed, "Thanks for the donation, kitty." And then seeing the video load, he suddenly exclaimed that the video from the donation was not something forbidden, and I condemn it in advance. And then the viewer wrote directly to the minister and said, "Calm down, everything is fine." Seeing Purple's video in front of him, the streamer exclaimed, "Oh, Sandra, that's Sandra from the Biocrisis, how cool is she?" Then the viewer wrote, "By the way, I heard that if someone calls you a name, you'll live longer, and then I would be immortal. Imagine 7 hours like that." When he saw the preview of the video from Purple's channel, Dalton Naya exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" After all the comments from his viewers, "This is a different game. It behaves completely differently. It's a fan service. Hey, this is a video of another streamer. Why did you need to donate?" Dalton Naya exclaimed, "Wow, what Sandra has become like when I'm not going to ban tell me what it is." The next moment, someone else donated and played the rec roll of the video. And as soon as Dalton Naya angrily exclaimed, "You've been caught twice," viewers began to write to buy into why they had to donate. The next moment, another donation came from the video channel Ideal Game, and Dalton Naya happily said thank you kittens for the donations and started watching the video and said, "I think he has the best result of all I've seen." The next moment after turning on the secret mode, Dalton Naya mentally said, "I should check YouTube," and switched to the Perfect Game channel. Having appreciated the video screensavers on the streamer's channel, Dalton Naya was impressed and said, "Wow, look at the preview for the video, it's incredible." Then the viewers wrote, "Do you want to watch it? Don't watch it alone. Let's watch it together. Hen, he looks incredible. Hen, you're still beautiful. I think everyone is good in their own way." After watching the new channel, Dalton Naya said thoughtfully, "And yet a newcomer who rose so quickly would be an easy target for cyber pests." Then the viewers wrote, "Well, he's worried about Purpla. What a good #1 fan." And then the streamer added, "Can he handle it?" The next morning, when Ken Bok came to meet his friend at a restaurant, he said in surprise, "Are you seriously sleeping at this hour?" Continuing to look at his friend who was lying on the table, the boy added what had been going on since the morning and was told that he needed more coffee, please. Immediately after his exclamation, Ben Hoon grabbed his laptop and began to show something to Kang Bok and exclaimed, "Here's the reason why you should look." Looking at the screen, Ken Bok asked in surprise that this was not our video, to which Ben Hong replied unhappily that this was how we were being hunted. Cyberpests are people who spread information quickly on the internet, also known as the creators of YouTube, who increase their views with the help of clippings. Ben Hong continued to broadcast the consequences of their activities, but not only by stealing other people's content, but also by creating clickbait videos with rumors. Continuing to show outright anger, the boy exclaimed that they should have first gotten our permission and discussed the details. "But what about the rules?" Ken Bok said, and that each side should find a compromise. Immediately after his words, Ken Bok turned his head to his friend and asked if we could complain about them, and when he heard the answer in an upset tone, "That's what I wanted." Putting his head down, Ben Hong added the copyright of game videos belongs to the developers, so it will be difficult. Usually game developers are tolerant of streaming. Then Ken Bok spoke up means. Before he could finish his thought, Ben Hoon said, "Let's not get depressed." And Ken Bok said, "I didn't say I was disappointed." Ignoring his comrade's words, Ben Hong exclaimed, "If there is a will, there is a solution. If there is a shadow, there is a light. We will plow the whole sea." To which Ken Bok replied, "But still, good." The next moment, with a sly smile, Ben Hong said, "You know who contacted us? Your expression is just something." To which Ben Hong replied offended, "Say it normally." When Ken Bok didn't get an answer from his friend, who was only smiling slyly, he asked why he was behaving like that. After his friend's question, Ben Hong returned the laptop to his friend and said that this was the first time this had happened in the streaming community. Looking at his amazed friend, the guy added, "I can't believe it, but the offer came from the official developers of the Biocrisis." After launching the live broadcast on the Perfect Game Purple channel, viewers saw the initial video and were surprised to write that it was an intro for the stream. How cool was that? As I continued to watch the intro, which featured all the key moments from the game already played, the audience continued to overwhelm me with pride at the editor there clearly in thrall to the underground company Purpla. At the end of the intro, the streamer's game character appeared on the screen with a smile. Then the viewer wrote, and again this maniacal smile. As soon as the intro was over, the streamer stepped into the camera lens and said hello to the audience, after which the viewer started writing hello to the audience. And what about the intro? Did you hold a gun at the editor's temple? Why did the stream time change? Take some goodies. Enjoy the new time for streams. Pointing his finger at the camera, Purple said, "I have an announcement for you." After which comments fell out about the changed time. "Let all the streams be held in the evening, so I support dinner and piss zombies yum." Snapping his fingers and pointing to the top of the screen where it said Gap Company, the guy exclaimed, and then the viewers started writing, "What is this? It's officially crazy. You've added an ad." The next moment, donations from the sponsor and viewers arrived with comments on the successful stream of Purple, and congratulations to all the viewers and who is now a child. You entrusted the promotion to Purple. Incredibly proven. Then the guy smiled awkwardly and said to the people, "I am so grateful for your support." Putting his hand to his chest after the donations, Purple added, "And thank you for your interest," after which comments appeared. "My heart is beating so fast. How cool is the editor, and I will definitely include this in the credits to the video." Immediately after his gratitude, the guy added, "However, Before we start the game, I have to explain myself, after which dozens of comments appeared to play the game with money and daytime streams that we will have to do. A few days ago, while sitting in a Gap cafe at a business meeting, Ken Bok said, "Even though I worked in sales, it's a little strange for me to be the one who arranges all the details in a meeting." Continuing the conversation with the young men, the manager said that the first key request was for multilingual subtitles for all game videos. Hearing the request, Bin Hoon reviewed the information and said it would be beneficial for all foreign viewers to appreciate. After receiving approval for the first request, the manager added the following explanation of Easter eggs. "We would like them to be revealed during the game," after which Ken Bok asked if you could explain. Then the girl pointed at the holographic windows and said that the final gameplay was significantly different from what was in the project. Immediately after mentioning some moments of dissimilarity, the manager added, "For example, the giant Logan was not supposed to die." Continuing to notice the details, the girl added that during the game, the player had to dodge Logan's attacks and escape using the collapse of the building as an advantage. Hearing this remark, Ken Bok put his hand to his chin and asked in surprise if it was true. The next moment, she said that some of the bosses were designed with the idea that players would be able to survive by dodging attacks and avoiding direct combat. Of course, the possibility of defeating them was considered, but according to the results we received from the developers, the probability that players would discover the secret route was 5%. The next moment, the girl launched the moment with the destruction of the giant Logan on the holographic screen and added that the chance of defeating such bosses is 0.7%. Continuing the dialogue with the streamer and his friend, the manager added that it was almost impossible, after which Ben Hong said with an awkward laugh, but he managed. Joining the conversation, Ken Bok awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said, "It wasn't that hard, don't overestimate me." After hearing the excuse, the girl broke the awkward atmosphere and said, "Since there are hidden routines like this one, we ask you to explain their details on the live broadcast to avoid any misunderstandings." The next moment, looking down, the manager added that this was an acceptable strategy for passing. Recalling a conversation with a representative of the game company, Purple said that following hidden paths is not the only strategy for passing. Immediately after putting his hand behind his head, the guy said that this happens quite rarely if you are going to complete the game. You need to defeat all the bosses, and they also noticed that my passage shortened some segments of the game. Continuing to voice the moments from the dialogue with the manager, Purple added, "That's why enjoy the game as you want to," after which he received comments. "The story is quite interesting. It seems you chose the shortest route. All the bosses are defeated so quickly, and what should have happened in reality? Then why do they give you the opportunity to choose a weapon before battles with bosses? So this happens for the first time." After receiving the comments, Purpley said awkwardly that if you try it yourself, you will realize that it's not that hard, and that in the future they will often do this in future games. Imagining a picture where the Lord speaks, it is not difficult at all, and he hears a mortal responding with, "I don't believe it." The audience wrote, "You're lying to us? I'm sorry, I have some skills. It's only possible if you are reborn from your level. Of course it's easy." The next moment, putting his hand to his chin, Purple said another message for you, after which viewers wrote a video message directly from Purple. "What if you don't talk about other streamers?" Once again, Ken Bok recalled a conversation where Ben Zoon said, "It sounds tempting and the prices are attractive and there are no unusual conditions in Lee's contract, Ken Bok. What do you think?" To which he replied, "Ah, well." When he heard his friend's decision, the guy looked at the manager's girlfriend and thought there was nothing wrong with it, and I don't think it's worth thinking about it for a long time. Continuing to drill the embarrassed girl with his eyes, Ken Bok mentally added, "If there were any problems here, we would have noticed immediately." The next moment, leaning his head over the materials, Ken Bok mentally added, "Still, something stops me from making a final decision." At one point, after finishing his thoughts, the boy said, "Can I?" Hearing the boy's remark, the manager suddenly froze in place. Looking at the confused girl, Ken Bok added one more condition, to which she replied, "Of course we can discuss it with you." Having received permission, the boy streamer said, "Well then," and then he began to voice what was bothering him. Upon hearing what this guy wanted, the manager happily exclaimed, "No problem, we'll add it as a special offer." When Ken Bok heard that his request was approved, he smiled and said, "Thank you very much." At the end of the conversation, Purple said with a happy smile, "I don't approve of using excerpts from my streams in other people's videos." The next moment, with a snap of his fingers, the guy added that now all my videos will be classified as developer-supported, unauthorized use of my videos will result in a fine. Be careful, it can hurt your wallet and reputation. After which viewers wrote, "I feel like it's deja vu. It will be hard to sue others. Finally, all violators will be punished." After completing the dialogue with the subscribers of his channel, Purple said, "This is the end of the speech. Let's start the game." Returning to the game and facing the choice again, Purple said, "Let's take a look at the results of the voting that was launched last time." Turning on the chairmanship, Purple said everything is ready, and then, seeing the result, he was surprised to add those who chose the no option were Sandra's supporters. How many people chose the yes option? After which the audience wrote a great decision. I voted no. Can you trust an unfamiliar voice on the radio? It will also help to refresh the events in the game. After listening to the chosen option, Ken Bach said, then let's go deal with Regenery Farm, and said to Sandra that this is a great offer. We can get evidence of illegal activity, after which a system notification appeared that your decision affects the development of the game. When Sandra heard her friend's proposal, she was concerned, but Jessica is also a Regenery Farm employee, so it could be a trap. In response to the girl's remark, Purple said, then why did she contact us through the police radio wave? After which notifications appeared. A strong argument was given. Sandra's words were refuted. Then the boy added, I don't believe her completely, but I want to know more. After which the girl said, yes, but after receiving a system notification, expressed doubts about the physical form of the body. Purpley said that perhaps this body is somehow connected to Regenery Farm. The boy shrugged and looked at Sandra, adding that if we contact Jessica, we'll find out more. After listening to all the arguments from her friend, the girl put her hands to her sides and said, okay, you won. I'll trust you and your decision. And then the audience started writing, and she was sure she had no chance, and yet Sandra is the main character. When Purple was moving through the sewers, the audience started writing why the sewers were so realistic. It was scary. They didn't think they could get through unnoticed. Something was bound to happen, and as it was in the original story, they hid in a mercenary car. Feeling unpleasant sensations while walking through the sewer, Purple said the smell was not so strong, but still unpleasant, after which the audience wrote, wow, it should be immersive to the max. Why does it seem to me that I also feel this smell? This is the very synesthesia. At one point during his journey, Purple felt something strange and said in surprise that the feeling passed quite quickly, after which the audience began to write, when you say it with such a smile, it seems like you're lying. I'm watching this just for you, from the smile of an assassin to the smile of a capitalist. My nose may have stopped breathing. At one point, seeing the guy's strange behavior, Sandra asked Pearl, to which he said, I heard that, and then the girl asked what he meant, and then the audience wrote what they heard, and I got ready for the screamer. What was that sound? At one point, Purple abruptly moved from his seat and said, I only hear an echo, after which the audience wrote something coming at us, run to the left. How did you know that just by the sound of it? Continuing to run forward, the boy looked back and saw a monster behind him. At that time, the audience wrote that turning to the right was tantamount to death. What the hell was that red dot behind them? What was it? As soon as the camera zoomed in on the monster they had escaped, viewers wrote what kind of monster it was. I'm sorry, I didn't get there in time, but their design is so detailed. At one point, stopping in place, Purple opened fire on the Muscovite who was chasing him. At that moment, the audience wrote, if the game makes you feel such emotions, then they really tried hard to finish them off. They look ugly, but they are weak. Looking at the monster he had just defeated, Purpley wondered what had suddenly happened to the difficulty level. The next moment, noticing rats on all the walls around Purpla, the audience wrote that this was not all they had woken up after the shootout. Shouldn't they have been killed as possible? Maybe there was some kind of flamethrower. As soon as the monsters started jumping on the streamer, he thought, or at least something similar, after which a donation from GAP company KOR came with the signature, no need to destroy them, just run away. Then the viewers started writing that it's not fair to do this and we will be prompted like this. We have seen enough of advertisers. They probably have their own rules. Don't tell him what to do. After hearing this recommendation, the boy took out his weapon and prepared to fight back, saying that if you wanted me to escape, you should have made your enemies stronger. Watching the battle with the rats, the audience began to write in surprise. Are you seriously going to shoot them all? But the official said to run away. Why don't you believe in Pearl? Because Pearl is not a person. Red eyes in the darkness, wriggling shadows, quick footsteps, a sickening smell. All of this is felt through heightened senses. Noticing something unusual during the monster's confrontation, a viewer wrote, wow, look at his eyes. He'll definitely make it. In addition to the 5 basic senses, there is a 6th sense that scans everything around us. Taking advantage of this feeling, Purple mentally spoke 2 on the right and 1 below, after which the audience wrote, isn't the pace speeding up? The instant reaction is so strange and fast, why does it seem strange to me? Continuing to watch the battle against the rats, viewers wrote that he was just crazy. How much blood is it real? Why did he pull out a knife? Oh my god, he will need bullets. The knife will not help here. At one point during the battle, feeling something strange, the boy looked back and mentally said something was wrong with them. Immediately after looking at Sandra, who was surrounded by monsters, the guy mentally added another target, after which the viewers wrote that they were aiming at Sandra. Grabbing his weapon, Purple prepared to help the girl with the destruction of the threat. At that moment, the viewer wrote, oh no, is this really going to happen? It looks like it will not spoil. As soon as a bunch of rats jumped on top of the girl, One of the viewers wrote in the original story that Sandra dies, and the first warning appeared in the chat. Quickly reacting to the monsters who now targeted Sandra, Ken Bok pushed her out of her seat and into the fray. When the danger was over and the attacking rats were destroyed, the audience began to write, "Damn, my heart almost stopped, Sandra almost died, and I was hoping that everything would be like in the original story. I sympathize with Gap. What a pity. Maybe they did it on purpose so that Sandra would die." He went against Gap, the legend. "You can run away before it's too late, I'm serious." With a sigh of relief, Purple said it seems that this is all, after which the girl suddenly exclaimed, "No." Then the guy looked at Sandra and asked what was wrong, after which a system notification appeared. Sandra is infected. Feeling trembling all over her body while examining her hand, she said, "How come when I was scratched?" Then the viewers wrote that Sandra was one of the rats, but they all died. Maybe it was a mistake. Will Sandra die back in the original story or like when she was wounded? At one point, a donation from Gap Company Core arrived with a message saying, "We are sorry. It was a mistake by the developers. Sandra was supposed to die or get injured. But you did a great job, but don't worry about the game, it doesn't affect the game." Then Pearl asked, "So she would have been infected anyway?" And then the girl exclaimed, "Hey Pearl, can you hear me? Let's split up." After sending the donation again, the developer's campaign representative wrote, "Yes, we will fix it in the next update. We are sorry." To which Pearl replied, "Well, let's continue on if it is not a problem now." After which a notification appeared, "Heal Sandra and convince her to join you." Then Pearl said, "Region Farm can help us. Let's work together." To which the girl replied, "Until I die." The next moment, a notification appeared. "Sandra joined you." After seeing the donation message, the viewers wrote that they would correct the mistakes, that it was a brilliant move. Someone explained what was going on here. They could have donated not 10, but 50,000. The next moment, a donor arrived with a message. "Sorry for the long message. This money is coming out of my pocket. Good luck to Purple. And in general, I'm a fan of Sandra." After which the viewers wrote this message from a large company. Purple was stunned. After receiving a couple more comments, "But what if we want to leak out? It won't work out." Purpley took out his dagger and said, "But this is not my style, so even though the stream is sponsored, I will still go through as I wish." After which the audience wrote, "I feel this powerful purple aura. Here is our Purple to hell with the script of the developers. Purple is on our side. Take Sandra and let's go." Arriving at the place they needed, Purple saw the markings on the wall and said, "This is the area L21 that Jessica was talking about. Let's get up there and get out of here." Upon reaching the ladder that led them up, Purple asked Sandra if she was sure she wanted to go first, and she replied, "I have nothing to fear." Continuing to help the girl up, Pearl heard my footsteps fade away. "Go up after me." To which Sandra replied, "If something happens, let me know." Then the audience wrote the first meeting between the two characters. The tension will be very high. Hearing that the girl's steps were fading, Purple said, "Well, it's time. If there is no signal, then everything is fine," and began to climb after her. At which point the audience wrote, "Where is our beautiful Jessica?" It's hard not to be influenced by her. Oh, Jessica's fans will be happy. At one point, hearing a girlish scream from above, Purple accelerated his pace, at which time the audience wrote it, "Trap madness, Jessica was caught." When he reached the room to which the ladder led, the boy shouted out to Sandro, looking for the danger. The next moment, seeing the cause of the sudden scream in the room, the boy realized the situation and said to Sandro in surprise. At the same time, she put the gun to the girl's head, which she pushed to the floor, and exclaimed, "What about the rats in the sewer? They attacked us? What kind of place is this? Why do you want to surrender or wait for the consequences?" To which the hostage replied, "Rats? Zombies? I don't understand." Continuing to shout at the hostage, Sandra added angrily, "You're kidding, we almost died at that moment." And with her arms at her sides, Purple said, "I don't know if I should be happy or not." After which the audience wrote that it was like Sandra, she knew exactly how to keep others in line, and this was the first meeting we had been waiting for. Trying to somehow justify herself to her attacker, Jessica said upset, "I'm unarmed here, all the results of failed experiments. If the conversation on the radio was fake, why would I have come here?" Hearing what the hostage had just mentioned, Purple approached the girls and asked in surprise what the experiments were. Then Jessica added frightenedly, "They can mutate due to improperly disposed of laboratory waste that ate me. I'm sorry, I didn't know, please believe me." Letting go of the girl and jumping back, Sandra said, "Well, it doesn't look like you can hurt us." And then Jessica stood up and asked, "So you believe me now, thank you." Rubbing her head sadly after being fired, Jessica said, "You could have been calm?" And then the audience wrote that I like it. And I have to admit that Gap knows how to create cool characters. Sandra is definitely the best, and she's cool. Continuing to read the chat in which they wrote, "Why do you choose only one favorite? Hooray polyamory," Pearl said. "Wow, and you like Jessica too." The next moment, looking around, the boy added, "But this place is even more unpleasant than the location with Logan." Continuing to look around, Purpley mentally added, maybe it's because they destroy test subjects here. After which Jessica suddenly said to the officer, having attracted the guy's attention, the scientist said, despite the awkward beginning, let me introduce myself. I'm Jessica, a researcher at Regenery Farm. Before she could finish, Sandra interrupted her, saying the situation is urgent, so let's dispense with the details of where the documents are. After which the audience wrote, Sandra is attacking our Sandra. Just something she's so scared of. Hearing the demand from the girl who interrupted her presentation, Jessica awkwardly said, well, let me explain this one. Holding out her hand with a flash drive and a piece of paper, the girl said, here are the informant's documents that need to be handed over. As soon as Purple took the items in his hands, Jessica added that it contained data on Regenery Farm's illegal experiments as well as building layouts and operation plans, after which the boy asked about illegal experiments. Then the girl added, simply put, experiments related to zombies. Continuing the dialogue with the guy, Jessica added, you need to take this to the director's office on the top floor. It's the only way to contact someone from the outside. Hearing exactly where the information needed to be delivered, Sandra asked, wait, why can't you handle it? Then the viewers started writing to Sandra, don't let them relax, Sandra. Don't let her relax. Our Sandra Jessica. Hold on. Which was not in the original story. When Jessica received the question from the stern girl, she said worriedly, I was going to explain it first, but listen to me. Starting her story about why she could not fulfill this mission, Jessica said that the whole building was guarded 24/7. The director's office was heavily guarded, so it was not easy to get in. After the girl's story, Sandra asked, why are you sure we can do it? And Jessica replied, I can get into the control room and disable the security system for a while, and I have an idea how to deal with the mercenaries, and I'll let you know on the radio. Then the audience wrote something similar to the original story, and we're close to the ending, and the rest of us will need one of the two again. I'm on the edge of my seat. Seeing a system notification near him, share your doubts about the body with Jessica, after which Purpley said I can get an answer to my question. Then viewers began to write, oh yes, it's a hidden. Ruth not sure, but maybe he can help. Turning her head to the door, Jessica said that to get to the top floor, you need to go up a separate staircase. There will be a hidden passage connected to the top floor. And then Pearl said, Jessica, wait a minute. Hearing the boy's words, the girl looked back and saw that Pearl was holding a knife and screamed, stop, stop, what are you doing? Closing her eyes and covering her face with her hands, Jessica scaredly exclaimed, I'm really not lying. And then Purple said, I have 2 questions for you. Hearing the guy's words, Jessica opened her eyes and saw the glow on the guy's arm cut and exclaimed, your wound is healing. I've never seen such a bright light when it started happening. As she continued to observe the amazing phenomenon of regeneration, Jessica was amazed to see such rapid regeneration in humans. As soon as the wound was completely healed, the girl looked up at Pearl and asked if you were taking any restorative medications or if you were bitten by zombies. Heading towards the girl who was very interested in Purple, Sandra reached out to her and exclaimed, stop, you're too close. In the next moment, after swatting Sandra away and knocking her hand away, Jessica said, I'm talking. And then Pearl said, wait, Jessica, Sandra, it's okay. Suddenly changing her mood to one of confidence, Jessica said, freeze, and then everyone in the room froze in their seats. And the audience began to write, so it was Jessica. This is not the Jessica I knew or what she was doing. As soon as the situation calmed down, Jessica looked at Pearl and asked, so, what about your memory? Your memories are vague. To which he replied, I have no memories of what happened before I woke up, and how do you know? After hearing this, Jessica suddenly smiled ominously and said, I finally found you. The next moment, suddenly jumping back after realizing her strange behavior, Jessica exclaimed, I'm sorry, when I'm so excited about something, I don't notice what's going on. Looking at the girl who was bowing before him, Purpley asked, what do you know about what they did to me? After receiving a question from the boy, Jessica said the elixir is a treatment method being researched by Regenery Farm. Continuing her story of everything she knows, Jessica added that by strengthening the body with maximum regeneration, you can recover from any injury and even gain immortality. With her arms spread in front of her and looking up at the ceiling, the girl added this perfect remedy for perfect humanity. When she had finished her story, Jessica looked at Pearl with a sly smile and said, you were the subject of a clinical trial for an elixir, so I heard a confused what? Observing the guy's strange behavior and confusion, Jessica said all this because of the side effects. But so be it. The next moment, with her arms folded in front of her, Jessica exclaimed with joy, you should be happy, and the situation changed completely. Immediately after her words, grabbing the boy by the hand and pulling him towards her, Jessica exclaimed, we need to go upstairs to the research and development lab so that you can improve the elixir and fix everything. Looking at the girl, who was very excited about the development of the situation, Purple felt that this meant that the crisis could be dealt with right now. Having knocked the girl's hand away and pushed her back, Sandra interrupted the dialogue and exclaimed, stop talking nonsense. Do you think I'll let him be part of a crazy experiment? After that, the audience began to write, as expected from Sandra, I believe in you. She's very straightforward. Why is Jessica so creepy? She wasn't like that before. Finally, the rose-colored glasses are off. I'm leaving the Jessica fan club. Pushing the researcher away from the guy, Sandra turned her head to Pearl and said, don't mess with her. Our job is to transfer the data. After all the insults she received from Sandra, Jessica exclaimed, you idiot! Everything in the world will stop as soon as the elixir is developed. Don't you realize that this is the vaccine? The next moment, sirens sounded and an emergency situation was announced. The research subject had escaped, all personnel in the building should evacuate immediately, and a quarantine of the research wing was declared. When I heard the days thumping on the floor above me, Purple looked up at the ceiling and thought I had a bad feeling. A few seconds after the monster fell down, a system notification with the signature of Overlord appeared, and then the audience started to write where it came from again. Looking at the monster that appeared in front of him, Purple awkwardly said, it looks cool, it's some popular character. And then the audience began to write, you don't know about him. This is the Overlord. Eh? Kids nowadays don't know about the Overlord console, the revival of the final boss. Looking at the monster that appeared in front of him, Purple suddenly received a system notification that said there was a hidden quest to defeat the Overlord, after which the audience began to write seriously, I believe in you. It was a joke. Seeing another notification in front of him, which read a reward for unlocking the hidden ending, Purple exclaimed the same thing, after which the audience wrote, this can't be crazy. Wow, a new ending. Looking at the enemy that appeared before them, Purple was impressed, even a little excited, and finally Jessica threw herself at him. Interrupting the guy's words, the girl scaredly exclaimed, looking into his eyes, officer, please believe me, it's better to run away from here with the vaccine than to file a report. Hearing the researcher's request, Sandra smiled and asked, so the subject who escaped came here, so you're saying that this is not part of your plan? Seeing the system window in front of him with the choice to continue, send these two upstairs and get a victory over Overlord surrender. Go up to the top floor and report. Purple said 2 options. We have come this far, it would be foolish to miss this opportunity. After choosing the option, the boy said, you two use the secret passage and go to the surface. And Sandra exclaimed in surprise, and then Pearl added, you'll be safe. When Sandra heard her friend's order, she was frightened and exclaimed, what are you talking about? I won't leave you alone. After Sandra's exclamation, Purple grabbed her wounded arm and said, just accept my care. It's the best of all possible options. Looking down at her injured arm, Sandra heard Purple add, I'll take care of him and come back. The next moment, he turned his gaze to Jessica, who seemed a little unhappy with this development, and added, after that, we'll decide what to do next. Heeding her friend's words, Sandra accepted his offer and exclaimed before leaving, I'll leave it to you. Promise me you'll be back. As soon as the girls left the room, Purpley grabbed a pistol in both hands and said, well, it's time to get the hidden final reward, yes. Before the capsules appeared, the console version of BioCrysis had a character who was the last boss for many generations of the game. Overlord is an absolutely perfect biological weapon that has emerged as a result of countless experiments. He is the main villain who, according to the plot of the story, opposes the main character Ryan Kim and is also the king of zombies. Throughout the series, he has appeared in various variations, gaining recognition from players and becoming a historically popular boss. Appreciating the new look of the boss that Purple had to fight, viewers wrote, wow, another upgrade is the final boss. So the return of the Overlord. The previous bosses are not even close to him, the Overlord. Where your hat and coat are? The vaccine option was not so bad. A lot of bad words immediately come to mind. After starting a confrontation with the boss and a certain number of dodges, one viewer wrote as his power increases, it is impossible to overcome him with a gun alone. Also, seeing the perfect moves of the guy who continued to confront the boss, the viewer added, just look at his reaction time. I hope Pearl can win. After Purple fired a shot at Overlord's head, one of the spectators wrote that it worked. Noticing that the enemy was completely indifferent to the shot, the guy mentally said, despite the fact that he was a zombie, even his head regenerates. As soon as the regeneration was complete, the boss immediately rushed at the guy and made a punch, which Purple managed to dodge. Seeing what's happening on the stream and how the guy is fighting, one of the viewers wrote that even Purple will not be easy to deal with as long as you don't hit his weak spot, he won't get any damage. The next moment, as the bullets flew through the monster's body and he regenerated, the viewer wrote, the final boss would not be named if the yogi could be defeated with a pistol and shotgun. Seeing what had just happened after his shot, Purple thought in surprise this time he understood the flight path and passed it through unbelievably. He uses transformation so it will not be easy to have to sweat with him. After some more time of laborious battle with the enemy and avoiding his blows, one of the viewers wrote the developers can be proud of the first time in Purple difficulty. Breaking the distance after the enemy's last attack, Purple mentally said the only way to defeat him is to exploit his weaknesses, and I've already found them. Looking at the enemy's body, Purple mentally added that the problem was that they were hidden under the belts. The next moment, the boss suddenly jumped out of his seat and jumped on the boy. At that moment, the audience wrote that to deal with overlords, you need a special item, and he didn't have it. A few seconds later, a loud bang was heard and a lot of dust was raised, after which the viewer wrote to ask if there would be a first attempt. When he saw what his audience was writing, Purple flew out of the dust cloud and said to try again, not perfectly. The next moment, heading in the direction of Overlord, the guy said he needed to deal with the belts first. And then the audience wrote how strange it was to need normal items for combat first. After making sure that it was necessary to knock the enemy's straps off, Purple said that it was easy, and then the viewer wrote, and how you are going to take them off, you need a normal weapon. Ignoring all the remarks of his audience, Purple did his job and aimed at the ring on his belt and started shooting at it. After several hits to the same spot, the ring broke, and the safety harness flew off Overlord's body. Then the audience wrote that you seriously used the gun as a punch. What an accurate aim. A few seconds later, when the enemy's body lost its defense, the audience began to write, here's the weakness, and wondered where the balance in the game was. After all the amazement of his audience, Purple stretched out his arm and aimed at the cannonball, saying there was no need for items to increase speed or damage, not such a tough boss. When the core was destroyed, the enemy fell on his back. Then the audience wrote, in this game, Overlord is somehow weak. That's why I'm a fan of Pearl. I can't believe he has truly unique thinking. All the pompous streamers will have to learn from him. Don't mention other streamers. Keep quiet and expect an invasion of haters. Before Purple could enjoy his victory enough, something strange began to happen to Overlord, and Purple wondered if the second phase was beginning. As soon as the boss began to change, a donation arrived with a message saying that if you hack the core, you can immediately proceed to the second phase, but first you should farm items. After hearing the advice from the developer's representative, one of the viewers wrote that he hacked it, but isn't it a coincidence that you just told us about it now? Again, throwing a donation to Purple Gap, Company Core added, I was so engrossed in watching and completely forgot exactly why and said too late, sorry. Then the viewers wrote this written apology would fire this employee of the damn Gap. Company press F to respect. As soon as the enemy fully completed his mutation, Pearl picked up the golden shotgun and said, hey, now it looks like I'm definitely in trouble. After the shot was fired, the bullets fell out of Overlord's body and he began to regenerate quickly. Then the audience wrote how you would handle him. He doesn't take bullets. A few seconds after regenerating, the monster modified its other limb and attacked Pearl. As soon as the guy dodged it, viewers wrote to dumbfounded his right arm now. Then who did it? How did this even happen? Having avoided an attack from the enemy, Purple looked at his new body and thought, I shot him in the arm, but the damage didn't go away. What if I hit him in the chest again? At the same time, Overlord was about to strike again, when viewers wrote to the fool pharma items. What are you talking about? No need for items again, haters, get out of here. But come on, he'll keep his word, it's just horrible. After reading all the chat messages, Purple said you can continue to nitpick, but there is no point in item farming. After starting to dodge enemy attacks again, Purple received several messages in the chat. Even the developer told you not to resist. Just give up and keep trying to save your reputation. And with the rest, you fall face first into the dirt, you won't get another attempt. Despite all the remarks and reproaches from the audience, the boy, after avoiding the enemy's attack, slipped under him and fired a shotgun shot again into the boss's chest. After bouncing back from the attack, Purple received a message in the chat room. I just have no words, you saw him counterattack. Look, the haters ate him. Here he is, our Purple. No sooner had the viewers gotten together than the boss began to repair his damaged core, and one of them wrote, it didn't work, stop pushing Overlord too hard. Seeing that his attack was ineffective against the enemy, Purple said with a sly smile, there's a reason I won't farm items. A few seconds after Overlord had fully recovered, he rushed to Purple, who said, watch closely, and then you will understand. The next moment after Overlord's next attack, one of the viewers wrote that if he gets caught, it will be the end of zero learning abilities, lol. You are so quartering him. As he continued to deflect and dodge his opponent's attacks, Purple mentally set a gun just to buy time and my target is higher. Immediately after noticing the furnishings of the room they were in, Purple mentally added, she was talking about the animals used in the experiment. Strange that there were no handling equipment. Also recalling the moment the drop fell on the enemy's shoulder, Purple mentally added, if I'm right, this liquid washes and restores him, I'll try to use it. The next moment, the boy took hold of the shotgun with both hands and said, it's harder for you to wield a hook than a hand. Immediately after his words, he waved his hands and deflected the enemy's attack, and mentally added, that's why you just have to hold on. After which the audience wrote, "Wow, he'll hold on to it. You came back on purpose and made them keep their distance with a hook." The golden shotgun is used like this. I feel like I'm watching a movie. The next moment, after a failed attack, Overlord continued to swing his sharp limbs and accidentally hit the ceiling. After a while, continuing to wait for the right moment, Purple knocked the monster down and asked, "Hey, do you guys know where I am now?" Immediately after he said that, the boy raised his weapon up and the pipes that were on the ceiling. After firing the shot to release the substance for disposal, Purple added this place where they get rid of the experiments. As soon as the green acid began to pour on Overlord, the streamer mentally added the reason why there are no special devices here to throw them away after disintegration. After seeing what happened to the boss after the acid hit him, the audience wrote a solution that melts the corpse. Wow, incredible discretion. You use it like that, you're so smart. Noticing that the monster's regeneration is still functioning, Purple said, "And it is still regenerating. I wonder how long it can last." As soon as the regeneration reached a certain limit, Overlord began to slowly rise. Then Purple shot him and said, "Get up. What kind of manners are you having?" After the shot was fired, the enemy fell down again, after which the audience began to write that manners, "How dare you raise your head from his aura? You need to kneel down for manners lessons." As soon as the monster knelt down and bowed its head down, Purple walked over to it and put his shotgun to Overlord's core and said, "Now this is the height." Without hesitation, the guy fired a shot at the enemy and received a system notification that the hidden quest was completed. Looking at the remnants from Overlord, Purple received another notification. The hidden ending was completed, after which viewers began to write this legendary perfect punch. Those who keep writing nonsense, well, where did you go? The next moment after the victory, a donation from the developer's representative arrived with a message of no farming, and it worked. But please remember the historically rocket launcher all the time. After rereading the message to the donor, Purple awkwardly said, "Did you really use the rocket launcher like a wasp in the previous episode? I just thought it would work, and so I tried to leave the interesting parts of the rocket launcher for you guys." After which they wrote in the chat, "If you are interested, start playing Biocrisis. This is the boss weapon from the original. It's definitely Purple's fault who makes it a gun." After reviewing the comments to the stream, Purple said, "Bring a written explanation in general. It doesn't matter if it was an illegal experiment or not." After which viewers wrote that they were probably researching the likes of "Overlord makes us concentrate." Continuing his way to the exit of the room, the boy added that now he would pass through a closed passage. When he reached the room with the stairs leading up to the top, Purpley looked up and added, "I'll see the ending right." After which the audience wrote, "I can't wait for the hidden ending." Arriving at the top floor of the R&D room, Purple wondered in his head how big they were. They were using the entire floor together. Finding no one in the room, the guy listened to his surroundings and said to Sandro, "Jessica, where are you?" After hearing a familiar voice, Jessica rushed to the guy from behind and hugged him and exclaimed, "Officer, I was so scared." Looking back and looking at the girl, Purple thought in surprise Jessica, and then asked, "What was wrong with your appearance to Sandra?" After receiving the question from the boy, the researcher, who had tears in her eyes, bowed her head and said she had suddenly lost her mind. Continuing to tell me where another girl Jessica had gone, she added, "She attacked me and went upstairs." And then Pearl thought, "Wait a minute, but this is a bad feeling." Suddenly remembering the moment when this had happened to him before, the boy mentally added, "It was in the control room." The next moment, he quickly turned around and escaped from Jessica's arms and asked what it all meant. In response to the question, Jessica exclaimed that the girl had turned into a zombie, which Purple said I should see with my own eyes. When Jessica heard the boyfriend's remark, she said, "Why don't you believe me? It's true. It's the first time I've seen anyone transform so suddenly, and the virus was slow to spread, so I wasn't sure at first, but that wound was definitely from a zombie bite." After listening to all of Jessica's arguments, Purple thought with concern that she had been infected by a zombie rat bite. Seeing the anxiety on the boy's face, Jessica suddenly said, "But there is a way out. If you become part of the experiment, we will create an elixir and we will be able to save Sandra." After receiving the offer from the girl in front of him, Purple looked at her in surprise, and then she pitifully exclaimed, "Think about it." The next moment, a system window appeared in front of him, asking him to agree to the experiment, which was fine, but I'm going to go look for Sandra. Looking at the options, Purpley looked up and said, "I wonder if Jessica is telling the truth. That's why it's hard to make a decision." And then the audience wrote, "Wasn't the hidden path supposed to save Sandra? Save our Sandra? Isn't this fake? Sandra needs to be saved anyway." After reviewing the chat, Purple thought that compared to the last time, both options were not ominous, and then said that in order to save Sandra, a vaccine was needed in any case. After which the viewer wrote, "Let's go for true love. If it's dangerous, you can just take the elixir and run away." As soon as the option was chosen, Jessica clutched the remote control and said, "Finally, you have made the right decision." After pressing the button on the remote, A door began to open and a bright light began to shine through, and the audience wrote, "Wow, there was a hidden passage in the wall, in a hidden way. A hidden place? I thought it was suspicious." As the door continued to open, a blinding light came out of it, after which a system notification appeared. Chapter 4, Elixir completed, after which the audience began to write. The chapter ends here, writer. Open the door and show us what's there. No, let's talk. Bring Sandra back. Open the next chapter. No. All the chapters were driven right on through, after which the game stopped. As soon as the game was paused, the chat started to actively write Sandra. Wait for me, I will come to save you. Pearl needs to continue as soon as possible. The ending is visible. Chased. It was a vain dream, and there are many more inexperienced Perplats. Pearl shows only one chapter at a time. You can try to do as you wish, after which Pearl said, "Wow, this chapter ended so quickly because the story is getting even more confusing." The next moment, a donation from Gap Company Core arrived with a message. "Thank you for being with us at such a late hour. Please continue to give a lot of love to Gap Company and Purple's broadcasts." After which viewers began to write similarly. It's really the end of the line, sad, but nothing can be done, eh? How can I wait until tomorrow? I will miss Gap Company, be more meticulous anyway. Such broadcasts are welcome. I feel like I was beaten badly. The employee also did a good job. After reading all those comments, Purplis thought nothing of it. I felt like I needed to do things my way. I was just confused, so I clicked pause, confused by the sudden change in mood. Looking at the current status of the broadcast, Purple mentally added 2,800 people at almost 12 in the morning. Everyone is used to leaving at the end of a chapter, but today I want to go all the way. Looking through the chat messages, Purple mentally said to everyone who stayed with me at such a late hour, "I don't want to disappoint them." Continuing his thoughts, the boy added, "I want to share the pleasure and leave on a happy note. I want to feel that feeling again." Continuing his thoughts, the guy added that it would be much more interesting, but Ben Hong is the only one who performs the duties of editor and manager. Thinking about what to do, Purple added that maybe he should do it as usual, and at that time the audience wrote in the chat room, "Bye-bye, Purpley. But why is he silent? Don't give false hope." At one point, the guy heard his friend whisper out, "Hey, Lee Kyungbuk, can't you go on this time with the hidden ending? I don't want to wait for it, please." Hearing his friend's request, Purple suddenly laughed and said, "No wonder he's my friend." And at the time, people were writing in the chat that the killer's smile was definitely her. The next moment, the name of the broadcast changed to continue exploring the hidden root of the biocrisis. Then the chat started to write joyfully in the chat about the marathon announcement of our Purple's marathon. So I stayed to wait for the viewers who left earlier, the losers. I returned as soon as I saw the name change as expected, and then Purple said, "Anyway, the last chapter should be the last chapter. Instead of dragging it out, let's watch the ending and go to bed." Immediately after he said that, the guy heard a sudden noise coming from behind him, and he looked back and thought, "Ben-hun turned on the donations. I was scared." And then Ben-hun shouted, "It's the editor's instincts. It's time for the donations." After reviewing a considerable number of donations, Purple put his hand to his chest and said, "I always say this, but I am grateful for the donations for watching the broadcast." The next moment, another donation came from Gap Company with the message, "You are continuing the broadcast. I will also stick around until the end, Pearl. Thank you. Loyal to you." After which they began to write in the chat, "Questionable overtime following the editor. He made the advertiser work Black Enterprise. Pearl is true, it's laughter through tears, yes." After which Pearl smiled happily and exclaimed, "Thank you." The next moment, the boy clapped his hands and said, "Before we lose heart, let's continue on the hidden path." As he followed Jessica toward the lab, he heard her say, "Come here." Continuing on his way, Purpley saw strange devices in front of him and mentally said secret laboratory. At one point, while passing by some strange things in the laboratory, the boy nervously shouted out what they were. In response to the question, Jessica said that these samples form the basis of Regenry Farm, and then wrote in the chat that the bodies in the secret laboratory are the base. The next moment, in one of the large test tubes, a hand quickly reached out to the boy, but it was stopped by a layer of glass, and the audience wrote, "Oh my god, it scared me, it's moving, it's alive, it's new." As he continued to examine the bodies of the monsters in the test tubes, Purple suddenly heard a surprising truth. As soon as the boy looked back at Jessica and added that our early experiments had possessed some of the genetic compatibility that led to partial immortality. Continuing the story, the researcher added that the elixir is effective only for those who have absolute genetic compatibility. For example, Logan and Overlord were more advanced versions. After which Purple nervously asked, "Wait, then does this mean that the experiment is over?" Interrupting the boy's question, Jessica smiled slyly and said, "You're not the only one of them that's been used as a model for the elixir." The next moment, she activated an electric shock that pierced the guy's entire body, and Jessica added, "You're the only one with absolute genetic compatibility," and then wrote in the chat, "No, she's killing him." and I expected something like a blood test or a study. After some time, when Purple came to and opened his eyes, he heard that everything was ready just in time. After hearing this, the boy looked around and noticed that he was suspended in one of the tubes, and Jessica added, "Thank you for your cooperation in improving humanity and your help in the future." Seeing the guy's confusion, the researcher added, "Don't worry. After creating the elixir, Sandra will be saved. Now that we're doing this, I think I should explain everything." The next moment, Jessica began her story and said the elixir that was supposed to be the greatest vaccine of mankind had only one side effect. It led to a loss of reason and a desire for blood, an instinctive result of the search for the right genetic combination, which we did not have. And to make the elixir safe for everyone, we needed a successful sample from which to extract the full matching factor. Taking advantage of the side effects, a large-scale clinical trial was conducted using a small amount of the elixir mixed with medications. After telling the whole story, Jessica, holding the research papers in her hand, smiled slyly and added that in this case, only people with the perfect genetic factor would survive. After listening to the whole story of the girl who grabbed him, Purple said, "So that's what happened. Didn't you care about the sacrifice of people's lives?" In response to the guy's question, Jessica said, "Well, with the others, we found the perfect specimen. Their sacrifices were necessary for the good of humanity," and then wrote in the chat room, "Wow, I have goosebumps. She doesn't care. I loved you." Jessica's team was desperate. The next moment, she pulled out a syringe and walked toward Purple, saying confidently, "Your sacrifice will bring everything back to the way it was and humanity will make great progress. Then I will be congratulated." Seeing the girl's intentions, Purple turned his head to the side and exclaimed that at that time in the chat they were writing about, "No, this is the end of needing help, a lot of protection from attacks." At the last moment, when Jessica was about to approach the boy, a bullet pierced her head, followed by a shout from Pearl. Hearing a familiar voice, the boy turned his head to the side and exclaimed that, "Sandra," after which the audience wrote Sandra's shot, "I will protect my husband, perfect timing." As soon as the girl freed the hostage, Purpley, on the ground, asked what the hell happened and was told to explain on the way. Following the girl who was hurrying to the exit, Purple said, "I think I understand why everyone likes Sandra," and then wrote in the chat that I would not forget Sandra's help. After a while, stopping in front of the elevator going downstairs, Purple remembered the picture of Jessica's massacre and thought I still had a bad feeling. Looking at the door that separated them from the elevator, Sandra showed the card and said, "This elevator goes directly to the director's office and can only be opened with this card." After opening the elevator with the card, Sandra and Purple went inside and said we would go up to the roof of the building through his office, which was quite high up, so it would take some time. As soon as the elevator started to rise, Sandra looked down and spoke. "Anyway, as soon as we got to the top floor, Jessica suddenly attacked me. I think she thought I was going to stop her from luring you away." Continuing her story about what exactly happened in the past, Sandra added, "I stole the pass while I was fighting off her attacks and ran to the principal's room." The next moment, holding out a photo with the inscription, "Presentation by the director of Regenry Farm," the girl added this. Looking at the image she had managed to get, Sandra said this photo of the director of Regenry Farm was not reminiscent of anyone else. Immediately after this girl shared the information, her arm suddenly hurt and she cried out in pain. Then Purple exclaimed, "Sandra, you're fine." When she heard the question from the guy who was clearly worried about her, Sandra angrily exclaimed, "How could you agree to the experiment anyway? You almost got yourself killed." Holding the question from his friend, the boy said awkwardly, "Well, I was told that this is the only way to save you." Immediately after his words, turning to the camera lens, Purple whispered, "It seems that regardless of my decision, it would have been impossible to get the vaccine anyway. I did not expect this to happen." And then in the chat room they wrote that it was a fake choice. But we learned the truth. He almost said goodbye to his life. It's part of history, so we probably would have found out anyway. At one point, when he heard Sandra suddenly laugh, Purpley looked at her with a confused look, and then the girl said, "I'm glad you're okay." After a while, on the top floor of the director's office, Purpley, who had arrived, said the army had sent a helicopter to the roof, and then Sandra added, "Let's find the evidence and get out of here." Continuing the dialogue with the guy, Sandra added, "We need leads on the elixir." The next moment, seeing a system notification above her, collect the evidence and head to the roof. 0 out of 3, Purple exclaimed. "Good." Having gathered all the necessary evidence, the boy placed it under his arm and thoughtfully said, "That's all for now." Before he could finish his thought, an electronic device nearby caught his attention, and Pearl said thoughtfully, "Looks like a mainframe. I wonder what's in there. Let's take a look before we leave." And then the chat said, "I don't think it turns on, you never know. Wait, it did." When the computer turned on, Purple accidentally noticed a stack of papers on the table and wondered what they were. Looking at the photos and materials on the table, the audience began to write, "Isn't this what they write at the very beginning of the game?" They mentioned the use of reagents in small print, so much new in the secret run. They watched the hero all this time, and then Purple awkwardly exclaimed, "There's even a photo of me after I defeated Logan and the hotel collapsed." As soon as the notification appeared, Purple exclaimed that the system was on, and the next moment he noticed the password field. He added it, which was password protected, and entered ELIXYER. The next moment, a system notification appeared, and the computer started up. Seeing this, the audience began to write in shock, "Wow, I've never seen this computer turn on the first try. Let's look inside the folders." Pointing to the computer's folders and encountering restricted access, Purple said, "It seems that all the folders are protected by a special password, but this one seems to be unprotected." After launching the file, a download window appeared on the monitor, and then viewers began to write that the video was not a screenshot. Seeing the first shots from the launched video, viewers wrote "Wow shots from the CCTV camera from the director's room." Wait, no, there is sound, something like a video recorder. Seeing the man arrive at the computer and say the system is not normal, so I need to send USB files through a communication device, after which the system said the device is recognized, preparing to transfer data along the designated path, the audience wrote, "Wow, I have deja vu, stand still." After a few seconds, the computer reported the file transfer was complete, and the man in the video said, "The files have been sent, please help me immediately." And the radio replied, "Our troops will be here soon. Wait here." When he heard that reinforcements would soon arrive, the man sat down on a chair nearby and exhaled with relief and said it was over. Then in the chat room they wrote, "I've seen this before. Isn't this the end of a regular route?" Looking down, the man said sadly, "Sandra, Jessica, so many victims, but at least now everything will be the same." And then the audience began to write it down, which is really a standard ending, and then the soldiers' footsteps are heard and the credits roll, saying that the city is now safe, but I have a bad feeling about it. A few seconds later, the door to the director's office opened, and Regenery Farm soldiers entered along with a cloud of steam, saying, "All clear, all clear." Noticing a man sitting unconscious on a chair nearby, the soldiers picked him up and reported on the radio that he had been rescued. After hearing the report of his subjects, the image of the soldier in the fog who was heading to the rest of the soldiers said, "Please switch the connection back to the external channel." Emerging from a fog of drowsy gas, Jessica held a walkie-talkie and said, "I have to break the news that the elixir is ready." The next moment, she walked over to the computer and pulled out a flash drive and said, "I hate that this ancient machine automatically switches to the internal channel as soon as the device is connected, but I guess that's what makes it safe." Throwing the flash drive to the ground and stomping on it, Jessica said irritably, "I told you Regenery Farm's security measures are incredibly well thought out." Having trampled on the device that irritated her so much, the girl raised her face to the camera lens and said, "It was your fault for trusting me." And then the video cut off. Seeing this, viewers began to write a surprise ending where you are part of the experiment. It switches to the internal channel if you plug in the USB. They told us that the city was safe again because the elixir was ready. After reading all the comments in Purple's chat, I was surprised and said, "Wow, this is what happens in the original ending. I would like to experience it first." After which the viewers wrote, "I told you this is post-game content. I could do this in my first event." The self-proclaimed experts are completely fooled because Jessica, who was the informant, turned out to be a complete lie. No wonder there was no notification of unauthorized access to the USV. Realizing how his situation was going now, Purple checked to see if all the evidence was okay. I said awkwardly and didn't think that the flash drive Jessica gave me was so dangerous. I needed to personally hand over the evidence. And then I thought, I think now I need to be more careful with documents. And then they wrote in the chat that's why the hidden route didn't mention anything about sending files. Get rid of this flash drive. It brings bad luck. A few minutes later, having found Sandra Purple, he said to her, "It seems we have all the time we need to go." And then they headed to the roof of the building together. Once on the roof and hearing the sound of the screws, Purple exclaimed, looking up into the sky, there was a helicopter, after which viewers wrote, "Army in time. Is this the end, or will Sandra die here? There is no vaccine." At one point, feeling his power suddenly activated, Purple mentally said that it just felt much stronger than when I met Overlord, the final boss. The next moment, a bright column of light appeared right in front of the building and hit a helicopter approaching a couple of people on the roof. As a result of the damage to the helicopter, it crashed into a neighboring building and exploded, and the audience wrote that it was the final boss. As soon as the only chance for salvation unfolded right before our eyes, someone jumped onto the roof of the building, making it hard to see through the smoke. Nervously looking at the one who was approaching them, the boy mentally said, "I knew it wouldn't be that easy." Looking at the researcher who was clearly in a bad mood after being shot in the head, Purple mentally added to this bad feeling that it was Jessica. Surprised by the appearance of Jessica in front of her, Sandra exclaimed, "But I definitely shot her in the head like that." In response to the girl's exclamation, Jessica spat out the cartridge that had been shot at her earlier and said, "That's why I hate fools." The next moment, she began to turn into a monster and added, "You've only made it harder for yourself," and then began to write in the chat room. "It didn't seem so easy. Wow, she was experimenting even on herself. I thought she was a heroine, but she's the final boss." A few seconds later, tentacles began to appear from the girl's body and she turned into an overlord. Smiling ominously during her transformation, Jessica turned her head to Pearl and said, "Your genes will be mine." Hearing the words of her rival, Sandra pulled out a gun in front of her and suddenly fired and exclaimed, "Shut up, bitch!" Then the audience wrote immediately, "I'm relieved, Sandra. You're never enough for me." As a result, this shot hit Jessica's head, but her quick regeneration and the defense she built in front of her helped her. The next moment, having covered her entire body with tentacles to complete the mutation, Jessica began to attack Sandra with her free limbs. Grabbing her previously injured arm, Jessica gritted her teeth and said, "You hide like a coward," and then moaned painfully. Seeing that his friend was in no condition to face the final boss, Purpley shouted out to Sandro in embarrassment, "Come down!" The next moment after he shouted, the boy rushed at Sandra and knocked her down, covering her with his body to prevent her from being hit by a helicopter shot. As soon as the girl was rescued from the area, Purple pulled out his golden shotgun and fired back at the helicopter that was covering Jessica during her mutation. Also, seeing the helicopter in the sky that attacked Pearl and Sandra, viewers wrote that it was a Regenery Farm helicopter, and it was protecting the boss. We all know that you can't attack magical girls during transformation, first armored cars and now they have attack helicopters. The helicopter should be the first phase of the battle. It would be easier if you had an RPG. After all the comments from the audience, a donation came from the developer with a message that the next segment of the game suggests that the player has an RPG, and seeing this, the audience wrote that he did not have one, but who came up with this level, after which Purple said that it really seems that an RPG is needed here. After the player's remark, they wrote in the chat that if you want to destroy the helicopter with a weapon, you will have to load back into the 4th chapter and find the RPG to replay the chapter perfectly. The broadcast will take longer. After which Pearl aimed his gun and said, "I recommend that you find it when you play." Seeing that Purpley actually opened fire with a gun, viewers began to write in the chat that he actually fired a warning shot. The glass is bulletproof. After several shots reached the target, Purple said the shooter was eliminated, and the audience wrote how he managed to hit in such a wind. Having dealt with the threat, Purple took aim at the plane's fuel tank and said, "Well, at the machine," and then pulled the trigger. As a result, as the helicopter exploded in flight, viewers wrote fuel tank 10 points today. A lot of helicopters are falling down. What a sight, he really shot it down. PRG is only mandatory if you are a regular player. When the helicopters that was protecting the boss was destroyed, Jessica's angry voice was heard exclaiming, "You missed your chance to surrender." The next moment, a notification appeared in front of the guy, an evolved overlord Jessica, the leader of Regenery Farm, after which the audience wrote a female version of Overlord seems to be keeping with tradition. It's not a Barse game without Overlord as the final boss. Immediately after she said that, the boss rushed in Sandra's direction and exclaimed, "Let me get rid of this obstacle first." Noticing where Jessica Purple was aiming with her weapon, he prevented the girl from carrying out her plan. Stepping back after the rescue, Sandra said, clutching her wounded arm, "Thank you. The pain is going away, so we will fight together." And then Purple whispered, "It seems that Sandra will join the battle this time." Then they wrote in the chat that you need to fight the boss and protect Sandra. If Sandra dies, everything will return to the original Capcom route. You had to go so far, it's somehow inhumanly difficult. Continuing his confrontation with the monster, Purple mentally spoke, looking directly at her. From what I realized, she could modify her body better than any other overlord, allowing her to move her body unpredictably. Covering Sarah while she was leaving the kill zone, the guy mentally added that there was no point in aiming at her weak spot, so the best I could do with my gun was to keep her at a distance, after which the viewer began to write, "Oh my god, you saw her movements. She is stronger than a regular overlord, so you still need an RPG." Avoiding enemy attacks and keeping them away, Purple mentally added, "I need something stronger, but since we're on an empty helipad, there's nothing that seems useful." Before the guy could finish his thought, a barrel of fuel accidentally caught his eye, and he mentally said jet fuel. Thinking up his next plan of action on the fly, Purple changed his direction of movement and mentally said, "I think it's being used as a spare because there's only one barrel." Firing a shot at Jessica's face to make her step back for a moment, Purple mentally added, "But that should be enough." Tearing himself away from the pursuit of the final boss, Purple threw his weapon to his friend and shouted out to Sandro to catch. As soon as the girl caught the shotgun he threw, Pearl exclaimed, "Hold on for a little while longer," and the audience wrote that he just threw it at her. He's using Sandra as bait. "Pearl, I'm disappointed she can't use one arm." After receiving a comment from the audience, Purple continued to walk towards the barrel and exclaimed that the golden gun has a rather low recoil, so you can shoot it with one hand. It is a legendary item. After hearing this, the audience wrote Assassin's Smile. He will even use the heroin if he needs to. Purple, you are weird after Sandra opened fire on Jessica. Purple added, it has much more stopping power than a gun. It's just the best weapon. Immediately after he said that, he picked up a gun and opened fire on Jessica. And of course, I would help her. The next moment, when he reached his target, the boy joyfully exclaimed, I caught it! And then the audience wrote, I saw it coming. I couldn't see anything because the camera was moving too fast. Let's burn it. Rising to his feet and lifting the barrel of fuel above him, Purpley said in confusion that it was so easy, after which the audience wrote who was responsible for the fuel. Why you do nothing? You always need to keep the fuel supply replenished. Hearing a light splash from the barrel, the audience wrote that sounds light seriously. It's almost empty, and now please save Sandra, get your act together. The next moment, after all the comments and brief deliberation, Purple threw the barrel on the ground and spilled the remains around him. Immediately after his actions, he looked down where there was a considerable number of zombies and stuck a knife into the outer wall of the building and said, this is what hell is like on Earth. At the same time, Sandra was trying her best to hold back the onslaught of her opponent, who was constantly pushing. At one point, Purpley's voice was heard saying, enough is enough, and shooting Jessica in the back of the head. Drawing attention to himself, the boy standing on the edge of the building said, Jessica, you need to be faster. The next moment, leaning back and starting to fall from the roof, Purple confidently added, of course, if you want to save your jeans. Seeing what Purple was planning to do to himself, Jessica immediately forgot about Sandra and ran to the boy to save him. Watching the girl approaching him at a frantic pace, Purpley mentally spoke a little closer almost now and then fired a shot. The shot was aimed at the spilled fuel from the barrel, after which Jessica suddenly caught fire and jumped off the roof after Purple, screaming no! After which the audience wrote, we're starting over, Purple. What are you doing? Is he really swearing if this works? Wow, I can't believe he's really doing this. As soon as the girl was outside the building, Purple caught hold of the knife he had recently stuck in the outer wall and said hello and goodbye. The next moment, after firing several shots, the boy shot down all of Jessica's attempts to cling to something and save herself, and she flew down. Starting to climb back up to the roof, the guy watched Jessica fall and thought she froze for 1 second when you shot her in the head and then said, you survived the fire, but let's see how you survived the fall. When the camera panned to the zombie girl falling into the crowd, the audience started writing, when the hell did he stick the knife in there when he was looking down earlier? He used fire to limit her vision. He really thought of everything in such a short time tip. If you don't have an RPG, use the fall damage to your advantage. Purple is a cheater after all. As soon as the main boss died, a system notification appeared saying the main mission was 80% complete. You defeated Jessica, the director of Regenry Farm, and then Pearl said everything went according to plan. Looking down, the boy smiled happily. Considering how much elixir Jessica used, she must have genes that zombies like. The next moment, a donation from the developer arrived with a message. Wow, no words. I didn't think it was possible without an RPG. You are a legend. Purple. Then in the chat, even the developers wrote that they couldn't believe it. Finally, the first reveal of the secret ending. To be honest, everything we have seen so far was shown for the first time. And what about Sandra? I hope she is alive then, Purpley nervously exclaimed. Oh no, wound. When she saw Purple heading towards her, she stopped him and said, I'm fine, let's concentrate on escaping. After which viewers wrote, we're finally going to see the police. She'll be fine. It's almost over. It's the first time Sandra has stayed until the end. Why is the infection progressing so slowly? Hearing the girl's suggestion, Purple said we need to find a way before he could finish, interrupted by loud zombie screams. At the same time, zombies and monsters that were still hanging out downstairs began to crawl along the walls of the building, and viewers wrote that they thought we were not done with the betrayal of the Biocrisis. Grabbing his shotgun, Purple shouted out what was happening, to which Sandra replied, we can't stand up to all these zombies, we need to evacuate now. Standing back to back with Purple to cover each other, Sandra added, we are surrounded on all fronts. Watching a couple of people shoot back at a crowd of zombies, viewers in the chat room wrote that they really expect you to fight the horde after defeating the boss. No balance, no secret ending. If no one dies, enough of these cliches, I'm sure something will happen to resolve the situation, but you're sure everything will be fine. Continuing to fight off the crowd of enemies that continued to press on, Purple thought when it seemed that everything was over, more zombies appeared, as if we shouldn't have to defeat them all. Shooting in all directions to keep the enemies away, the guy mentally added, then what exactly is our target? After which the audience wrote they will keep appearing until you die or whatever. Don't tell me they are going to make a bad ending to break the cliche of how many turns this move has. Continuing to think at the time of the confrontation, Purple mentally added that it was impossible with one shotgun and the pistol ammunition had already run out. The game was specifically trying to make us spend bullets as it was, after which a system notification appeared saying that the ammunition was out The condition was met. The next moment, from behind the guy's back came an exclamation from Sandra, who asked Pearl, "Do you still have ammo for that?" And he replied that I had run out of ammo for the pistol. Only the shotgun remained, after which the audience wrote that the Zloty shotgun had an essentially unlimited supply. No wonder there were so many zombies. The difficulty probably increased this balance. The real difficulty is adjustable depending on your items. At one point, after receiving the answer to her question, Sandra pulled the magazine out of one of her pistols. The next moment, Sandra rushed to the boy and fired the remaining rounds in her other gun, covering him while she still had the opportunity. When Sandra approached Purple, she reloaded his gun, after which he asked, "Wait, what are you doing?" In response to the question, Sandra said, "These are my last supplies, don't give up. I know you'll get out of here." The next moment, pointing the muzzle of the weapon at her forehead, she added, "If you're alone." And after seeing this scene, viewers began to write, "Oh God, please, I don't like this feeling of deja vu, Sandra. What are you doing? I'm going to cry, I really am." Holding the barrel to her forehead, Sandra, feeling exhausted, said one last time, "To tell you the truth, Jessica offered me a deal." Walking ahead of Sandra after escaping from Overlord, Jessica looked back and said it was surprising how slowly the virus was affecting you, but since the infection was unstoppable, it was obvious that you lacked the genetic factors you needed to join us for your own good. In response to the researcher's words, Sandra confidently repeated, as I had said before, that I would never let you experiment on Purple. After another rejection of her proposal, Jessica turned to Sandra and said, "Well then, what about the purpose of conceiving a child for DNA exchange?" The next moment, hiding her sly smile, the researcher asked, "I'm right. You're carrying his child. I want to tell you something interesting." Approaching a nervous Sandra, Jessica added, "Even with the vaccine, if you lose your mind even once, you will never fully become human. Even if the child has the right genetic factor, once you lose your mind, it's over. Your child will never be born." Continuing to put pressure on the girl, Jessica smiled, looked away and added, "I'm sure you suspected it, so I told him. So I'm going to make you this offer." The next moment, looking at Sandra again, Jessica added, "Join us. Then you and your baby will survive, and the experiment won't kill the officer." After all her words, without removing the sly smile from her face, Jessica added, "Make the right choice, and then everyone will stay alive. You are interested." Continuing to hold the barrel to her head, Sandra added, "It seemed like a great idea, but I refused because I couldn't trust her, and I'm glad I didn't." Continuing the story, the girl added that she would keep you in these experimental rooms like prisons forever, to which Purple remarked, "Why didn't you tell me this before?" After listening to the whole story, the audience began to write that the vaccine was a lie, that she said the experiments were immortal. That's what she meant, that we can't save Sandra. They sacrificed the whole city to make the elixir just so the rest of us could live in peace. Finally, turning her head to the guy and smiling happily, the girl exclaimed, "This is the best decision I've made so far." Looking at Sandra Pearl with frightened eyes, he said, "I'd rather you live to remember me than become an experiment." After which the audience wrote, "No, I'm crying. Why was there a romantic scene? I'd like to send you a gift. Could you give me your address?" Again pointing the weapon to her forehead, Sandra repeated, "That is why this is my last wish. I don't want you to see me turn into a monster." After which the audience wrote, "Stop the flag of death. Stop Gapcom. How much does it cost to change the ending?" Continuing to persuade the boy to fulfill her last will, Sandra said, "I don't regret a single moment I spent with you." As soon as the girl said this, Purple took the weapon away from the girl's head and shouted, "Sandra Flicker!" After which the audience began to write joyfully, "Yo!" Sandra changed her mind. The baby's genes saved Sandra. I saw it coming. No, eh? I'm so tired of these obvious cliches lifts the heart that fell to his heels. The next moment, an explosion was heard from the building where the door was located, after which the zombies started to move and the viewers wrote that they were seriously not letting them rest. Realizing that things were bad, Pearl and Sandra took up arms and began to retreat from the influx of monsters, bringing them closer to the edge of the roof. A few seconds later, a helicopter appeared right above them, and a heavily armed soldier jumped down. Seeing the sudden change in the situation and how other people came to the rescue, players started writing "good ending," confirmed. Finally, I can catch my breath, but he is definitely a soldier. He is a bit different. Holding back the onslaught of monsters that continued to arrive, the soldier exclaimed, "You are bitten, to which Purple replied, "We are both fine." Having received an answer to his question, the soldier pulled the pin from the grenade and threw it into the crowd of zombies, shouting, "Get down!" As soon as the explosion sounded, the man raised his hand up and fired a flare gun, after which a ladder fell from the helicopter. As soon as the helicopter got lower so that we could climb on it, the soldier said, "I'll cover you, so hurry up and get inside." As soon as everyone was rescued, the man on the ladder exclaimed, "It's clear, we can take off." After receiving the command, the pilot quickly took off and began to move away from the crowd of monsters that remained below. After the rescue operation was completed, the man said, You don't look happy even though you managed to survive the rescue. And Sandra replied, well, we are. Continuing to observe the situation from the outside, the military adds, once you lose your sanity, you will never be human again. You cannot stop. When she heard this phrase from Jessica, Sandra asked cautiously, wait, how do you know who you are? Immediately after her question, the girl pointed a gun at the man and exclaimed, if you think about it, how did you even know where to look for us? Leaning back and putting his hand behind his head, the man said, oh, I'm sorry, I was just remembering old times. And then noticing something interesting, the audience wrote that he had a tattoo on his neck. The next moment, taking off his helmet and smiling happily, the man said, sorry for the late introduction, I'm Leon Kim. After which the audience wrote, oh, this is Leon. And Leon's information was the hero of the console game Bark, and memories came flooding back. I like all these plot twists. Continuing the dialogue with the rescued people, the soldier added, I was a police officer before, but now I work in the army. I will only say that I am investigating this case, after which the viewers wrote the game definitely gives him the respect he deserves. Praise Bark. He is probably hiding information because it is confidential. Continuing to watch the chat, Purpley saw that this guy started with the police and moved to the army work is just a way to eliminate enemies, then whispered, I think he is in some special unit of the army. That explains his equipment and helicopter. At the same moment, Leon Kim added, as for your location, after you contacted the drone, we continued to monitor your movements, and it's good that we managed to rescue you in time. Hearing what the military officer had just told him, Purple handed him the papers with the evidence and said, in that case, take this. As soon as the man took the papers in his hands, Purple received a system notification saying that you had provided evidence of Regenery Farm's illegal actions. After reviewing the information in the papers, Leon Kim said in surprise, I'm sure you have a lot to share. Continuing to look at the rescued Jews who had greatly facilitated his investigation, the man added, but for now, rest. Looking at the view from the plane with the passengers, the man added a brilliant job and let's work with you again in the future. As the helicopter was heading off into the sunset, a system notification appeared, saying Chapter 5 is over, and then the audience started writing the true ending. I love it. I'm so happy. It was amazing. A few seconds later, Purpley received a system notification saying, Main quest completed. You have uncovered the illegal actions of Regenery Farm epilogue unlocked, after which he said, oh, I think there is more. Watching the story continue, the audience wrote an epilogue on the background of the video, and the building is getting brighter, completely destroyed, and it seems like some time has passed. After the explosion, a squad of soldiers appeared inside the building and shouted that the perimeter was clear and that they were collecting information. While all the soldiers were combing the perimeter, their leader headed inside and said, you failed to do the rest. Looking down and looking at the broken photo, the man added Jessica, after which the viewers wrote that he said Jessica was a director. Wow, she kept herself young with the elixir of the raft. The twists do not stop. The next moment, after turning on the computer, the man entered the necessary access passwords and began receiving notifications that the system was connected and access was allowed to the Infinity Project. Having completed all his business in the building, the man headed for the exit and said, continue to close the city of Fox as agreed. One failure is more than enough. As soon as the credits rolled, the audience started writing, wow, finally it's over. It was very good. Wow. The teaser for the sequel. So the elixir really gives you eternal life. Looks like there was a traitor in the army. Even within the army, there will be a split. The sequel will be on the second level. The stakes are rising after that, Pearl said. Wow, I think the sequel will be interesting. The next moment, several donations arrived, one of which was from the developer with a message saying, thank you very much to Purple for revealing the story we wanted to share in his passage, which did not reveal many strategies and mechanics, which is why we encourage everyone to experience it for themselves and please stay tuned for the sequel. After which Purple smiled happily and said thank you for the donations and continue to support BioCrisis. After expressing his gratitude, a guy reading the chat wrote how nice it was, how sleep deprivation is a problem for tomorrow. I'm sorry it's after midnight, I definitely don't regret it. I'll never miss a Purple broadcast. I had a good time. It was great to enjoy the game with you guys. After reading more thanks from viewers for the stream, the guy said thank you all for watching to the end. See you at the next broadcast. After which viewers wrote, wait Pearl, what game will you play next? I want to know too. In response to the question, the guy said it was a sponsored stream, after which a donor arrived with a message from Purple. Tell us what game you're going to play next before you leave. But the guy waved goodbye and ended the stream without answering. And so the BioCrisis came to an end and the internet community celebrated all night long. Purpley also received praise from the development team for being the first to see the real ending. And after a while, when new loyal Pearl fans appeared, they started discussing Pearl's next game. When they saw this, the editor Ben Hong did not miss a single detail and opened a vote on the main channel. In the morning, The Biocrisis community was in the process of voting to discuss other games. There were those who regretted the end of Bark. The devotion to the Bark president was so fervent. Continuing to stretch while talking to his friend Ben Hong, said everyone was eagerly awaiting the next Purpla broadcast, so it was a very heartbreaking story. Immediately after his words, the guy sighed heavily and laid down on the table. Then Ken Bok said, "You look fine. You look tired." In response to his friend's question, Bong Hyun suddenly raised his head and exclaimed, "The reaction of people is good," and posts a lot of Choi Bong Hyun is on top, after which Kyung Bok thought he looked like a zombie. When he saw that the voting was over, Ben Hun shouted out the results of the voting, after which Ken Bok said, "Wow, so many people voted for him," and he heard in response not to rejoice so much. Interrupting the joy of his friend, Ben Hong turned his head to Ken Bok and added that, when the content ends, many of those who leave will not come to watch the stream, so there will be fewer people. Hearing the remark from his friend, Ken Bok said thoughtfully, "Well, everyone came to watch Bark from the very beginning." Continuing his thoughts, Ken Bok mentally added that it would be a shame if the number of viewers decreased. Even if I am mentally strong, it is necessary to lower expectations before they collapse due to impatience. The next moment, clapping his hands, Ben Hong exclaimed that it was time to decide which game you wanted to play next. After receiving a question from his friend Ken Bok, he was surprised to hear me say that I had to solve it. And he replied, "Of course it's important. If there is a certain concept, there will be regular viewers. There are those who play only one game and become experts in it. Some concentrate on one genre, such as horror, and there are people who don't touch full-length games at all and play only online games." Having talked about some types of streamers, Ben Hong added that this is why the channel must have a clear identification to be included in the algorithms. Then Ken Bok said, "Interesting, your words make sense." Looking down after hearing everything, Ken Bok suddenly spoke up, and although it was for a short period of time, I could feel it when I was streaming. Immersed in the memories of his youth, the boy added that when I was preparing for pro gaming, I thought that everything would work out if I just played well. Immediately afterwards, recalling the moment when he went through a biocrisis, Ken Bok added that it was only a mistake, but it was more important how much fun he had. When Ken Bok finished his reminiscences, he smiled awkwardly and said, looking at the floor, "If I enjoy the game, the audience will enjoy it, and if they enjoy it, I'm better off for it." The next moment, Ken Bok looked up and looked at his friend and confidently added, "I'm grateful for the votes, but I want to play what I choose, then the streams will be more fun." Continuing his thought, the boy added that even if you disagree with me, I cannot give in because being pigeonholed will change the relationship between us. To which Ben Hong replied, "Then what do you want to play?" After receiving a question from his video editor, the boy put his hand behind his head and thoughtfully said something that could be played with several people as an online game. Hearing his friend put his hand to his face and sigh heavily, Ken Bok asked in surprise what a bad idea it was. Without removing his hand from his face, Ben Hoon thought, "I don't know. Are you saying this because you know or vice versa?" After which Lee Kyung Bok said, and then he asked what was so bad about it. Then Ben Hun suddenly exclaimed, "You are really a very good person," and Ken Bok asked what he was talking about. Sensing his friend's weakness, Ben Hong smiled slyly and thought, "With this skill, you will naturally stand out among gamers. And if you're lucky, you can meet other streamers and then you can lure viewers." After finishing his thoughts, Ben Hong picked up his laptop and got to his feet and said, "Do whatever you want. I'll prepare everything. Run as much as you want." Looking at his friend, the video editor mentally added, "No wonder you're a genius." After which Ken Bok said, "Well, that's fine then." The next moment, smiling happily, the guy said, "Let's not stream this weekend," and then a loud exclamation of what suddenly came from the apartment. Feeling his whole body tremble with shock, Ben Hun exclaimed, "Why did I get the most audience this weekend?" and was answered by the audience. Looking at his worried friend, Ken Bok added, "You need to rest," to which he heard me. Then he added it was tiring to be responsible for so many things myself. Pointing at his friend with greasy hair, black circles under his eyes, and dirty clothes, Ken Bok added, "You're definitely a worse person every time I see you." After which Ben Hong thought and couldn't argue. The next moment, leaning back and leaning on the table, Ken Bok added, "I think it would be a good idea to hire a manager during the holidays if you want to last long. You need to be in shape, like I'm really the leader of a black company." Immediately after his words, Ken Bok added, "You're exhausted." And when he heard Ben Hoon's remarks, he thought, "Oh, I was the one who was in a hurry not to lose the current good results." Smiling happily after his thoughts, Ben Hong said, "Even the mighty Lee Kun Bok didn't know something. You should be grateful to have someone like me by your side. If I take care of this body properly, I can upgrade to Namcam. It's called Hidden Power." To which he replied, "I'd rather never know." Smiling awkwardly, Ken Bok wiped his face of the remnants of the drink and thought to Lee, "Ken Bok will always maintain this flow," and said too much information. Leaning against the refrigerator and pulling a chilled drink toward him, Ben Hong said, By the way, I have someone in mind for a manager who is very reliable. Hearing what the conversation was about, Ken Bok asked the trustworthy man if he hadn't finished speaking before Ben Hong interrupted him and said that even if he didn't know about streams, if he believed in our data, he would join the head-turning talent. I'm sorry, but I need you to come in as early as possible tomorrow. It's an order, but what can you do? When he heard the order from his boss, the guy said, Mr. Director, I couldn't do anything. I don't understand why the administration team has to go on a business trip with the rest of us. I should quit. Assistant Manager Ni Ju-ho thinks it's easy for me to report this on a weekend. I'm sure the embezzlement you accuse his management of is his fault. Of course, I was going to go with you to the very end because you are reliable and worthy of my attention, but I can't help you. I can't behave as bravely as you do. I'm sorry, I'll send you the schedule. After listening to all the video messages from his colleague, Ju-ho took the umbrella away from him and looked up at the sky and mentally said, I want to rest. Arriving on the elevator to his floor, Ju-zo heard the doors open and left the elevator. He heard the branch was on the right or solid. The next moment, he noticed a couple of people doing something near his front door and thought, why is it so dark and in that direction is my house? Who is there so noisy? Something must have happened. As he continued to pick up the password for his friend's door, Ken Bok said, here it is. Then Ben Hoon said, you're really close. You still remember him. And he heard the reply, that kind of person doesn't change. He couldn't change the password. Then Ben Hoon said, suddenly it got so cold. And then behind them, what are you doing here? Suddenly looking back after hearing Ben Hong's voice, he exclaimed, you are harder to come by than mountain ginseng. And then Ken Bok added, you're here? We came to see you. Let's go in. In response to his friend's suggestion, Ju-ho sighed and said, who gave you permission? And then added irritably, never mind, come in. Entering the house, Ken Bok said, the house inside is just as creepy. Nothing has changed, only the location of the house. The password is the same for 10 years. What we expected Choi Ben-hoon umbrella shoes don't take off like that. Sitting down at the table, Park Ju-ho, a friend of Ken Bok and Ben-hoon for 28 years, and an assistant manager of a large company for 10 years, asked, so you want to hire me as a manager? In response to a question from a friend, Ken Bok, pouring a drink into the glasses, said, we are really serious about our streams, and I heard that seriously, and I understood enough of this mood of advertisers, and then I thought I didn't understand whether you were joking or not. In response to this remark, Ben-hoon exclaimed, hey, we thought the three of us would be good together, and Ju-ho sighed heavily and thought, that sounds good, but in reality, management is a fickle career. The next moment, looking at his comrades, he mentally added, it's best to refuse without hesitation. If it weren't for them, I would do it in a heartbeat. At one point, Ben-hoon whispered at this serious expression on his face, to which Ken Bok replied, in that case, you'll have to do everything yourself. Immediately after a brief thought, Ju-ho said, first of all, let's put aside career and all that for now. What kind of salary are we talking about? At least we need to discuss all the issues. After hearing the question, Ben Hung smiled and said, I told you it was not a vain suggestion, right? Immediately after handing his friend a tablet with numbers, Ben Hong did well in this regard as well. Continuing his story, the guy added about 9 million won from the mission and donations on the streams, glory to our loyal donors, 3 million won as advertising fees, and an average of 1,600,000 won per video on YouTube. The number of views is growing rapidly. Money is accumulating, after which Ju-ho said impressively that it was a week. Seeing the surprise on his friend's face, Ken Bok moved over to him and asked, isn't it great? I was also surprised that such fun turns into money. Continuing to interest the guy, he added, it is still impossible to determine the value, but it is intuitively clear that we have received sincere support, so we want to be even more diligent. The next moment, when he hugged Kang Baek, Ben-hoon exclaimed, well, you know what a genius he is. You made your decision. After the comrades' exclamations, Sam Ken Bok said, we need your help, but besides that, you get such a good attitude at work that we want to take you with us. Hearing the remarks from his comrades, Ju-ho suddenly looked at them and then, with his head bowed down, recalled memories from the past. Immersed in his thoughts, Park Ju-ho mentally said, every time I was in a difficult situation, they changed my life. With his head down and his hand covering his embarrassed sigh, the boy spoke in high school and even now. Seeing his friend's reaction, Ben-hoon pounced on Ju-ho, exclaiming that he was smiling, which meant he agreed, to which he replied, I need to think about it a little bit. Grabbing his friend by the head and pulling him away from Ju-ho, Ken Bok said, you were going on vacation anyway, so maybe you should just try it and make a decision. Hearing the proposal from his old friend Ju-ho, he held out his hand with a drink and said, well, even if I quit my job, it will be hard to do it right away, after which Ben-hoon exclaimed, I agree. Picking up his beer can, Ju-ho said with a sigh, why do I feel like everything is already decided? Well, that's fine. After asking his friend whom they were trying to recruit, Ken Bok said, you try it, and you'll realize it's fun. At the end of the dialogue, all the guys started having fun together and enjoying drinks. At one point, interrupting the fun, Ken Bach made a casual remark that attracted the attention of his friends. Having built a construction of bottles in front of him, the boy mentally said, "It worked out," and said, "I want a game that has a special meaning for me." After launching the stream and receiving a lot of questions about what he would play, I carefully chose the Pearl speech with gratitude after reviewing the survey and the introductory video. Continuing to pull the intrigue, the guy slowly added today's game, after which the audience began to write in the first place was, "Dead by Exorcist will be announced in 1 minute. Elden, all the plots are good." Starting the demonstration of the next game's screen, the boy exclaimed Mystical League, after which the audience began to write, "Huh? But why suddenly, on what principle? Explain to us, this is wrong." Continuing to be surprised, the audience wrote in the chat while Purple just watched in silence, "No, wasn't it at the bottom of the vote you're talking about a sequel? Lola Aros is too complicated. Let's play a better story game if you play in the city. I'll come to another stream when there is another game." As soon as the stream started, the intro began to scroll, and at that time viewers wrote, "I'm waiting for today's broadcast to show what the new game will be, not bark. Everyone likes it. So why do the others? We saw the real ending. Now we need a new game." And everyone voted. At the end of the initial video, Purple appeared in the frame and waved his hand and shouted, "Hello, Purpley," to everyone. After chatting about why there was no stream over the weekend, the guys pretended to be busy with information about the arrows and looking at the number of viewers. He thought there were 800 people, but of course the number decreased. After receiving a few more questions from the chat, "You alone were playing the game? It was a betrayal. You would have turned on the broadcast and rested." The next moment, smiling happily, the guy said, "Now say hello to the new member of our family, the manager." And then a message appeared. "Nice to meet you. Let's get along." Ignoring the calls to flee for Manager Pearl's main topic of the day, I chose today's topic with gratitude after carefully reviewing the survey and introductory video. After the announcement, the viewers wrote in first place was, "Dead by Exorcist will be announced in a minute. No need to announce in the style of a music show," Purple said today's game. Stretching his hand out in front of him to proudly announce what he would play next, the boy solemnly announced the Magic League. Released by the developers of the most popular AOS game for PC, League of Legends is a sequel in virtual reality, so you can enjoy it yourself by becoming a character. 5 as a team destroy the opponent's tower and supplies. An easy way to win is to destroy the center of the camp and the temple in turn. If you fail in time, then personal records for destruction of deaths and assistance are involved in determining the winner. Taking place in different locations and with different maps, this game requires both strategic teamwork and personal skills. Seeing the comments of the audience is unexpected. Is it also a lure? Is it also tied to the plot? Purpley mentally said, as expected among the audience are many fans of story games, so they do not like it. As soon as one of the viewers wrote, "I'll come back when there's another game," Pearl suddenly said, "Hey, there's a reason for that." Continuing the dialogue with the audience, the guy added that, "Maybe it was because I started with Bark, but many people voted for the story game when I was in high school. I was offered to join the professional Loella team," after which the audience began to write to the team about him. "He was different from others since childhood. He smells MSG." Continuing to keep the audience engaged with his stories, Purpley confidently added, "It's 100% true, Tion Jenny Kiwandia," after which the audience wrote, "I'm not going to fall for that with those skills, isn't it obvious?" And then Purpley added awkwardly, "I quit the game and didn't join the team." After receiving a donation asking why I left Purple, I thought I couldn't talk about my illness, and then I said it was due to family circumstances, and a lot of things piled up after a message in the chat. The guy was somehow sad, but added that everything was fine now. A lot of time had passed. Continuing his conversation, Purple spoke with his hand outstretched in front of him. "Now my family would be happy to see how much love I get, so I want to definitely play the sequel to Lola on the broadcasts," after which they wrote in the chat that Purple is such an adult. "Even the city will be interesting. I look forward to even the Mythical League. He will play perfectly." The next moment, looking at the game menu, the guy said, "This is my first time playing bridge, but let's play vigorously," and then chose a ranked battle without training or basic play. After starting the game, the guy moved to a forest location, after which a system notification appeared. "Welcome to the new series. The player's rank is Purpley Bronze 0. Prove your skills in 7 battles," after which the audience was surprised to write from the very beginning, the rank of the basic game is not in Purple's style. The next moment, after choosing who he will play for, new hints appeared. "Roll freely, support your team without a specific line during the game. Roll selected jungler, pick up the competition." Immediately after, a pillar of light fell on the guy, and a system notification appeared. "Temple is calling a warrior. Want to answer, accept, reject?" Then Purpley said, "Wow, AOS 10 years later." After accepting the invitation to the battle, The boy happily said to his teammates, "You are really lucky. I will really be a juggler." After which the audience began to write in the chat, "Our Purpley will really be a juggler. Shouldn't we have fun?" The next moment, as soon as the system alert appeared, Purple responded to the call. The boy shouted out, "Let's go!" and headed to the scene. At the same time, while watching the stream, Park Joo-ho said, "Isn't it normal to start with a ranked game right away?" and was told that Lee Kyung-bok was acting like Lee Kyung-bok. Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, the manager added that even the controls are different from the PC version, which is a completely different game, to which Ben Hong awkwardly replied that in Mystique, you can directly become a character and most of the previous characters have been replaced. Immediately after turning his head to his comrade, Ben Hoon added, "Well, Lee Kyung-bok still hasn't changed." Seeing the surprise on his friend's face, the guy added that if he was a simple player, he would not have received an invitation to the Pro League. He has a good sense of map reading and the ability to manage the game. Continuing to watch, his comrade Ben Hoon added other parts I'm also waiting after, which Park Joo-ho asked which ones. After receiving a question from the manager, Ben Hong said the growth comes first after the match. This is the LOL method. Continuing to talk about the features of the game, he added with skills and level immediately in the battle the choice of hunting item. The concept of growth in the city was removed, so skills are your level. Continuing his confident sermon, the manager added that because of the game with the mouse and keyboard, you can't transfer skills unless you transfer the character well, after which Joo-ho spoke about he chose. When he heard that his friend had already chosen his character, Ben Hoon abruptly interrupted and exclaimed that he had chosen. The next moment, the boy made a face at the choice he saw and said that he chose Yami. Since ancient times, a ninja who became capable of seeing Yami is a character who specializes in magical assassinations. He has 5 different skills. It seems that the character is good, but unlike a personal computer where you can call on your skills, here you have to implement transformations yourself, which is very difficult in a battle that requires an immediate reaction. After which the audience wrote, he chose a different king. It's not ideal, but a troll, because it's the first time he plays Ogoyami. Starting to wave his arms, Ben Hoon said nervously he wouldn't even be able to perform a basic attack because he couldn't use his hands during the transformation. Since he was a killer, he was weak and extremely vulnerable if he got close. The next moment, slamming his hands on the table, the boy exclaimed that it was poorly created, and at that time in the game, the boy received a notification that Pearl Yami was taking over the hero's power. The selected hero was tied to the account's default avatar. After a while, having moved to the field for the match, Purple received another system notification. Welcome to the Magic Battlefield. The waiting time is 10 seconds. Once on the battlefield, Purple suddenly heard an exclamation. "Hey player, we are all newbies, but it would be worth at least watching the video beforehand. Yami is not the right thing, especially for a jungler." The next moment, all of the friends turned their gaze to Pearl and began to say, "I ruined everything with a terrible choice from the very beginning. So shameless, we ran into a troll." After which the viewers wrote that it was just normal voice time. Why so unfriendly? What's wrong with voice chat? The best thing the development team did. Turning his head away from the camera lens, Purpley awkwardly whispered to Yami, "So lame in the video presentation seemed cool," after which viewers wrote, "And in the video, it is clear that he sucks. He asked for the name of genealogy and kidnapped my ancestors. I would have killed him with a knife seriously." Hearing the reproaches from the audience, Purpley muttered thoughtfully under his breath, "Strange that they don't use assassin magic nowadays in the days of Loella. It was the best choice for a jungler." And then his comrade said, "Let's try to do it without it. We can do it without it." Then the audience wrote that it was a long time ago. Easy to aim, but not in virtual reality. Big jungler on a difficult field. Disposable jungler. If you're not a pro, don't touch a disposable jungler. The next moment, after all the reproaches, Purpley received a spectator mission that said, "Win 5 games in a row with Yami. The condition in case of failure to admit it, and say, I was the biggest fool. Reward for success is 1,000,001 seeing a familiar name." The audience wrote, "Wow, he's back. He expects Purple to change the game. It's normal that he showed up not just 5 wins, but in a row shameless." After all the criticism from the audience, Purpley smiled happily and said, "Wow, long time no see. Thanks for the mission. After a long time. If I avoid such an expensive mission, it will not be my style." After which the audience began to write a hint of a 24-hour stream. He is trying to regain the position of Agent Q. Perfectly play Yami, then you will get undisputed recognition. The next moment, a message appeared in the chat room changing the name of the broadcast. Can't you strive for 5 wins in a row in mysticism? The editor saw this as not just 5 wins in a row, but shamelessly. As soon as all the preparations were completed, a system notification appeared to all the fighters on the battlefield. The battle began, and Pearl rushed forward and said, "Let's do it perfectly." Rushing forward, Purple waved goodbye to his teammates and shouted to the departing bus, There is no way out. Seeing the strange behavior of their friend, the rest of the players were surprised to hear what kind of concept this attention-seeking troll was. Continuing forward, Purple looked up at the chat room, where people were writing that it was like a horror story. The bus is forced to board. Hey Mirren, the storm bus Purpley is coming. At the time of his journey, Purple, walking through unfamiliar terrain, followed a certain path, while monsters watched him from above. As soon as the guy went a little further, leaving them behind, they started to go downstairs. And at that moment, the audience wrote in the chat that, what a quest with 5 wins in a row. This is really the first time I've seen a jungler play Yami. A few seconds later, a donor came in with a message saying that you are using Yami as a jungler. Even if he is not hand and foot tied, his attacks are mediocre, which is why junglers are criticized, and then they wrote in the chat that such a jungler should be a pro. If the rank is 3-on-3, then you will have to release a jungler pro many play 3-on-3 with lines. Continuing on, Purpley said thank you for the donation of 3 for 3, you seem to have changed a lot. After which they wrote in the chat that he looked like an old uncle. Then it was not AOS. Seeing that he was surrounded by monsters blocking the way further, the guy stopped in his tracks and said, let's see. But then in the chat they wrote bared their teeth as soon as they came out. Do mobs usually come out so much? In response to a question from a player named Pearl, looking at the crowd of bridges heading towards him, he said, I think learning should be fun. The next moment, the guy jumped back out of the area of attack and added happily, that's why I'm going to try my skills in the rear. After calling the team, Purple thought there are 25 skills with 5 attributes that correspond to each of the 5 stages. The higher the level, the more gestures and sequences accumulate. You may hate Yami who has to memorize everything and act independently. Jumping up into the tree and looking at the variety of skills, the boy said thoughtfully, I need to concentrate. While Purple was tuning in, viewers in the chat room wrote that he was conducting his own training. Wow, my head is spinning. It's not too late. I was the biggest fool again. He's looking at, what is it? What is he hinting at? Are you Cthulhu or something? Concentrating on the skill, Purple mentally said it was as if someone was drawing a picture in his head, and the senses were perceiving the resulting movements, just as when you learn to walk and gradually get used to running. Having completed his thoughts, the guy suddenly waved his hand and said he would leave, after which the chat room wrote legendary what it meant. He studied everything and watched only what he needed. The next moment, jumping down, the boy made several movements with his hands and spoke the power of healing. Finishing up the application of his skill, Purple summoned a golem and added the maintenance property to the golem's 3rd stage. Seeing how the monsters began to fly in different directions after the golem hit the ground, the audience wrote, is transformation so easy to do in Earth art? Wow, he knows Naratomas from the first time. And the 3rd stage was released. Continuing to confront the enemies after receiving the power, Purpley said, well, what a feeling. After which the audience wrote a training of the rank game. Wow, it's like that. Agent Q lost 1,000,001 again. Having mastered his skills and gotten used to using them, Purple sat down on the ground and said, I've gotten used to the skills as well. The next moment, moving on to victory, the boy confidently said, let's go immediately to help our comrades destroy the enemies. After which the audience wrote, you won't even pick up the items. I thought you would pick them up and go hunting. He's really like a teacher, Professor Purple. How skillful. Somewhere in the barrier there was a fierce struggle between Pearl's team and the enemy team, who clearly had the advantage. When he saw that the enemy who was following him was not lagging behind, he nervously thought that his health was at a minimum and we were in trouble. Having launched a couple of daggers at his opponents while running away and seeing them fly past the target, the guy wondered why everything was firing in the wrong direction. The next moment, Purple appeared right in front of him and came to his rescue, immediately using the infinite attack skill. As a result of using this skill, vines appeared from the ground and grabbed the opponent, and then Pearl exclaimed, come on, let's do it faster while we still have time. After hearing Purpley's order, the comrade began to cast spells in confusion, and said so for a minute. The next moment, as soon as the enemies broke free from the vines, the audience wrote that you can't stop him. Look at the physics of bronze. Rushing into battle against the enemies who had freed themselves from his shackles, Purple said, no way, I'll cut them out myself. And then they wrote in the chat room, hey, you have a physical body, you need to get out. At the same time, a couple of opponents were already at arm's length from Pearl and were preparing to strike. Having noticed the approach of his opponents in time, Purple used the 2nd-level metal attribute skill of Iron Armor and repelled the enemy's attacks. As soon as the opponents flew back after the unexpected defense, Purpley moved behind his back and thought that in order to restore the chakra, he needed to attack the enemies and knights. Having struck several blows to the opponents in front of him and noticed the scale above him completely filled, the boy mentally mumbled that the chakra restoration was complete. When the supplies for the next attack were replenished, Purple jumped into the air and used the 3rd-level fire attribute skill, Fire Slash. As a result of the attack, Purple managed to simultaneously destroy 2 opponents at once. which was subsequently reflected in system notifications. As soon as the system notification of the double murder appeared, viewers began to write to Yami, asking where exactly you are from and what village is Hogaku Punch from. Having saved his comrade Purple, he waved goodbye and said, "I'll take care of the front," and went to another line. Hearing that Purple was already walking away from him, the rescued boy awkwardly thought Ganges was incredibly cool, and then exclaimed, "Yeah, thanks." Going to the other side of the contact line, Purple said, "I think I'm gradually starting to understand," and then in the chat room they wrote, "Oh my god, he's like Purple." After another clash with the enemies and their complete elimination, the audience wrote in the chat room that Yami had become a champion at least once. He moves like a real ninja. After dealing with some more enemies, at one point Purple received a system notification that the enemy had surrendered, and then he said, "We didn't even enter their base?" And then the audience wrote, "Please stop the massacre of citizens." How funny. And he didn't die himself, it's incredible. When he heard how many he had killed, Purple exclaimed in surprise. 33 laps the next moment, a system notification appeared calculating battle score, personal records, perfect game 33 laps, 0 kills, 4 assists. Then Purple awkwardly said seriously, "I really did kill 33. Seeing the message in the chat, the enemy team was dying. In fact, 37 kills. So Odie, Purple said awkwardly, putting his hand behind his head, "I'm sorry for having fun myself. I also wanted to give orders and participate in a team battle." A few seconds later, Purple received a system notification Valley of the Temple ranked. Game returned to the lobby. Then he spoke to complete success with only 4 victories left. Once again, loading up for the next match with the role as the previous time, Purpley said MMR01 should grow. The next match will be even more interesting. As a result of the next 3 games, the victory was as easy as the first time. Twice the enemies surrendered, and once the enemy team's temple was destroyed. Having won once again, the guy received a system notification that the black team's victory had destroyed this off-road unreachable intersection in the full sense of the word, and the team continued to win, winning 4 times in a row. After 4 successful games, Ben Hun gained a lot of confidence and held up his nose and said, "I've seen what I heard in response. I've heard that he plays well, but I didn't think he was at this level." Smiling happily after his comrade's remark, Bong Hoon spoke at a completely different level, as if he were playing a different game, as if he had already been filmed so many times. Hearing the joyful exclamation of his comrade, Park Joo-ho mentally said he had almost made it. Sweetly stretching before the start of the last game, Ben Hun said that if we win this time, it will be the 5th victory in a row, and then added in surprise that, seeing his friend's sudden change in face, Joo-ho asked in surprise what was wrong. At the same moment, looking at the roster of the opposing team, Perla's Ben Hong exclaimed, "Oh my god, why is he here?" When I saw the system notification above me, Genome destroyed Eridus Purple while continuing to move. I thought I missed the goal by 1 second and the top was already lost. I didn't think that the enemy copper would immediately go to the gang. Confidently jumping from one rock to another, the guy added that it seemed to be a serious opponent at that time. In the chat they wrote, "You saw G on the mid." I checked the stats and it was really a mid against a jungler. Why does the jungler have such a rating? Genome just plays well and his skills are on top. Then Pearl added that there was a streamer on the opposite side. If I succeed, I will definitely make 700,000 subscribers to the guy who plays at the level of Gene's Genome, after which Purpla wrote in the chat that he was platinum in 4 games. What a crazy MMR he has. Ben Hong, who was getting nervous, evaluated the skills of the man who had been caught against Purple and said that he was in a match with this Genome. Continuing to play his game, Genome said to the people, "You saw what I was talking about. I'm 4th on platinum, can't you see it? I told you that last season I was busy so I couldn't get to the diamond." Having encountered monsters on his way during the rush, Genome said it looks like the white team's jungler will have to come to support. I wonder how he will plan his route. I saw in my chat messages from the opponent's viewers, and I think I saw it in the comments who is in their team. It's interesting now he is a famous smurf about the choice. Yes, after which Genome said, "I'm not sure, but it looks like the player is a jungler on the white side, probably his partner, as if he met me in the match." Immediately after his words, Genome said in surprise, "Wait, but the choice is accurate, Yami," and then wrote in the chat that he seems to be making an entertaining stream of choices that make my eyes pop out of my head. My brother doesn't pay attention to the spades at all, but I'm shocked. Surprised by the composition of the enemy team, Genome said in surprise, "Wow, this is a little crazy, isn't it? Even if it's an entertaining stream of a troll's peak in an important match, isn't it too much?" The next moment, having stopped in his tracks after destroying the first tower on the top line, the guy added, "Why create aggro with such heroes in an important game like Streamer? I understand that aggro has a limit." Immediately after the streamer's words, people started writing in the chat that it was very annoying. Let's punish them. Let's fire the opposing team. And then a mission for donation appeared. After reviewing the mission conditions, Genome saw Yami's mission 10 kilos rewarded with 50,000 won. Then in the chat room they wrote, if it was Yami, he had a chance. He was weak and dying quickly, just pocket money. Seeing the reward for completing the mission start to grow rapidly, Genome said we should turn this into an entertaining documentary. At the same time, continuing to head to the top line, Purple heard a top going and a jungler doing funny, so by the choice you can see that it's a troll. It seems he's deliberately spinning in other places, to which Purple replied that no, I just saw a jungler of the black team for a second and the unit, and trolling is not my record. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by someone saying, exhale, it's true, just ignore it. The next moment, Pearl's chat blocked, and he said in confusion that, seeing what had just happened, the audience wrote in and everyone blocked as soon as the level was reached, and the reaction also increased if the set uses Yami, then such a reaction is quite expected. Then Purpley said that as soon as the level was higher, everyone became much more serious. But if you try, you can probably remove the block, to which he was answered in the chat. If at least one person did not block, then you can write in the chat. After all the comments from the audience, Pearl thoughtfully said that if I dealt with him, they would unlock it faster, and then they wrote in the chat that I hate it when they take away the keystones from famous players. The next moment, seeing the mission to destroy the genome without items, the reward was a donation of 10,000 won, Purple said happily. Hey, I just wanted to play. But then there was a mission, and then they wrote in the chat that I understood the conditions without items against the genome, and this condition was 30,000. Seeing how the reward for completing the mission had grown to a considerable amount, Purple went in search and said, so until the difference in items grows, let's go around the circle. Hiding behind the wall and starting to look at the map, Purple mentally said, I thought he was going to go gank, but he's not even on the line and I can't even see his position. Continuing his thoughts in the hiding place, the boy thought to himself, he is a magical arrow, he can't have any hidden skills. Wait a minute. The next moment, sensing danger near him, Purple jumped out of his seat and was covered by a barrage of cards that flew at him at a considerable speed. When he appeared in front of Purple after an unexpected shelling without warning, Genome was surprised to hear him speak well. Looking at the guy in front of him, he added, you dodge very well, and then thought it was a four-sided arrow that he was able to dodge. At the same moment, looking at the genome next to him, Purple thought that if the opponent cannot see him hiding behind the structure, it means that he could have predicted my moves in advance. As soon as Pearl had finished his thoughts, Genome got down to business again and started attacking his opponent with cards. As the boy continued to dodge his attacks, Genome quickly closed the distance and did not mention any personal motives. Immediately after his words, pointing his hand at his opponent, Genome said, I'm just following the task. After hearing what the attacker had just told him, Purple used his technique to break the distance and then said, this also applies to me. Seeing that his opponent was as determined as he was, Genome smiled ominously and prepared for a merry confrontation, and Pearl responded in kind. At one point during a fierce battle, noticing a sudden enemy attack, Purple was caught in the middle of an explosion, after which the audience wrote Purple's weak body was hit and it was impossible to dodge. The next moment, as soon as the smoke from the explosion cleared, it was clear that Pearl had used the first-level Iron attribute skill, Summon Iron. Immediately after this defense, using the attribute of the tree level 2 Ghostly Vines, the boy grabbed and restrained Genome's movements. Then the audience wrote in a row, put 2 seals on it. Having easily freed himself from the bonds of his opponent, Genome laughed and said something funny at the time in his chat. He wrote too early to show the cards. The level of fighting between Genome and Purple is really high. Both managed to dodge at the last moment. Hearing his opponent's laughter, Pearl looked at his chakra supply and mentally said, I really know how to use skill and cards if this continues. I'm not going to make it. Immediately after pulling out his dagger and smiling, Purpley mentally said Yami's skills require mana, which is restored by normal attacks or over time. The next moment, turning his gaze to his opponent's weapons, the boy mentally added on the other hand, Twisted Fate uses randomly drawn cards that need to be replenished at the base when the deck runs out. Continuing his thoughts as he analyzed his next steps, Purple mentally added, however, you can use shuffling to replenish your skills. Noticing that the enemy was attacking again, Purple dodged the cards flying at him. Mentally added that he was most likely just stalling for time again. Using the Iron attribute to block the attack, Purple kept a system notification due to lack of mana. Seeing that the guy's mana supply was over, the audience began to write, oh, chakra's out. Jean miscalculated Samson was a little bit right. Hen urgently retreat tactically after all the shouts of the chat room. Pearl retreating thought, we can't stay here. Immediately after his thoughts, he went downstairs and faced the enemy. Purple mentally added, unlike me, the genome gets stronger with each item used. Now is the right time. Immediately after his words, the guy smiled slyly and said, so we need to use something else. Seeing the expression on his face, the audience wrote, Purple smiles. That's a murderous smile. When Purple smiles, someone dies. He's like the god of death. Seeing the actions of his opponent, who began to cast the next skill, Genome said in surprise what it was. I thought his mana was over. Observing his opponent, Genome added in surprise, but he uses the skill to distract him and immediately runs away. After losing sight of the opponent, Genome said his skills were better than I thought, but Yami is still useless. It's hard to memorize all the skills, and then in the chat they wrote that he was out of mana and was running away. This Yami was too tough, he needs to be taught well. Hearing the instructions from the audience, Genome rushed to Perplom's trail, saying the body was already warmed up, so it was time to finish him off. Finding himself in the middle of a clearing with no one and nothing, Genome looked around and thought that he must have hidden in the bushes, and if he hid in the bushes, his body and sound would disappear. Immediately after aiming his cards at his opponent's likely location, Genome mentally added but the sound would give him away. As a result of the Genome's attack, it managed to track down Pearl and force him to defend himself again with the rest of his mana. Seeing what his opponent had just done during his last attack, Genome smiled slyly and said, reacting to every rustle of the bushes, it was so stupid to waste barely recovered mana. The next moment, suddenly turning in the direction of the noise in the thicket, Genome said, well, it's all over. Before he could get too excited, he heard rustling noises in the thicket from all over the place. Turning his head in all directions to catch every sound, Genome mentally spoke so fast and from all sides, Yama doesn't have the skill of resolution. The next moment, having determined exactly where his opponent was located, he took aim with his Genome and said the following. After making an attack with the card and blowing up the pyramid, the guy was surprised to hear that the monsters were overgrown, and then the chat said that it was an error, that this was why the monster was overgrown here, that he had left his area. When he saw that he was attacked by monsters and followed by Pearl Genome himself in the sky, he said, I missed the mark. Watching the movements of his opponent, who used his skill to create many magical arrows in the sky, Genome thought that in this short time he had restored his chakra thanks to the monster and used it to distract him. Immediately after seeing Pearl use the 5th level fire attribute and direct the Genome at him, he added in confusion that this was not a show but a real battle, after which a notification appeared that Pearl had destroyed the Genome. At the end of the confrontation, Purple, once on the ground, received a notification that the mission was completed and 570,000 won were donated to you. Looking at the chat, it was really the same clumsy Yami. My heart fluttered. Genome achieved his goal. Even he faced Pearl, fought with such a rank, and was able to defeat him without items. So who is now Platinum here? To which he replied, thank you for the donation. The next moment, after dealing with the remaining monsters, Pearl said, the game is not over yet, so I'm going back. Immediately after his words, the guy saw that the team began to write to him in the chat, excuse me, are you by any chance preparing to become a pro? I thought you were a troll and blocked you. I'm very sorry I was too quick. I sincerely apologize if you can give orders as a forester, speak when you gang up. After these messages, viewers wrote that it looks like you are going to be taken to the diamond rank. Then Purple threw his sword over his shoulder and said happily, many people don't believe even if you show them that we will win the game first. After a few seconds, a notification appeared to start voice time. The microphone was on. Then Purple ominously said, I will give orders and turn on only my microphone. To which he replied, yes, the microphone is off, I hear you. I turned it on. The next moment, another notification appeared, using the HUD to display all the data using this skill. Purple spoke, now there is no need to report the situation or respond without being distracted by the chat. Keeping an eye on the entire map, the guy added, I'll keep an eye on the map and the status, just concentrate on your lines and follow my orders. Then, in the stream chat, they wrote, I love Purple's orders from the HUD. This is something new. He's not a bus driver, he's a mech driver. The next moment, quickly moving from his seat to the desired point, Purple said, well then, let's start demolishing one line before the Genome is reborn. Revived at the base and re-entering the battle, Genome saw his comrades dying one by one and thought from above that the ability to hide his position was something for Ganges. Continuing to act according to the plan, Genome was heading to the assembly point when he saw in the team chat that the line was still collapsing and they were only occupying the tower, so he replied that he needed to monitor the situation. I'm coming. Hurrying to the assembly point to achieve his goal, Genome mentally said this reaction to me and expected the actions of the white team to change quickly. Jumping from branch to branch, Genome mentally said to the forester who still gives orders, which is rare, and that's why we need to set the trap without them noticing. Immediately after his thoughts, Genome took an inconspicuous place and opened the map and spoke a transparent stone vision of the entire map. A few seconds later, in the team's chat, my friends wrote, but is it really possible to use a transparent stone instead of objects? I set it up as ordered, but at that moment Genome noticed Purple's location through one of his stones. Smiling ominously after discovering his target, the guy said, "We set it up like that, so we're going to go right away. If we don't finish off Yami, we're going to lose for sure." Immediately after his words, remembering the wanted announcement, Genome mentally said, "If we finish off the wanted player with the most consecutive kills, we will transfer the kills to our side and instantly turn the game around." Having poured out all the objects for observation, Purple asked, "So you put all these stones in the thicket, there are no other objects?" And then in the chat, Purple wrote that he was using the stones to catch one person. Cool, he's not a professional, but he knows how to use them. After all the messages from the audience, Purple thought controlling objects of destruction and said it was a classic, and then looking back said the same thing. Incredible. Assessing the situation around him, Purple mentally said, "This is a real trap." Feeling this unusual aura enveloping his entire body, the boy mentally added a sense of acute danger from all sides. The next moment, with the sly smile of his killer smile, Purple added in his head, "The whole enemy team has definitely come for my soul." Arriving in Purple with his entire team, Genome cried out to the crow with us. Thinking about the next plan of action, Genome mentally said, "I'll definitely be able to dodge, so we need to combine attacks." Finding himself in a difficult situation of fighting against the entire opponent's team, Purple anticipated the enemy's attacks and dodged them every time by retreating back. When he dodged another attack, the next enemy immediately rushed at him and planned to crush Pearl, and at that time the chat was written to retreat and admit defeat. After seeing this comment, the manager wrote to admit failure and removed 2 viewers from the broadcast. Seeing what had just happened, someone in the chat room wrote to the manager, "You're incredible. These provocateurs deserve it." And at that time, Purple, preparing to use his technique, said, "If so, we'll just squeeze them out." Immediately after his words, using the 4th level water element, Purple sent a wave at his opponents, which washed them out of his way. Trying to cover his comrades at a time when they were vulnerable, Genome shouted out to Sonico to heal Moamu to go to support. After listening to the orders of their commander, the enemy team regrouped and began a joint attack again, at which time they wrote in the chat that they seriously could not catch one Yami, which 10 kills even won. Pointing cards at my opponent, Genome said in a team voice chat, "I will bait the movements and actions of an ideal player." Seeing that he was in danger, Purple used the 2nd level earth element and created basalt clones beneath him, which he used to get out of the predicament. At the moment when he had just emerged from the enemy's encirclement, Purple saw a playing card above him and thought in confusion that it couldn't be the Queen of Hearts again. Smiling slyly after a successful cheat, Genome said in his head with the ultimatum skill of Joker. As soon as the opponent was confused by the sudden appearance of a second card, Genome added the ability to fake, after which the card changed its design to the original one and shackled Pearl. When the opponent finally lost the ability to move, Genome thought the air might be the perfect prison, and then shouted out to everyone to use their ultimatum skills. Preparing to use his ultimatum skill to destroy his opponent, Genome said, "Let's all go together." And at one point he noticed something unusual. Watching Purple, who had a sly smile on his face, the boy thought he was laughing. In the next instant, using the 5th level earth element skill, Boundless Compassion, Pearl directed his large stone fist at himself. Seeing what had just happened right before their eyes, Genome exclaimed in confusion and used the skill on himself. Watching an opponent with low health and mana flying down after using the technique on himself, Genome added, "But he has no health, 1 hit and he's dead." At one point, when the viewers saw a dark screen, they were surprised to write in the chat that the problems with the broadcast were only my screen not showing anything. Frozen in place at the moment of his attack, Genome thought in confusion that this simply could not be. His gaze was riveted on Purple, who used his ultimatum skill Pit of the Black Knight. This skill absorbs the health of enemies in the area of the Dark Orb and converts it into health and chakra, subject to the activation of the use of techniques of all 5 elements at level 4 or higher. The next moment, hearing the shouts of his comrades, followed by system notifications about their elimination, Genome wondered if someone in virtual reality had been able to do it successfully. After seeing the system notification of 4 consecutive destructions in a row, the chat room wrote that 4 laps in a row of Yami, after which Genome came to his senses and suddenly jumped back, exclaiming that he was in trouble. Having avoided being hit by the black ball, Genome noticed that Purple had just flown out of the black ball and was heading for him. The next moment, after dealing another blow to the last remaining opponent, a pentacle system notification appeared. All team members were killed simultaneously and could choose to revive at the base or surrender. At the moment when all the members of the opposing team were in front of the selection window, the voice chat simply said to surrender, and the map showed that the opposing team was approaching our base. Staying where he was and thinking about his next steps, Genome mentally said to himself, "Give up. This is a dangerous situation. It will be a shame in front of the team if we lose." The next moment, looking back to where Pearl Genome was still standing, he added, "But it would also be insulting to refuse to meet a strong enemy." At the same moment, Pearl, having dealt with all the opponents, heard an order to enter the enemy camp, to which he replied, "Use the teleportation item on me." Continuing to give orders to his comrades, the boy added to ignore the enemies and concentrate on capturing the temple, while Genome told his team to immediately defend the temple after the revival. The next moment, as soon as the two streamers started moving to another location for the battle, I wondered where the limit was. Finding himself near the Temple of Enemies, Purpley arrived at the first likely place of revival of the enemy and said, "Well, let's start the first level of the Earth element." As soon as the first of the opposing team worked out, Purple immediately grabbed her with a stone fist and she screamed like hell. When the first of the opponents was neutralized, Yami went to other revival sites, and at that time it was written in the chat that it was a random revival site, but it worked. Hurrying to the next place of the opponent's revival, the guy mentally said, "I need to go there next." Repeating his previous technique, the boy immediately grabbed the revived enemy, after which he exclaimed in confusion that he was in trouble. Continuing to run around the map and catch opponents, Purple felt something strong and stopped, and thought there was a strong threat there. It was Genome, so. As soon as Genome managed to revive, he immediately saw Purple coming at him and said in surprise, "Wow, it's come to this." Preparing to confront his opponent, Genome took out his playing cards and said that I should think positively, and that's the only reason I came back. As soon as he said this, there was a loud explosion behind him, and then he looked back and saw that their base had exploded. Observing what had just happened without any emotion, Genome sighed heavily and said, "It was a high-risk tactic from the beginning, but this is a real defeat, it's just nothing." A few seconds after the grand fireworks display at the opponent's base, Pearl received a system notification: Black Temple destroyed Mission 5 victory with Yami completed. Agent Q donated $1,000,001 to you. Immediately afterwards, a donation from the user Agent Q arrived with the message, "Are there any games you can't win?" To which Purple replied with a happy smile, "Thank you, I don't know any games I can't win yet." After hearing the streamer's phrase, viewers in the chat wrote that it was cool again, to which Purple awkwardly replied, "No, I mean there are many games I haven't played yet." The next moment, having moved to the lobby after the game, Purple began to receive a lot of friend requests with comments that it was incredible to see such a game for the first time. Starting to scratch his head awkwardly after so many applications, Purple rejected them all and said, "I don't know what the rank will be, so I'm sorry, I'll reject the application as a friend." While continuing to reject all friend requests, Purpley saw one interesting one that said Genome and sent a friend request. The request was followed by a message that said, "Hi, this is the Genome streamer." And then the chat was followed by a message that said, "Genome was the first to send a friend request. Didn't he just get mad? Show me." After opening the message in full, Purple saw, "First of all, I want to apologize to Perfect Play during the entrance tests. I mistook your choice of Yami for trolling and made inappropriate comments on the air. I apologize for judging you from my limited point of view. Although I have already sent an apology message, I would like to apologize in person and play with you again if possible. Please accept my request to be my friend." After reading the message from Genome together with Purple, the audience wrote in the chat that it's normal for streamers like him to not have such a sincere apology for a long time. This message is just perfect. And then Purple accepted the friend request and said, "Wow, he seems like a really good person. A player of Genome's level is always welcome." At one point, when he saw the number of viewers on his broadcast start to grow steadily, Purple was surprised to hear what it was. The next moment, the chat started to write, "I came to watch Genome's stream today. Is the first day of the city. Welcome refugees." Then Purple awkwardly said, "Welcome everyone who came from Genome's stream. Please follow the rules of the chat." Smiling happily after the influx of new viewers, Purple mentally said that thanks to the people who came from Genome's stream, the number of viewers exceeded 3,000. After completing his thoughts and getting under the pillar of bright light again, Purple said, "Well, let's finish the entrance exams." At the end of his stream, Nam Ji Hwan, the streamer Genome, leaving his capsule for the game, said to his assistant how everything went. In response to the question, the cameraman said, "You've been asked to be a friend." And then Genome said, "That's really great." Seeing the streamer's reaction, a friend asked if you care so much about Perfect Play, and he replied that if you don't understand, there are very few people with such skills. He will definitely become famous, and then added that he may already be known in the BARC. He is even called the president of the BARC. Starting to stretch sweetly after a long game, Nam Ji Hwan said, "I was worried that he might be criticized for not matching the stream level, but it all went away after that, but this suggestion should be approached with caution." Hearing his friend's remarks, Nam Ji Hwan suddenly turned his gaze to him and asked him in surprise what his problem was. Hearing the surprise in the streamer's voice, my friend looked at his tablet and said, I continued to watch the Perfect Play stream. Continuing his story about what exactly happened, the friend added that it seems that you will not be the main character but a secondary one, after which Nam Ji-hwan said in surprise that, meanwhile, somewhere on Purple's stream, after finishing his last game, Purple received a system notification of the Perfect Play Diamond 2 rating completed this season. After seeing the results of his streamer, viewers began to write in amazement, "Wow! The first match he really reached the diamond." Breaking news, the Prime Minister of Japan announced that Yami is actually a Korean boogaloo, Korean ninja. This proves Brazil's connection to real gold platinum. The next moment, Purple received several donations with messages saying thank you for returning my honor, after which Purple happily said, "Thank you for the congratulations. Try playing with Yami. It's not hard." And then in the chat they wrote that you really just need to memorize and use 25 skills. Just choose the right skill in 1 second based on the situation. It's time to try yourself in the Yami challenge. Finishing his stream after reaching the rank of Purple, waving his hand, he said, "We have become more than 2,000. Thank you for staying with us. See you at the next stream." After which the viewers wrote that this was the first time he finished the stream so perfectly. "Hey, stay out of the way or you will break." The stream ended too abruptly. Perfecto. Stop the loss of energy, just perfect. At the end of the stream, Ben Hong, flying off the handle, suddenly exclaimed that he would now have to work at night. The next moment, the boy quickly took up his duties and shouted out that he needed to put it in immediately. Looking at his enthusiastic friend who was actively clicking on the keyboard, Park Joo-ho mentally said Choi Ben-hoon to Lee Kyung-bok. The next moment, he was transported back to the moment when he was beaten by his classmates, and someone shouted, "Everything is off." Looking at the camera that recorded the video of the bullying at Lee's school, Ken Bok said, "Yes, this will definitely go to the school board." And then Ben Hong added, "This is a masterpiece among masterpieces, and finally my first portfolio is ready." When they saw that someone had interfered with their business and filmed everything that was happening, the bullies shouted, "Who the hell are you and get out of here?" As soon as Ken Bok jumped over the fence and headed down, someone shouted out a damn badge, after which Joo-ho said, "Don't give me any more roles like that." The next moment, Ken Bok, who was on the ground, said, "It looks like you have a hard time controlling your temper." And then the robbers suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, it's that shaman!" Realizing who they were dealing with, the robbers suddenly shouted out that they shouldn't mess with him, and then Ken Bok and his Ji-ho watched the robbers run away. As they were leaving the scene, the boys shouted, "Let's get out of here," and Ken Bok said to her, "They think the school bullying council is nothing." Also coming downstairs with a camera on which the evidence was recorded, Ben Hun said, "The fools thought they could win today." When the situation was resolved, Ken Bok approached the victim and said, "Hey, what media do you like? Let's make a list." And Ben Hong added, "I'm a master at getting attention on the internet. I'll make them fall for it like they're mesmerized." With a sly smile after this mention, Park Joo-ho mentally said, "In any case, if I'm with these guys, I won't be bored." After a while, showing the fruits of his work to his comrades, Ben Hong exclaimed, "Hey, how's the reaction?" Hearing this, Ken Bok awkwardly said, "Wow, zombies can even talk." Holding his laptop in his hands, Ben Hong added that it's just a sin not to work with such a hit. The match with Genome became a topic on the forums, and our new video got a lot of new viewers. Continuing to rejoice at what had recently happened, the manager said that thanks to this recording, the number of subscribers had grown dramatically and would soon reach 170,000. The next moment, Choi Joo-ho picked up his tablet and began searching for the information he needed. But we have an important matter to discuss. Continuing his report on the current situation, the manager added that we had received an official letter from the Genome team, and they wanted to meet in person. Pointing his tablet at Ken Bok, Joo-ho added that they even uploaded an apology video, to which Ken Bok said they shouldn't have been so concerned, but the manager added that they wanted to not only apologize and make friends, but also make a joint stream. Hearing this proposal, Ben Hong smiled slyly and exclaimed that long-lasting streamers always have one good skill, the wound eye. They recognized the genius of Lee Kang-bok, and then Kang-bok himself said a joint stream meant that they wanted to make a collab in the city. In response to his friend's question, Joo-ho looked at the tablet and said, "They're going to invite you as a guest to discuss game content." And when Ken Bok heard this, he was confused and asked if they were going to dismember the guests. In response to the boy's concerned question, the manager replied that the name was indeed strange, but it didn't matter. They just invited a master with good skills. Continuing his conversation, Joo-ho added that the guest is increasing his fame and Genome is demonstrating his physical skills, after which Ken Bok asked if both of them are winning, then I need to teach them how to play Bark. In response to the boy's question, the manager said no. This time it's the other way around. Genome has decided to become a master and wants to teach him the skills of playing at Gunner Ground. When Ken Bach heard what was going to happen in this guest stream, he was surprised to hear that Genome would be hosting the stream and I would be a student of it. Smiling slyly after the question, Ben Hong said to Genome that he seemed to have realized something, and then mentally said he realized he would not be able to play the perfect play game. The next moment, Ken Bach banged his cup on the table and said that there was no reason to refuse to stream together with someone like Genome. Starting the stream, Purple waved and said perfecto, after which viewers in the chat started writing, "Hi, this person is perfect play. Oh, he has a good voice, hen. There are a lot of strange people here today." Turning his attention to the number of viewers, Ken Bach mentally said that he hadn't even started yet and already had almost 3,000 viewers. Seeing the title of the stream, viewers in the chat started writing, "Gin Mustic is not playing. He would have already logged in if he was playing. Maybe today he would play another game." After which Purpley said correctly, "I want to try a new game." After which they wrote in the chat, "Hen needs to go to the master." After receiving the advice from the chat, Purple smiled and said, "I'm happy to inform you that we are planning a joint stream with Genome and Gunner Ground. Details will be published in the Perfect Play community later." Seeing a system notification above him to continue registration through an existing account, Purple said, "Given the fact that I know nothing, it would be inappropriate to hold joint events, so I want to practice a little." Gunner Ground is a game where you have to become the last survivor in a team of hundreds of players in a survival game. Falling down, Purpley said happily, "And here comes the beginning of the game." After which they wrote in the chat that he would win 100%. "I thought that in the first game he would die 20 times. Someone seems to have missed the training. Shouldn't they know about the training?" As he continued to fall down, Pearl suddenly heard other players shouting, "It's time to go back to school, come on!" And then looking back, he noticed that they had opened their parachutes. And seeing this in the chat, they wrote that they had already opened their parachutes and were trying to attract attention, as if safety was the most important thing. After rereading the chat, Purple thought, "Yeah, if you land wrong, you can die." And then the chat said, "Well, where are you going if you're a beginner? You'd better go to the warehouse." Seeing the advice from his viewers, Purple opened the map and said that the warehouse is where, after which the viewers wrote that even if you are a pro in games, you are just a beginner here. And I like beginners, they are always interesting. And the warehouse is a great place to farm. After looking at the map and seeing the right point, Purple exclaimed, "I found it, so I went." And then the audience wrote that he had a vertical fall on the first try. Wow, and the height is serious. Many people don't believe him. Watching the guy's free fall, viewers began to write, "Hey, he didn't open the parachute. Why doesn't it trigger the altitude warning? What's his HUD information?" Perfect sets the level of immersion in the game to maximum. Because of the bridge, he completely forgot. While the audience continued to write, "Wow, he's doing everything intuitively. It looks like he's going to crash in the first game," Purpley was waiting for that very moment and mentally said a little bit too soon. When the altitude was almost critical, Purple pulled the ring and opened the parachute, after which he landed safely. Seeing this, the audience wrote, "Wow, it really worked. The timing is determined by the god of the game. It was perfect, so what was the problem?" After throwing off his backpack with a parachute, the guy said in surprise that I didn't even have basic weapons and that I had to fight with my bare hands, after which the audience wrote that reinforcements were coming. It was time to farm especially fast and fight in the warehouse, which is a real treasure trove. After reading all the comments from his supporters, Purple smiled happily and said, "I'm going straight there." Arriving at the containers where his ability led him, Purple sniffed and thought, "Wow, this is where such a sweet aroma is coming from." Continuing on, the boy noticed where he was going and happily added a warehouse behind him that looked particularly attractive, after which the audience wrote this military scud, hard to find, but it did not disappoint. Stopping in front of the containers because of a sense of danger, Purple mentally said that it seemed to be about 3 people ahead. Confidently moving forward, where on one of the passages they opened fire on him, Purple wondered in his head why they were not fighting each other. Seeing Purple waiting among the containers in the warehouse, viewers wrote that it was an ambush in a metagame, using the military warehouse as a decoy. Having made several unsuccessful shots and never hitting his opponent, the player shouted in confusion where he had disappeared to, and at that moment Pearl was already at his feet. Having made a roll, the guy knocked down his opponent and thus was able to take the gun that fell out of his hands, after which the audience wrote that it just happened. Just look at this elasticity as expected. Hearing a strange sound near him, another player arrived and exclaimed when he saw the enemies, and at that moment the audience wrote that they were losing another one in a solo game. Pulling the trigger of his weapon and opening fire on Purple, the player shouted, "Disappear." At that moment the viewer wrote it was very cool, but he died. Noticing the danger, Purple used improvised means to defend himself with the body of his opponent, whom he knocked out, after which the audience wrote immediately decided to become friends. The enemy will always remain the enemy. Having survived the attack of his opponent with a micro Uzi, Purple took aim with his pistol and fired a shot, thus eliminating his opponent, after which the audience wrote a legend that the opponent's ambush was too small for such a whale. Seeing that two of his enemies had already died, the third opponent chose to escape and began to retreat quickly. Pointing his gun at the fugitive, Purple thought, as usual, the objects are bait, and it seems they temporarily formed a team the next moment. Pulling the trigger and hearing an empty click, the guy said, "I'm out of ammo," after which the audience wrote, "Too bad, since there's no NUD, we can't do anything." When he heard that the guy had run out of ammunition in his weapon, the fugitive quickly turned around and shouted, "Get lost!" with a sly smile. After dodging the opponent's attack, Purple quickly moved behind him and then punched him in the face, saying that if you had just run away, you would have stayed alive, after which a notification appeared. Your fist punch caused the opponent to lose consciousness, after which the audience wrote that it was expected that if not death, then definitely loss of consciousness would have overtaken him. Continuing the discussion of the situation, the viewer added that since he did not use a weapon, he probably just knocked him out, after which Purple, holding his opponent unconscious in his hand, said, "Hey, it's also forbidden to kill with your bare hands." The next moment, picking up the gun and swinging to strike, Purple added, "Then it is possible to check whether you will die from a gunshot." Then the notification "Perfect play kill eclectic field with a blow to the head" appeared. Seeing that the enemy had actually died, the audience was shocked and began to write that it really works anyway, it's a gun. And again, something new for us, if you hit the head, the damage is counted in the head. The god of games returned with a new blow, after which Purpley said he found the kit perfectly fitted. While Purple was putting together his new weapon, the audience wrote, "Wow, full equipment. Seriously. He's lucky as always with a set of weapons. Without weapons, it would be cooler now he's omnipotent." And then Purple said, "I guess it's over in other places too." At one point, seeing the notification in front of him, the viewer offers an individual mission for donation. Mission donation. 10,001 for each lap in this round. Reward as a success, 1,000,001. Then Purple said, "Wow, thanks for the donation. This considering the recent laps is also true." The next moment, a donation of 30,001 came in for the completed part. Then the viewers wrote carefully. Follows this, in fact, if the conditions are specified in this round, you must first give the money immediately. 30 dropped after that. Purple accepted the mission and said, "Now there are 76 survivors, so I need to raise funds quickly." As soon as the broadcasters wrote in the chat room that you were complaining now, he was no more than money according to the royal rules. He could accumulate another 760,001 anyway. They would all die. But the paranoia kicked in. Then Purple smiled happily and said, "I'll get the prizes, so if they die, at least by my hand, isn't that the highest good?" At the same time, a man with a shotgun was sitting somewhere in a building, aiming at enemies, and said, "Sniping is my calling, and this round everything is going like clockwork, and I'm lucky with the items." A few seconds later, noticing another enemy in the crosshairs, the player said, "There's more," after which he abruptly disappeared from the crosshairs, and the perfect play kill GG notification appeared on top. The sniper, showing his dissatisfaction with the theft of his kill, said, "Damn it, they took the EPO. It's a close-range assault rifle. I wonder if someone else was in that building." Noticing another enemy in the crosshairs, the player saw him taken out before his eyes, and the perfect play kill instant bullet notification appeared. Quickly jumping out of the window and opening the map, the man with the shotgun shouted out from nowhere. After looking at the map of the area to understand where the fire was coming from, the guy said from the other side of the field how it was possible to shoot an assault rifle from such a distance. The next moment, he took out his binoculars and began to look out of the window to determine the opponent's position, and exclaimed, "It's impossible without cover, because there's no one there." As soon as he said this, the next bullet fired by Purple flew directly at him, who noticed him before the man with the shotgun could react. After making one more lap, Purple smiled happily and said, "See, I told you everything would be fine." And then in the chat room they wrote, "Isn't that like shooting an assault rifle on the field? You usually die immediately. I can't believe my eyes. He's got him. How does he do it?" In response to the audience's surprise, Purple said that when you check each building in turn and think to find an opponent, you find yourself in the most visible place of the building. Then in the chat they wrote, "I didn't know it was possible to avoid open spaces in your vault, and it makes sense. Don't believe in common sense. Believe in the god of games." The next moment, lowering his weapon, Purple said thoughtfully, "But it looks like this is different from the bark, something strange," after which the chat room wrote, "Haven't you seen this in the bark before? No, it's much better. All the rifles hit the target exactly, but this is still different." Immediately afterwards, someone in the chat room wrote, "Is it all because of ballistics? The ballistics used in the race for resources are very realistic." And Purpley asked the ballistics expert in surprise. After hearing the question, the viewer wrote in the chat, "In fact, when shooting from a distance, you need to aim a little higher than the bullets falling in a parabola. And you also need to take into account the wind direction wrong actions of the players end in their failure. Then Pearl said, I will try to catch the moment. The next moment, aiming at the car in which someone was trying to escape, Purple mentally said, due to the speed of the car, the shot will be too late if you predict the moment the bullet arrives and the position of the car, and then wrote in the chat that you were going to use it where you were aiming. A few seconds after the wheels of the car whistled, Purple held a notification that your shot caused the player to faint. Then, in the chat, they wrote that he was justifying his name by preemptive shots, which is a common rule. With a sigh of relief and a look at his weapon, Purple thought, I felt uncomfortable with the discrepancy between what I expected, but it turns out I wasn't the only one who felt it. Looking at the stopped car, Purple said thank you for the information. Every game has its own rules and challenges. It was strange not to notice this. And then they wrote a quick reply in the chat. We can't wait to hear how many times they say that you need to understand at a glance. He means that you need to see everything through the eyes of God. As we continued the discussion in the chat, it became a little scary how you can feel the ballistics intuitively. It seems that he had studied everything in advance and pretended to know nothing. It was clear that it was all a staging. Such people always impersonate. Then Purple awkwardly said staging, but something just seemed different, so I asked. Approaching the stopped car, Purple thought, although I had heard he was Ben-Hun, there are indeed people who increase their self-esteem at the expense of others, and then wrote in the chat that I had just shared my opinion. Did I really hit a nerve? And enough with the demonstrative behavior. Trying to somehow calm people down, the viewer wrote a kaput for this whole production. Even people were dragged into the chat. Then Purple thought he always throws out something like that could get him banned. As soon as he thought about it, he saw that 4 notifications appeared in the chat with the text that the manager had deleted the viewer. Seeing that the haters started flying out, the viewer wrote, wow, the manager took over. And then Pearl thought Ju-Ho was really doing a good job. Opening the door of the car from which the driver had fallen out, Purple said, smiling happily, hey, uncle, I think I've had too much to drink, so the smoke grenade in the store, I'll take everything. After a few seconds, Purple received a notification at the moment 59 out of 100 survivors. The survival rate is below 60% due to the electric field. The survival zone is shrinking after the number of survivors is reduced to 10 people. Each zone will be reduced. Looking at his bracelet that was broadcasting a map, Purple said that since the source of the current was in the city center, it would be the final survival zone. After analyzing the situation for the future, Purple tapped his hand on the roof of the car and said, before people come, let's get on the road. After a while, flying along the route where people were swarming and started shooting at his car, Purple said, wow, that's the purpose of the checkpoint. The next moment, the car drove onto the ramp and ended up in the air, while the players holding the passage began to fire at it. Peering out of the trunk of the car, Purple said, holding a grenade in his hand, and indeed, everyone decided to hide under the bridge. As soon as the guy took out the receipt and threw the grenade down from the car with the words, how much does it cost to drive through the toll plaza? The audience wrote in the chat, how could you think that a grenade could be detonated in a car? Run away. Hen, if you imagine what a bearded fuster says, it becomes scary, a real madman, and you were hiding in the trunk, weren't you? As soon as the explosion occurred and the larger picture of the players was destroyed, Pearl jumped out of the trunk of the car and went to clear the remaining survivors. Immediately after landing, the rest of the players burned out, and a donation of 100,000 won for success arrived, after which Pearl said thank you for the donation, and then an explosive background was written in the chat at the end of it, which is a classic wow, he's already collected 100,000. The next moment, returning to the place where the fire broke out after the grenade explosion, the boy said, I can't take back what burned, I'm not even a little sorry. The next moment after his regrets, when he saw the inscription downtown near him, the boy confidently walked forward and said, well, let's go to the city center. Moving further to the center of the map, the boy received a system notification that 47 people had survived and that the ring was beginning to narrow. After activating his skills, Purple looked at the buildings and said about 20 people, but the ring narrowed, but there were not enough people in the zone. After which the audience wrote Purpley already in the zone, maybe they are just hiding behind the zone, fully stocked with first aid kits and waiting for the meat to pass again, this rat tactic. Continuing to discuss the situation, the viewers wrote that the electric field causes gradual damage, so it can be survived with treatment, but it requires a lot of first aid kits, doesn't it? After which Purpley put his hand behind his head and said awkwardly, well, with the rest, surviving means winning, so such a strategy is quite possible to look for opponents is quite problematic. Immediately after his words, Purpley asked with a sly smile, Mr. Sirius, will you count the laps made by the electric field? After which the audience wrote, are you kidding? The electric field is a system as such, can the laps be counted? Or do you want to push people into the zone? After a short period of time, a system alert sounded to the 36 survivors, and the ring was beginning to narrow. Seeing this notification, Purple smiled happily and said, Having dealt with the people, you can narrow the circle and thereby close those who remained outside the zone. After seeing several laps made by the zone according to Purple's plan, the viewer wrote to say, "I'm crazy what I just saw." He narrowed the field by eliminating people. It's like an electric chair for rats only. And then Purple, seeing the increase in the reward, said, "Sir, thank you very much for the laps. I will try to do even more." At one point, when he noticed his opponents running away from him, Purple said in surprise that why were they running away from the zone? After which the audience wrote, "Because of you. They are more afraid of you than the electric field." Opening fire at the fugitives, Purple shouted, "Hey, don't run away." At which point a viewer wrote to the demon, "They've already given up, and you're shooting them in the back, and I'm running away too." In response to a viewer's remark, Purple said that in battle, no one spares anyone, eliminate or be eliminated. And then the chat room wrote that only the first part of the law works for you. The goal of the game is to survive in parentheses to escape from Purple. Having lost the sense of his opponents, Purple said that it seemed that there was no one left in the city center, and then accidentally noticed another enemy. Sensing the danger, the man ran in a random direction screaming and trying to survive, avoiding the shot. Seeing that the target was still running, the audience wrote a miss and decided to just scare him anyway. The electric field would finish him off. Purple could also be wrong. The next moment, a loud explosion was heard at the sight of the fleeing enemy, after which the audience wrote that it was intended to be so. Smiling happily after the spectacular show, Purple said, "I pulled the check out of the grenade. Since it was sticking out, it will be counted as a keel." After which the audience wrote, "You really hit that tiny check. It's amazing that he even showed it off. It's cooler than hitting a squirrel in the eye. It's a legend." After receiving the notification about the narrowing of the circle, Purple watched the crowd of people on the transport heading towards him from the field. Purple said, "Now there is no one left in the center." Picking up the binoculars and starting to watch the rest of the people heading toward him, the boy added that he would wait for those who were leaving the field. Seeing a pile of explosions in front of him due to the collision of cars that lost control because of the drivers who were killed by the zone, Purple said in amazement, "What a sight!" Watching the firefights and explosions in the last moments of the confrontation, the guy received a system notification that there were 6 people left alive, after which he wrote in the chat room, "Wow, Vietnam is really good here. I love watching The Last Rings." As soon as the survivors were left with only him, Purple joyfully exclaimed, "Wow! Of course, you made a fireworks display here, which you shouldn't have," and then wrote a witty salute in the chat in honor of Purple. Against the backdrop of all the confusion that took place in the last zone, Purple received a system notification of a perfect play rank 1 win in laps 25, after which the chat said God Purpley won perfectly again. The next moment, a donor came in with a message saying that the personal mission was completed. The viewers were serious, and he donated 420,000 won, after which Purple said, wiping away his tears, "Sir, thank you for the exciting mission. It reminded me of Agent Gaben. I wonder how he is doing." And then they wrote in the chat that he was Q, the one who wanted to do something bad but didn't succeed. Immediately after the words of gratitude, Pearl put his hand to his forehead and said, "Trial game over today. It was fun. See you all at the next stream." And then wrote a perfect farewell in the chat. "We want one more match. Everything is perfect. Even the care is perfect. Bye as always. See you in the most interesting." At the same time, on a stream called Perfect Play, Genome rated with 2,347 viewers, Nam Ji Hwan, while eating cakes, said, "Thank you for the raid, Purpley, and welcome to the audience." Seeing a message in his chat room accepting refugees, Purple seems to have accepted the apology. "Our baby is now raiding other people's children so quickly." Oh, Genome just wanted to see the guy reread the message and said, "Well, since everyone is here, I'm announcing that soon there will be a joint stream of the Anatomy of the Master," and then thought, "Where is my list?" After this statement, viewers wrote to the masters, "Are there any more masters left? Is Purpley a master? Are there no ideas for content left at all? Oh, old and sick Genome, take care of your health, stop eating sugar. How many cakes are in front of you? Even if it's a virtual game, it's too much." After which the streamer angrily exclaimed, "Hey guys, I'm still in my prime. I'm only 30 and the guest will be top." The next moment after I started Pearl's stream and heard that I didn't want to be out of place on the stream, so I wanted to practice a little bit, Genome choked on his words. And then in the chat they wrote, "Oh yo bro, with age, you're dropping everything, Pearl. You're guest on PerthYub," and announced a joint stream. Watching Purpley play his first rink in the new game, Genome exclaimed in confusion, "This is definitely a training session. He's been killing everyone," and then wrote in the chat that today's expectations were not met. After a while, someone in the cafe shouted, "It's not my fault," and then Juho said, "Don't avoid it. You promised from the beginning. You offered to meet at the cafe to discuss it," to which Ben Hoon, kneeling down, replied, "It's just that this is the first time I've faced such a difficult task since I started editing." The next moment, He pounced on his friend and began to hold him down in a chokehold. Ben-hoon added too much material, too bad to cut anything out, and spent the whole night thinking and slept through it all because of Lee Kyung-bok. Then Joo-ho asked, "Did you sleep again this night? You completely disrupted the day's routine." In response to his friend's remark, Ben-hong said, "But publication time is the key to success. Sorry for the broken promise, and I admit that this time the response is really great. We even reached the 4th place in the trends." After hearing his friend's praise, Ben-hoon pointed a finger at Kang-bok and exclaimed how he couldn't work nights because of this genius. After listening to his friend's exclamations, Joo-ho said, "Yes, a genius," and then said with a sigh, "But being a genius is not enough." Hearing his friend's remark, Ben-hoon said in confusion, "But he becomes a legend in every game, doesn't he?" After receiving a question from the video editor, the manager said, "However, admiration easily turns into envy. Remember those comments?" Recalling the comments about ballistics of prediction and other things, Ken Bok said, "I remember Joo-ho saying that in the future there will be even more of them, and it cannot be avoided." Immediately after his words, the manager pointed his finger at the guy in front of him and added, "That's why you need to become a friendly genius." Continuing his dialogue, Joo-ho added, "Purpley is growing rapidly, but viewers are not yet attached, so now is the time to build a fan base and strengthen the sense of belonging to your community." Speaking about his plan of action to reduce the number of haters, Joo-ho added that we are planning to use subscription features and emojis, and we also need to connect an affiliate program. Hearing these words, Ben-hoon suddenly exclaimed, "That's when you can run ads and get a steady income." And then Joo-ho said exactly that, a steady income in addition to donations. Hearing the suggestions from his friends, Purple was surprised to hear that the advertisement seemed to spoil the atmosphere of the streams. After listening to the remarks from Ken Bok, Ben-hong confidently said no, the benefits of subscription are much more important and the majority supports the partnership connection. Continuing to talk about the benefits, Ben-hong added, "For example, subscribers can see the subscription period and exclusive emojis that distinguish them from others. If a chat message stands out, it is easier to notice and therefore the viewer is closer to the streamer, which will strengthen the community." After listening to his friend, Ken Bok said thoughtfully, "So it turns out that viewers want more attention from the streamer, and if this will allow you to get closer to the audience, it's worth a try." Hearing that they had come to a common decision, Joo-ho said, "Then I'll find out the cost of ordering the emoji." Speaking of finances, Lee Kyung-bok, "You haven't registered your business yet." After listening to his friend's question, Ben-hong asked the IE in surprise, after which Ken Bok added, "Why do I need this if I'm just streaming?" In response to this question, Joo-ho angrily exclaimed, "Look at the growth of the channel and the revenue. Even for coffee for meetings, you need to formulate expenses to optimize taxes." After which his friends were amazed to hear Joo-ho say, "Wow, Joo-ho is so smart." Sighing heavily after the guy's reaction, Park Joo-ho said, "If you want to hire me and Choi Ben-hoon, registration is required. I'm not going to work for a black company." Hearing the remark from his friend, Ken Bok suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, then that means..." After which Ben-hong exclaimed, "Wow." Confirming the question of his comrades, Joo-ho confidently said, "Yes, I am officially joining as a manager." Hearing their friend's words, the boys suddenly grabbed him by the arms and started dancing and shouted, "Hooray!" After which Joo-ho said, "Then hurry up and get Choi Kyung-bok insurance if he gets sick. It will be worse for everyone, so we need to share the load." Hearing the order from his friend, Ben-hoon exclaimed that the installer had the right to insurance, and Joo-ho replied disappointedly, "Why don't you know that after working so long, you've never asked yourself this question?" In response to his friend's question, the guy said all this because I always signed one-time contracts. Wait, so my former boss knew about all this and still kept quiet? Adjusting his glasses after the question, Joo-ho said, "I'll prepare the documents and you, Ken Bok, take the name for the company." After hearing the order from his manager, Lee Ken Bok did not think twice about it but said, "Well then, maybe let's call it Team Perfect." Hearing what version of the company's name their friends suggested, Ben-hong said it sounded great, and then Joo-ho added a good one. Smiling happily after agreeing on one of the issues that was on the agenda, Ken Bok said, "Well, I look forward to seeing you in the future." Ben-hoon held out his hand in front of him and said, "So, let's get back to the topic of partnership. Let's note the great content of the joint stream with Jin," to which Joo-ho said, "Jin probably has a strong fan base and a lot of haters, which is a little disturbing." Hearing the manager's remark, Ken Bok asked what to be afraid of and then heard that you could become a target for hate stream snipers. Those assholes. They won't leave you alone and will only hunt for you. Hearing this remark, Ken Bok put his hands behind his head and said, "But in a battle piano, you have to destroy everyone, right?" Hearing his friend's remarks, the manager felt a bit disappointed by their knowledge, and then Ben-hung threw his arm around Joo-ho's shoulder and said that the genius mindset should be used too. Tilting his head down and sighing heavily, Ju H said, "Oh, fools, we are creating an image now, and so I am worried that the perfect image may be destroyed." After hearing a comment from my friend Ken Bach saying that you can practice a little before the stream, I wanted to try something. The next moment, Ken Bach sat down at the computer and started writing the Over the Perfect Gunner Ground event. Congratulations, channel administrator and editor. In honor of the partnership, we are holding a mini event for subscribers with a prize pool of 1 million won. Preliminary stage of the application before the start of the stream raffle for 50 subscribers. Main stage of the application during the stream raffle. For 49 subscribers, stream sniping is allowed. You can see the movements of the streamer by following his/her broadcast. The legendary battles of 1 against 99. Avoid the wrath of Pearl to the last. The one who survives the longest will receive a prize. Prizes for survival. Second place, 100,000 won. Third place, 90,000 won. From 4th to 10th place, 20,000. One prize for starting the game. The first to fall victim to Pearl, 10,000 won. But what happens if you somehow manage to defeat Pearl? It's pretty simple. You get a huge prize and glory. Bounty Hunter Prize. Elimination of Purple. 1 million won play with Purple. Experience the perfect taste of defeat and don't miss the chance to earn 1 million. Sometime after the publication of this event, Purpley launched a stream and happily said congratulations to everyone. Seeing how the viewers started actively buying subscriptions and writing in the chat, everyone should subscribe even if they can't donate. No one canceled. The guy was impressed and said, "Wow, thank you. I didn't expect such a response." Even the emoji hadn't been properly prepared yet. Watching the messages in the chat, viewers wrote that it looks like a whole cult, but now we have branded emojis. Even just one is enough. And then a notification came. Janome subscribed and sent a message. I heard, "You already appreciated Gunner? I'm looking forward to the collaboration." And Purpley replied, "Oh, Genome, thanks for the subscription. I'm also looking forward to it." And then they wrote a collab in the chat. Someone is trying too hard to impress me. After the angry comments, Purple interrupted the audience and said, "Today, as announced, we have a scheduled audience participation roulette in the hands of our manager. I pray for luck." A few seconds later, a notification came from the manager that the main draw was over. 49 participants were selected and sent to all 100 players, including Pearl. After which the streamer said, "Congratulations, use the codes to enter the practice game." After giving his viewers a few seconds to prepare, the guy launched the game and said, "So we're starting the first event with the OTP audience." Hearing the last sentence, the viewers started writing again, a strange abbreviation for OTP, which is like a bank. It's over the perfect. Of course, 0 IQ in chat. Jumping down from the plane, Purple saw in the chat room that a missile was already flying. Do you think they could at least wound him, the first one to fall in the slippers? At one point during a free fall, the boy heard shouts from his subscribers who were telling his brother to look back too quickly. Looking up into the sky behind him, the guy saw a large number of people following him, shouting, "Wow, Purple is really him. Look here, brother. Give me a headshot with your fist." And then in the chat room they wrote, "Oh, the nuts, I fell out of the headshot." Turning to his subscribers and putting his hands to his mouth to hear louder, Purple shouted out, "Where are you all? I heard that the school has good loot." In response to the guy's question, the players exclaimed, "We follow you, bro. School, great choice. Finish me off first in line. Purple, crush my head with your kicks." Watching his subscribers who kept shouting his name and their requests, the boy thought that this is the happiness of audience participation. At one point, when he noticed one of the spectators near him who was clearly aiming at him, Purple tensed up and wrote in the chat that it was a kamikaze. He decided to fight him in the air. Looking at the guy who did not have the best intentions, Purple smiled slyly and said that he was so impatient to die first. In response to a question from his favorite, the boy said, "My death is nothing. If I take you with me, get ready for a hug." Before he could carry out his plan, Purple grabbed the arms of the guy who was heading toward him and threw him under him, sending him down. As soon as his opponent was in the lower position, Purple grabbed his attacker's arms and began to pull them toward his neck. Having suppressed the attacker with his own hands, Purple said, "Hugs make me uncomfortable, so let me just shake your hand," after which he exclaimed, "What a force." After dealing with his opponent, who had lost consciousness, and seeing the system notification, which said a headshot with a fist, DJ Rodrigo knocked out Purple, who said it was considered a headshot, although the damage to the head was not. Seeing the discussion in the chat room, judging by the tag of DJ, he seems to be new to Serengeti TV. Instead of prize money, he will receive advertising. And won't he get 10,000 won for the perfect first lap? After which Pearl opened the parachute and said, "DJ Rodrigo, sorry, but it doesn't count as a lap. Thanks for participating." The next moment, a new system notification appeared on the Earth system. DJ Rodrigo saw that the guy had just died in the fall, and the audience began to write, "I didn't even pay off 10,000 won. It's a man's reign. Fresh meat. Let the slaughter begin." And looking up at the sky where there were a whole bunch of people, Pearl said, "Wow, there are really a lot of them." Continuing to watch the large crowd landing at the location with him, Purple added, "They really fell for me, so let's not upset the guests and meet them properly." Seeing a unique weapon in Purple's hands, the audience was surprised to write MR90. Isn't that a rare loot? They dropped the box. Was it really lying on the floor? And then Purple said to raise the stakes, "I have a rare weapon available from the start." After seeing what Purple was planning to do, viewers started writing, "Now something will happen. It's like shooting ducks," and logged into a chat room. "The guy in the air, now I'll land safely and make it to the top 10. Opening fire on the flying targets, Purple smilingly said to those who were afraid and opened the parachute too early, "I sympathize with you." After firing ammunition at the flying targets, the streamer joyfully said a rap in song Cowards, after which viewers wrote what was going on, why he said it, why there was no report of kills. Was Purple mistaken? No, God is not mistaken. The next moment, screams were heard and people began to fall rapidly down from the parachutes. And after seeing the system notifications of deaths from falling, the chat room wrote that he had cut the parachute rope with his bullets, which was impressive as he hit the rope exactly with his bullets. Watching what was happening, viewers wrote that it reminded them of the moment with the grenade. You don't want to give away the starting prize. So Purple replied that the starting prize should go to the one who dies beautifully in the battle. Then they wrote in the chat that only a worthy death matters. We are waiting for you, hero. Having dealt with a certain number of players, Purple headed to the upper floors and said, "Now let's go get some supplies and replenish our ammo." Looking through the box of supplies, the streamer, not finding anything useful, said, "I wonder if there are any ammo here, only energy," and then wrote in the chat that it seems they only drop out when you restore items. And luck is not on your side in this match, so finding ammo for 5 and 7 is like winning the lottery. After failing to loot the supply crate, Purple closed his eyes and mentally said, "I'll concentrate my senses on the top floor 1-2. Arriving at the right place and opening the door to the room, Purple exclaimed with joy that he was lucky. And at the same time, the guy who was already in the room scaredly exclaimed that at that time they wrote in the chat that he decided to start from the top floor. The expression on his face is priceless. Looking at the guy he hadn't been able to sense with his senses, Purple thought to himself, "I guess I didn't notice this guy because of the positive aura." The next moment, the streamer suddenly rushed over to the guy he found in the room and exclaimed, "Nice to meet you!" After knocking the guy down and twisting his arm, Purple turned the weapon directly on the guy and said, "Thank you for participating," then pulled the trigger and a system notification of self-destruction appeared. Then the audience wrote that the meeting with the fan lasted 5 seconds. What a cruelty. I wonder who will get the prize for the first round. Continuing to discuss the match, viewers wrote in the chat, "If you can't even get a weapon, you don't deserve the prize. You can only earn money with skills at that moment." Purple happily said, "I found the store and the flash drive. Thank you for your generous gift." Continuing to search for the loot collected by the subscriber, the streamer joyfully exclaimed, "I understand, a gift from fans," and then wrote in the chat that it was called racketeering. "Can I borrow it? I'll take it back. You won't need it anymore." Pulling the golden frying pan out of the deceased subscriber's backpack, Purple exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, this battle will be legendary. I'm already full of anticipation," and then wrote in the chat the sign of true frying pan professionals. At the same time, watching the battle from a hiding place, the girl said, "I'd rather watch and not get involved." Joyfully watching her favorite streamer deal with her enemies, the girl happily exclaimed, "Nobody can resist Pearl." At one point, one of the players took out a grenade pin and threw it to the streamer and shouted fire in the sky. When the girl saw this, she shouted out a grenade flying carefully from below. The next moment, Purple jumped out of the window and shot the man who had thrown the grenade at him. At that moment, the girl said, "Wow, he looks epic, no flaws." At one point, noticing that the guy had already dealt with all his opponents and was heading into the building, the girl suddenly ducked down and whispered that he was coming here. What to do? This meeting with Purple meant I was finished. When he found himself in a room with a girl screaming in fear and pointing a gun at her, the streamer was surprised to hear that you were not even armed. The next moment, throwing his MR90 over his shoulder, Pearl smiled happily, and at that time the girl was frightened, thinking, "Wow, he found me despite the fact that I was hiding." After which the streamer said, "Nice to meet you. If I finish you, the chat will definitely call me a war criminal." Feeling a certain peace of mind that she would not be killed, the girl accidentally noticed an enemy behind Pearl's back and suddenly exclaimed, "What a sniper!" The next moment, he took a closer look at the person in the building opposite and screamed out in fright at the sniper. At the same moment, the person had already pulled the trigger and the bullets were headed for Purple, who heard the screams and looked back. Frightened of what might happen next, the girl covered her arms and screamed loudly, and Purple, at that moment, defended himself from the bullets with a frying pan. Hearing a strange sound of metal hitting metal, She opened her eyes and saw that Purple had returned fire at the enemy and mentally said that he had protected me with a frying pan. And at the same time, Purple said, "Next time I'll be lucky, thank you for participating." As soon as the situation was settled, he wrote in the chat that he had deflected the shot with a frying pan again, and the shot was so far away that even the sound of the shot was not heard. The trouble was that the sniper took the first stake, to which the streamer replied, "No, you took the first stake in the corridor." Immediately afterwards, the streamer recalled the moment of a clash with his opponent, who recently exclaimed, "Can I know the color of your underwear?" After which a system notification appeared. Purpley had eliminated the channel stalker headshot. Smiling happily after recalling the first round, Purple said instead of a prize, "I gave that sniper kind words," after which I wrote in the chat a frying pan for all occasions, and next time I'm lucky enough to use it, I'll give him kind words like that. The next moment, getting down on one knee and pointing at the player in front of him, Purple said, "Well, this girl also helped me. Thanks to her, I was able to locate the sniper." Hearing that she had helped Purple with something, the girl was surprised to say that after that they wrote in the chat that it was a romantic moment would be quite inappropriate to wonder what would happen to her dick. Now run away from there. Smiling happily at his assistant, Purple knelt down in front of the girl and said, "So you are the last survivor of the school, so I can grant you one wish." After hearing what the streamer had just said, the chat room wrote in a chat room that hinted at what a heartthrob Purple was, and then the girl said, breathing heavily with excitement, "Well then," pointing finger to finger, the girl with an innocent expression said, "Could you please make me a headshot with your fist, please?" And then the streamer said in confusion that then they wrote in the chat that it was a bugger who expected this from this sweet girl. "I just can't do it. I mean, God, first a lingerie hunter and now she's a Perla fan, and the fans are completely off." After hearing this, Purple tried to somehow refuse the request, getting to his feet and said, "You're not armed. My conscience won't allow me to kill you, so I'll leave you alive so you can try to get a survival prize. How about that?" In response to Purpley's offer, the girl categorically exclaimed no and then lunged at the guy and added, "I don't need the prize." Seeing the crazy expression on the girl's face, viewers in the chat room wrote that she was clearly a crazy woman in front of them. Instantly reacting to the danger, Purple did not hesitate for a second and unintentionally fulfilled the request of the girl who had attacked him. After a sudden blow to the girl, a system notification appeared. A headshot with a fist, the perfect archer is knocked out. Looking at the unconscious girl lying on the ground in front of him, Purple said, "Hey, I reacted on automatic." And then the chat room wrote, "Purpley is definitely a tsundere. Fear your desires." A few seconds later, a system notification appeared from the 100 survivors, 59 left. The ring begins to narrow. Seeing this, Pearl looked out the window and said, "I'll leave the rest at the disposal of the electric field. It's time to go to the safe zone." Heading to the safe zone, the guy saw a parking lot with buses in front of him and said in surprise, "Wow, school buses, that's a good fit." Although it's not surprising, it's a school. After getting behind the wheel of the bus and turning on the route for his further journey, Purple said that our next stop was Uptown Station. Sitting at his desk and sipping his coffee, Ben Hong exclaimed how much video content he had already accumulated. Hearing the exclamation of his friend Ju Ho, he said, "This means that you will have more work, so watch your condition." And he replied, "If things get hard, I'll hire an assistant for the installation." Hearing his friend Ju Ho's words, he pointed at the screen and said, "I think you'd better find someone in advance." At one point, when Ben Hong noticed the players' union on the screen, he exclaimed, "Wow, just look who the Holy Cow team is." Continuing to surprise those he saw on his monitor, the video editor added the winners of the Korean Gunner Ground League. Also, turning your head towards the screen and looking at the people waiting for Purple Ju Ho to speak in the GKL student category will be very interesting. Also, watching the happy guy who was unsuspectingly riding happily on the bus, Ju Ho added that Ken Bok doesn't even know about it. Smiling happily, Ben Hoon exclaimed that they have very good snipers and the tempo is also on top, after which Ju Ho added, "I wonder what their chances are of taking down Ken Bok." Clenching his hand into a fist and smiling happily, Ben Zoon said, "You're absolutely right, the assistant will definitely be useful for the installer." Continuing to watch the broadcast, the video editor added video content is growing like a weed, and at the same time, the game sounded a system notification that the ring of 49 survivors was beginning to narrow. Joyfully driving the bus, Purpley said it was good that the bus got to the zone with Comfort, after which they wrote in the chat that Comfort had arrived for you. Where is my Carmageddon? At one point on the road, when he noticed something strange, Purple said in his head something was wrong. "I feel dangerous, but where did they really set up the ambush from?" A few seconds later, a throw was heard on the road and a couple of players threw spikes on the road. Seeing this, viewers wrote a trap they threw. Spikes went content. Seeing that the wonderful content was about to begin, Purple reached for his seatbelt and said, "Dear passengers, Fastening his seatbelt to protect himself from what was about to happen next, the boy said, "Don't forget that the seatbelt is your lifeline." The next moment, turning the steering wheel, Purple changed the course of his bus and began to drift sideways, approaching the spikes at that time. The chat room wrote urgent news: Tokyo Drift renamed Seoul Days Police U-turn. As he was approaching the spikes, Purple pulled out a grenade and then pulled the checkerboard out of it with his teeth. The next moment, as he approached the spikes, the guy threw a grenade out of the window, which was supposed to remove the obstacle from the road. As a result of the explosion, smoke rose and created a smoke screen. Confused by everything that had happened, Holy Cow players saw a bus flying in front of them and exclaimed, "What the hell?" A few seconds after the stunts, Purple landed the vehicle on its wheels and shifted gears and headed back down the road. After this event, when I saw that one of the enemies shouted at the cars, Purple was surprised and said, "Wow, you guys are fast, great movement, and well-coordinated teamwork. It seems that these are experienced players." As they were running away from the pursuers on the back of the bus, viewers wrote, "Look at their nicknames. Holy cow, what? And who are they? I don't know, just they are the champions of the GKL Student League. They all have that diamond rank." Seeing in the chat what level of play these opponents have, Pearl pointed a gun at the enemies and said the diamond rank will have to clench the buns. After firing at the Molotov cocktail that was thrown at him and spilling the contents on the road, Purple said that I might even lose. Then in the chat they wrote that it was just a terrorist attack that failed. That's what I call a perfect action. Continuing to chase the streamer to get the main prize, one of the players who threw the Molotov cocktail shouted out live, which looks just crazy. Driving the car while chasing the boy, the team skipper shouted to his friend, Mr. Purple, "I'm your fan, Rico. Confess your love to me." After hearing the order from the leader, the boy took out an RPG and pointed it at the school bus driven by Purple and said, "I prepared this baba especially for you, Mr. Purple." Then wrote in the chat room, "Wow, it's an RPG. Let's get 1,000,000 people around perfect and you have zero chance of surviving this." When he saw what the enemy was aiming at him, Purple said awkwardly, "Isn't it too much love for me alone?" And then thought, if this thing hits, even a school bus won't survive. The next moment, looking at the shooter, the streamer used his skill to think about the position of the cars, the direction and speed of the wind outside with the rocket launcher in the direction of the site. After analyzing all the surrounding factors, the guy said in his head, "Considering all this, I think I should be able to do it." Immediately after looking back, Purple shot out the back window of the bus. Seeing this, viewers began to write what he was doing and why he should run away. Hearing the command, the guy with the RPG pulled the trigger and shouted out, "With all due respect to Mr. Purple." Calculating his behavior, Purple turned the bus slightly to the side and created an ideal corridor in which the missile could find an exit. A few seconds later, the rocket flew through the entire interior and hit the car with two other players who were driving in front of it, and an explosion occurred. After seeing this action, the audience wrote that he had broken the window for this purpose. He had seriously calculated the trajectory. Trying to look at the road so as not to accidentally lose his way, the skipper raised his head and exclaimed, "Damn, I can't see anything through the smoke." The next moment after the failed maneuver, Purple fired a shot and hit the driver squarely in the head. Seeing that his comrade was already dead, Rico shouted out, "No, don't!" Immediately after his shout, the car hit a bump on a curve that appeared a few seconds later, and the passenger flew out of the car into a cliff. After demonstrating the danger, Purple pointed to the seatbelt and smiled happily and said, "I told you the seatbelt was your lifeline." Stopping the bus and heading to the car that had stopped in the bump out, Purple said he did not expect to be thrown so far away and was a little embarrassed. The next moment, looking into the trunk, where there were several items of loot, the streamer said, "Let's see what they have for me," which is not bad. Seeing the backpack in front of him and the system notification of the item for your new beginning, Purple happily said the game becomes more and more interesting. After a while lying on the roof of one of the high-rise buildings, one of the snipers said to me that I was tired of camping. Watching through the binoculars, his comrade said he should appear soon, after which the sniper asked if he was sure that Pearl would not miss Uptown, and heard in response that there was hardly much loot here. The next moment, removing the binoculars from his eyes, the player exclaimed, "What are you doing at that moment?" One of his comrades reported he was confronting 4 finished, heading for the city, will be there in about 10 minutes. Unread messages, he used a parachute from above. "He is from above," I said, "from above." At the same moment, having fired a shot from a PRG at a cluster of snipers on the roof, Purple said, "Well, how was your fun camping survival?" As soon as the explosion occurred, there were 5 notifications of kills, after which 5 people wrote in the chat room in one blow, so you knew there was an airstrike and how he knew the coordinates, after which Pearl landed on an already vacant roof. Looking at the bodies of his opponents that would no longer hinder him, Purple mentally said, "The ominous energy has accumulated, so it was easy to determine the position." The next moment, holding a backpack with a parachute in front of him, Purple said thank you again for the love from the Holukau team, an item for your new beginning, just like at the beginning of the game, choose a point for a new landing. Immediately after his words, reaching for the weapon left by his opponents, Purple thanked them for the rifle and for their participation, and then the sound of a shot was heard and hit a spot nearby. Realizing that he was in danger, Purple hid behind a concrete fence to hide from snipers, and then wrote in the chat about what other snipers were there, how many of them were there. Hiding behind a concrete stele, Purple said, "When I was discovered, I felt threatened from all sides. They all want to win 1 million. Realizing that simply hiding behind a concrete wall was not an option, Purple said, changing his position, "Snipers, you're watching this right now, but it's my first time participating in a full-fledged sniper battle, so teach me a couple of techniques." And then they wrote in the chat that the main thing in a sniper battle is to shoot first. Seeing that the guy went down 1 floor, the audience started writing, "Why did you go down low grade? It's a bad position, Ruin." Running near the windows, Purple fired several shots, after which viewers began to write that he was just randomly shooting a scarecrow or something, and then notifications of kills began to appear. Surprised by this development, viewers began to write that, "Seriously, you at least aimed at the sight, you didn't even look at it. You just jumped and made a shot. Is it even possible if you look closely?" It seems the sight flashed for a moment. After rewinding the stream a bit and watching the moment, viewers wrote that it was a serious quicksand from such a distance, given the heavy ballistic calculations. It was incredible. He just took and broke all the customs and laws of the game. It seems it was a no-scope and not a quicksand, although in this mode it is better to snipe at close range or high gun. Having dealt with the opponents who were firing at him, Purple mentally said from the roof, all the ominous sounds disappeared and changed position. At one point, after hearing sounds in the building where the streamer was located, viewers wrote footsteps, 100% now. "A grenade will come, brother. Save yourself." Quickly reacting to the grenade that was thrown at him, Purple took out a frying pan and knocked it back and exclaimed, "I'm sorry, but I don't like this kind of approach." Seeing a grenade in front of them, the 3 players opened their mouths in fear, after which an explosion occurred, and then the audience wrote that the new challenge was a grenade smash challenge. Looking out from behind the column at the site of the explosion, Purple said everything will work out if you stay calm, after which they wrote in the chat room, "Didn't you have to rush right away? They are the god of tricks and deception. It looks like he really is a god." After clearing the building, Purple went out into the city and found no enemies, so they decided to play hide and seek there. The next moment after his question, Purple smiled ominously and said, "Well, if the mountain doesn't come to Muhammad, then Muhammad comes to the mountain." And then the chat room posted that the main boss of survival horror was announcing a hunting season. After a certain period of time, messages started pouring into the chat circles with Pearl participating and eliminating players one by one. Having dealt with another enemy in the building, the guy said, "Let's see, it seems that there is one more player left in Uptown," and then wrote in the chat, "You know, God sees everything." Smiling happily after the audience's question, Purple said, "Well, I was telling you how many people were there when we landed." And then the audience wrote, "You saw it during the descent and kept track of the number of laps. Learn from Purple." As he walked up the steps, Purple said, "I'm lucky you didn't stick your head out when you saw me." Not hearing any action in response to his approach, Purple rushed forward and thought, "They're waiting for me to get up. Well, I won't keep you waiting." When the player saw his opponent approaching him rapidly, he shouted in confusion and suddenly ran and opened fire. When he saw that his opponent had shot at him, Pearl took out his frying pan and deflected the bullet at the last moment, saying, "Hey, you scared me." As soon as the deflected bullet hit the shooter directly in the head, the audience began to write, "Purple hit the bullet. You're a genius in tennis too. Can you really calculate it?" To be honest, it was luck. And then Purple exclaimed joyfully, "You're so lucky you saw the people." And then they wrote in the chat room, "I see it for the first time. It means that he has a strong psyche, and Purple has a perfect level of luck. Go and watch the golden shot." A few seconds later, a system notification sounded, saying that the system was beginning to narrow the ring and the electric field had destroyed the user. As soon as the field was narrowed, a lot of players lost, and then Purple was notified that he had won the rank 1 game, 72 kilometers, and then he said in surprise, "Wow, it's over." And then the audience wrote, "I understand that this is a regular lobby, but 72 kilometers, people had no chance from the very beginning, and if you take into account suicides, it will be 80 kilometers. After the game was over, Purple swung a grenade and said the ending was boring this time. He wanted a worthy opponent, sadly. Then, in the chat they wrote boring opponents were sweating, coming up with tactics. Purple's weapon makes bang. The next moment, he threw a grenade forward and knocked out the Czech with a pistol shot, but there was still a chance. Picking up a frying pan in his other hand and running for a grenade, the boy shouted out, "OTR will be held in different games. Look forward to it." Immediately after throwing the frying pan behind the grenade and jumping to the top, Pearl added that the prize pool would be increased, after which they wrote in the chat that there was another scam in the scam, at least a ghostly chance of winning. I wonder if I will ever see a hero who will defeat this monster. Unlikely either in this or the next life. As soon as the grenade exploded and threw the streamer up in the pan, he said the first OTR was held with 99 players and 5,000 viewers. Thank you all. After which they wrote in the chat, wow, that was the final production. Boring ending. I think it was a real explosive broadcast. Waving goodbye in the air, Purple shouted out to everyone for watching today's live broadcast, after which the chat wrote legend until the very end. The explosion is an art of the air, just a bomb, in the literal sense. After which the manager's account wrote, did he really do it to you in the chat? The manager added in shock boogaga. And at that time, somewhere in the Holy Cow booth, the entire team of players shouted out, let's all say hodgepodge together. After finishing watching the stream, the guys started talking. He's really a genius. I'm still dizzy. Don't spoil Godplaw's video with your dirty sounds. It's time for school. The next moment, a man appeared behind them and shouted that even on weekends you watch demonstrations. Well done. After which one of the boys shouted out Coach Mosh in confusion. After the guys stood in front of him, the coach said, I wonder who you were watching so carefully. To which one of the team members replied, we are a streamer called Perfect Play. Hearing who aroused the boys' interest, Coach Mosh exclaimed that the streamer was a professional. You professionals learn from a streamer. After receiving the remark from their teacher, all 4 boys on the team bowed their heads to him. Sitting down in a chair in front of the computer, the Cholok said, damn it, turn on the recording. You probably haven't realized it yet, but I'm going to show you the difference between a pro and an amateur. After a while, having watched the entire broadcast, the coach shouted out his name and the guys shouted out a shortened version of Purple. He's only been playing this mode for 2 days. After asking his students a question, Coach Mosh exclaimed, all the team members are here. Let's play a ranking game. And the guys shouted, what? Getting up from his chair and heading to the capsules, the coach said, aren't you inspired after watching such a great game? To which the students replied, we just gave our best and we have a day off today. Continuing the students to the pods even though they were off, Coach Mosh said, hey, your uniforms are just a decoration, or that you Tian behave like real kings of esports. As soon as his subjects took their seats in the capsule, Coach Mosh looked at the computer and mentally said to Pearl, you know, in my life, only one person has ever played at this level. At the same time, while sipping sweetly after the end of the stream, Ken Bok said it was fun today thanks to the fans. The preparations for the joint stream are complete. The next evening, after the OTR, which caused a strong reaction, various news and memes with Purple began to spread on social media. There was also a post about how you should congratulate Pearl if I hadn't met him. Half my life would have been wasted. He could have just destroyed me, but I almost died of happiness when I received fan service from him in the form of a headshot with a fist boogie manager. Next time, choose me again. Reviewing the news about the last stream, Ju Ho said that Mad Gunner is not bad. Thanks to its teasers, we have 240,000 subscribers. And then Ben Hong added, it's not for nothing that I chose him as my assistant. Pointing his phone at his friends, the video editor added, he taught me how to edit FPS games, and we even celebrated 200,000 subscribers. Recalling the online greeting in honor of 200,000 subscribers with the Mad Gunner channel administrator, Ben Hong added, we were both very busy, so we held it online, but we always help each other. Hearing these words, Ken Bok asked if it was thanks to Madman that the channel expanded so impressively, after which Ben Hong happily exclaimed, and I asked what we were talking about so quickly that I had time to sleep well. After listening to his friend's praise, Ju Ho said, well, this is also a good result, and then turned his head to the head of the company and said, Ken Bok is in good shape, and then Ben Hoon added, it's tomorrow for sure. After receiving a question from his comrades, Ken Bok raised his head up and said happily, yes, I'm looking forward to the first stream together. Launching a stream with the title Master Anatomy. Purpley's anatomical map is also perfect. Genome, waving his hand, shouted hello to everyone and then wrote in the chat to prepare for tests or watch a joint stream, and it is better to live in poverty all your life than to miss this stream. Take away those who are studying. Brother Purpley, UDO. Purple also started broadcasting Happily Stayed Genome. After reading the comments from the audience, Genome said, I haven't worn a shirt like you guys for a long time. We usually play dirty, but when guests come, everyone remembers to make an impression. After hearing the streamer's remarks, the audience wrote manners. This is the face of a man today. He is not a genius, but a gentleman. After which the streamer took out drumsticks and said, today's Master of Anatomy. Tapping his chopsticks on the drum to make more noise, Genome shouted out to the new god of the streamer world, say hello to Perfect Play, and then Purple waved and said hello to everyone. Nice to meet you. Taking his place in the room at the Genome Show, Purple said thank you for the invitation, to which he replied that it was you who thanked him for coming. But first, let's make a brief introduction. Starting to list the guy's achievements, Genome said this person was the first in the world to complete the hidden true ending of Boy Crisis and became a representative of the developers, after which they wrote in the chat that this person had a broadcast and became a representative of the developers. Continuing to talk about the guest who arrived at the Genome Show, the host added that he had saved a hero who had been buried by the community because of his difficult mechanics. The next moment, switching the camera to the guest of this show, Genome said the perfect Yami, after which they wrote in the chat, "I still think your Yami is garbage. He's a troll, but it turned out to be a pretty universal character, isn't it?" After reading the comments, Genome's viewers laughed and said that usually everyone is shy when they are recommended by Paley, to which Purple replied, "Well, yes, because all these are facts," after which viewers wrote to the confused viewers of Genome's stream, "And this is called perfect self-esteem. Get used to the fact that there are cheats in his every breath." The next moment, a viewer wrote on Genome's stream that your training run was also perfect, and seeing this, Genome suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, I really wonder what rating you got during training when you first used the capsule." Hearing the question from Genome, Purple said, "Well, for the first time when I was training, I was a little stupid, and then I thought it would be okay if I showed my last name." Immediately after his thoughts, Purple snapped his fingers and pulled out his index finger. "But when I passed the second time, I got it like this." After which the chat said 1 minute first place, and that 1 minute is usually all passed in 50 seconds. So why would Purpley stick around for a whole minute? Nervous after the guest's gesture, Genome mentally said it couldn't have lasted 1 minute and then asked, "Wow, you were the first in Korea." After receiving a question from the host of the Genome Show, Purple happily said, "Oh no, you're the first in the world." And then the audience began to write the same training. Nothing difficult. It's definitely great. Not just King Gun, but God, 40 seconds. It's crazy. I'm proud of my country. And Lee was excited. "Why are you, Lee? I can't marry you." Continuing to read the viewer's chat where it was written that this was not just a perfect self-esteem from the very beginning. "Imba, what were you doing at the perms? You should have watched the genome more closely. I thought. I warned you in advance about confidentiality and the flow of information, but who knew?" The next moment, standing up from his seat and raising his hands in the air, Genome exclaimed, "You saw it. I invited the Master of Masters," and then wrote to the Master of Masters in the chat, saying that the cheats were contagious. The next moment, after starting the game, Genome added, "And today, unlike in the past when I learned from the Masters, we go to the operating room, pose, I teach him my skills, and perform an autopsy." After hearing the announcement while the streamers were posing, Purple's viewers wrote that Purple would repeat after hemorrhoids. He would definitely do it perfectly, after which Genome's viewer wrote, "Hey, you're crazy to call him that." Moving to the field to practice new skills, Genome exclaimed, "Chew, tear, taste, and enjoy the anatomy of the master begins," after which Pearl's viewers wrote, in fact, their duo on a joint stream is already a solid anatomy. "I'm sure I chose the right path after watching Pearl's perfect play," after which Genome's viewers added, "The combination of their skills is already driving me crazy. It looks like the best we've ever seen awaits us." A few seconds later, at the moment of falling, Purple received system notifications. "Gunner Ground Genome sent you a gift. You received a black outfit. You received a smiling mask," after which Purple said in surprise that, after trying on the joint outfit, Genome exclaimed, "Dad, if it's Pearl and Genome, this is what we need. Since we play in a duo, we have to dress the same." And then Pearl exclaimed, "Wow, thanks." Also, wearing his duo mode costume, Purple saw a message in the chat room and he knows about Purge Day and exclaimed, "I like this movie too." After which Genome exclaimed, "Today is the day when all crimes are allowed." As he continued to fall down, Genome shouted out, "Viva Purge Day," after which the audience wrote in the chat between Pearl and Genome that the concept was just perfect. Also approaching the ground, Purpley felt a different aura surrounding him and thought to himself, "The air is very heavy, but isn't that because of the ranking match?" When he saw the inscription, "Welcome to Kunis" on one of the rocks, Purple asked if it was a map of Kunis, to which Genome replied, "You've only been to Le Angel, right?" The next moment, he moved on to find the weapon, adding, "Yeah, I was so surprised when you went there right away, as soon as we agreed to stream together," to which Purple replied awkwardly, "I was worried I wouldn't be able to keep up." Moving forward in front of his guest, Genome said, "Well, information is also the transfer of know-how. This map is half the size of Le Angel, and all the loot places are hidden, so you have to walk," to which Pearl replied that this map is small, and therefore the focus is on battles. After which they wrote in the chat that there are various ways to bypass the system. So this is the know-how of the perfect genome combination in Kunis, the birth of an invincible legend. At one point, Genome suddenly stopped in his tracks and said, "Wait a minute, I've got a report from my manager. Right in front of him, along with the donation, the manager attached a screenshot of the chat, which said that someone would be caught today for sure. If you spoil our Purpla, you will go to hell, and only one of you two will win. At the same moment, Purpla's manager also sent him a screenshot from the chat, which said today he would be out of luck for sure. Genome should go to hell for our entertainment. He will come down from heaven to earth as soon as his stream dies. I will watch the stream and report where he is, and wrote this video from the open chat which was reported earlier. Also, after seeing all the threats, Genome's viewers wrote that they wanted to stream with Godplea but got screwed by snipers during the joint stream, which is a bit sad, but we've been waiting for this for so long. After which the streamer himself looked back at Purple and said, "I'm sorry, you're being bothered by snipers who are following me." Hearing the question from his comrade, Purple mentally said to the stream, "Genome snipers are more angry than I thought," and then said, "I'm more concerned about something else." Hearing the remark from his teammate, Genome was confused and asked what it was. Then, smiling happily at his friend, Purple said, "If they get us first, this game will end quickly and I won't have time to learn anything." After which the audience wrote to quickly eliminate them and play on the rink. Louis Boo after Louis Boo, laying the foundation for the concept, "Let's really have a purge day." Laughing happily after his friend's remark, the dwarf headed to the loot zone and exclaimed, "Then let's enter the navigation mode." After which Purple exclaimed, "Please show me where the most delicious loot is." While a couple of streamers were heading to the loot point, viewers in the chat wrote that in the navigation room, there is a police officer Goldie, our ally behind him like a stone wall, a party for clearing Yoo-hoo. Arriving at the loot site and noticing a pistol on the ground, Purple picked it up and said, "Navigation is so accurate, I need to start a conversation with them." After which Genome said in surprise that, not receiving a clear answer from his comrade, Purple fired several shots and took out a couple of enemies who were sitting in ambush. After which the audience wrote a shot in the head from such a distance with a pistol. He did not even look at them. How can this compare to when he shot a parachute rope? Seeing exactly what Purpley meant, Genome put his hands to his sides and said, "You wanted to loot? Why are you shooting?" To which Purple replied, "Everything is according to plan. Now we have 2 bags of loot." Arriving at the new place to search for weapons, Genome said one of the strategic points for loot is the central temple. Going inside and opening a box of supplies, Gennady said happily, "Let's see. An assault rifle and another one." Taking out a shotgun that few people use, Genome disappointedly spoke a damn double-barreled shotgun, after which, in the chat wrote a double-barreled shotgun is hard to do the same chest of gold, so. Seeing what weapons he got besides an assault rifle, his comrade Pearl shouted out, "Gene double-barrel," and then a window with a mission appeared in front of him. Interrupted in mid-sentence, Pearl looked at the mission window that said Agent Q offers a new mission for viewers for each shotgun round, and this round will be awarded 50,000 won. Seeing this, Pearl happily said, "Wow, Mr. Agent, how long has it been? Thanks for always offering fun tasks." After which the viewers wrote, "Here comes the agent, you're still alive," offering such a mission, knowing that they will be shot down like a ruthless man. Hearing what his friend Genome was talking about, he was surprised to hear that he was an agent, to which Purpley replied that he always comes with missions. "So can I take a shotgun?" After handing the weapon to his friend, Genome said in surprise that this weapon was difficult to use because of the high recoil, which is why I was going to take it. And then I thought about whether everything would be okay. The next moment, the audience wrote, "Clever you are. What a friendly duo. One of them will get 500,000 ahead." In response to his friend's remark, Purple said, "I was going to use it anyway," and then mentally said, "The Genome cannot predict the threat, which is why a shotgun with a small magazine and a difficult to react to at a distance is ineffective for him." The next moment, Purple smiled crazily and added that even without the mission, it would be better if I had it and said I have to improve my skills, and then Purple's stream viewers wrote in the chat and saw the glint in his eyes when he saw the mission. And when Godplus smiled like that, it became really scary. He already had a golden shotgun, and the recoil was weak. Immediately after his words, Purpley rushed in a certain direction and spoke to the approaching team, after which Genome was surprised to note that I could not hear anything. The next moment, when he also heard a noise that was coming from nearby and only grew louder with time, Gene said, "Wow, I can really hear it now." Following his friend, who was heading for the exit, Genome heard Pearl shout out, "I'll go first." Running out into the street after Purple, Gene whispered to his friend, "Aren't we making too much noise?" A few seconds later, having detected the enemies by sight, Genome hid behind the column, then reloaded his weapon and prepared to fire. Before he could fire a shot, Purple had already managed to eliminate the enemy who had opened fire on them. After dealing with one of the enemies, Purple held the shotgun in front of him and said he only had 2 shots. So it was perfect for hunting 2, and then pulled the trigger again. Firing the second shot, Purple hit the target exactly, after which the audience wrote the destruction of one duo with one magazine never misses perfectly. Gold play is one shot, one kill. When a couple of enemies were eliminated, Purple jumped down and said with one hand it was difficult to shoot, which deserves an increase in the amount to 100,000 won. After which the chat room wrote, in fact, it was unrealistic to shoot in the head with one hand with a shotgun, and what kind of strength he had. The next moment after seeing this, Genome exclaimed, breathing heavily, "That perfect bus was amazing, maybe I could really become a navigator," to which Purple replied awkwardly, "Hey, I still have a lot to learn." And at that time, the chat room wrote a different Master of Masters. "You want to abandon the original message, shake out the pockets of the defeated, and start hunting for speedrunners." Having searched the bodies of the enemies and taken their weapons, Genome said, "If we finished hanging around, it's time to start fighting. Now we really have to be wary of the speedrunners." The next moment, seeing that his friend had made 2 laps, Genome exclaimed in amazement, "Wait, Pearl, when did you manage to shoot them, and how long have you been so far away?" To which he replied, "They weren't joking, let's hurry up too." When he saw that another 100,000 won had been added to his total mission reward, Purple exclaimed in confusion, "Otherwise I will lose money like that." And then they wrote in the chat that he was consumed by the taste of money, not the thirst for blood. "But we have Purge Day, so everything is fine. Money is the best motivator for cleaning up the stream snipers." Trying to save their lives, 2 players were running through the forest, and one of them shouted, "I told you to go to the training center, and you begged to go to a better area for archery." Continuing to run to safety, watching Purple make laps one after the other, one of the players exclaimed, "Let's get out of here quickly. If we lose now, our MMR will not have time to finish." As a friend interrupted him and exclaimed, "Wow, this is the best equipment and the best one at that." Suddenly changing his trajectory, the boy headed for the 5th level helmet and shouted, "Get the car, I'll bring a gift." To which his friend exclaimed, "Are you crazy?" and said, "Let's get out of here." Ignoring the shouts of his friend, the guy picked up a 5th level helmet and pulled it over his head, saying, "I almost missed the lucky box with bulletproof vests." As soon as he finished his sentence, he heard the click of the shutter right behind him, followed by Purple's voice saying happily, "They sure look nice." Hearing a familiar voice, the boy looked back and saw a gun in front of him and shouted out in his head, "Purpley." Frozen in place, the guy thought, "Pull yourself together. If I die now, I will lose my rank," and then put the objects on the floor and exclaimed, "Dear Purple, I am honored to meet you. Here is a tribute to you." The next moment, kneeling down and looking at Pearl with big eyes, the boy said, "I'm a fan of yours. Could you please have mercy on me?" When he received a question from a guy he had accidentally discovered, Purpley rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, "Let me think about it." The very next second, after removing the gun from the guy's head, the streamer said, "Well, if you're my fan, no problem." And the player mentally exclaimed, "It worked." Quickly getting to his feet and walking away, he exclaimed, as expected from the gentleman, "Thank you." And then, taking out his radio, he said to the square, "Can you hear me?" To which he replied, "Come on, hurry up, the car is here." As soon as the enemy ran a few meters away, Purple smiled slyly and pointed his shotgun at the fugitive, saying gratitude was useless because I also told a lie at that time. The fugitive said I was really on the verge of death, after which the comrade received a system notification. Perfect play. Kill your comrade. One of your comrades died even if you remain the last survivor. The reward will belong to the team. The next moment, a scream came from the fugitive's radio and another Genome Kill Square Pants notification appeared. Smiling happily after the destruction of one of the enemies, Pearl said, "If you are my fan, then continue to follow the broadcast." And then I heard Pearl on the radio, "One of my friends gave me a car as a tribute. I was so touched." Then in the chat they wrote that this is what genetic superiority means. The bluff is revealed. Period. A lot of effort was put in. As soon as Purple arrived at the location of his friend, Genome joyfully exclaimed, "Dad, the pickup is slow, but it can move silently," and then wrote in the chat that the pickup was in Kungsi, so everything else was heard through the engine noise, and if you don't break through, it's dangerous to drive. The next moment, I threw the helmet and body armor to my friend Pearl and brought the pan as a reward, after which Genome exclaimed, "Wow, 5 kills in a row," and armor, after which they wrote in the chat and wrapped it as a gift. Noticing that Purple had no armor, Genome asked in surprise that this was all for me, to which Purple, adjusting his suit, replied that he wanted to see the suit, armor was optional. Then they wrote in the chat that if someone else had said this, he would have been called a show-off, but for Godplay, it was the truth. And what if it didn't fit? Hearing his friend's remark, Genome threw away his golden helmet and said, "Well, it would be cooler if the team members wore matching clothes." Putting on his body armor, Genome confidently said, "I also have pride, and that's why I'm happy to wear only body armor." And then we wrote a compromise between coolness and practicality in the chat room. "If I were you, I would throw both. Choosing not 2.5 makes you even more despicable, you scoundrel. And today, you are sharing your know-how with a master of masters." Seeing my friend's behavior, Purpley laughed and thought it was fun to play alone, but it's much cooler to play together, which is why I agreed to stream together. Getting behind the wheel of the car, Purple said, "I'll drive," after which a couple of players took their seats and headed to another point. Smiling happily while driving the car, Purple asked, "Will you teach me your know-how, Genome?" And then heard a heavy groan the next moment in the chat room. Genome wrote, "You're a navigator, don't forget. You drive better than Godplay? He hasn't driven for a long time." After rereading the chat, Purple happily said, "Then I'll always drive." And then Genome angrily exclaimed, "You go too, I'm a good driver." The training center is located near the Ludding area, which is why I'm worried about the speedsters. Hearing the warning from his friend Purple, watching the road, he said it would be easier if we got this done as soon as possible and drove off. The next moment, plunging into memories and recalling the moment of the landing, Purple mentally spoke even though we, in the rank of about 8 players, were particularly hostile, mainly near the training center. Continuing his thoughts, Purple mentally added that if you stay quiet, you have a much better chance of surviving. So after looting, they will start to annoy you, and then said, "I can't let them ruin such a fun stream." The next moment, sensing something strange behind him, Purple looked out the rearview window and thought I was feeling some kind of good aura. Immediately after turning his head to the road, Purple followed us, after which Genome looked back and said that it was not a player but a famous Kunis item, a truck with loot. Hearing the name of the stalker, his friend Purple asked in surprise if he had a truck with loot, and then wrote in the chat room, "Wow, you didn't even know about the truck with loot at such moments. He really looks like a nubile cognitive dissonance." Realizing that Purpley was not aware of this, Genome said it was a truck that stops when it takes a certain amount of damage and spits out boxes of supplies. The next moment, taking out a grenade and preparing to throw it under the truck, Genome added, "But it has a lot of health points, it's strong and fast, so to attack you need to time it perfectly. If we mess up, our grenades won't be enough." Hearing his friend's words, Purple took the grenade from his hands and said, "So we need to stop him first, right?" Then Genome exclaimed in confusion that the audience wrote that after that it was some kind of hint, but why are you waiting for it so much? Pulling the pin out of the grenade, Purple mentally said, "We have a significant difference, so if he overtakes us, it will be difficult to catch up." Waiting for the right moment when the truck was passing them, Purple threw the grenade and thought he had a chance only now. Throwing a grenade under the truck's wheel, Purple grabbed the steering wheel and shouted, "Hold on tight!" A few seconds later, there was an explosion and the armored truck overturned, losing a wheel. Stepping out of the pickup and looking at the scattered boxes near the loot truck, Gene exclaimed how this was even possible. In response to a question from his friend Purpley, holding a shotgun, spoke as if it were a Christmas present, after which the audience wrote a gift box that makes the heart flutter as Godplay, made of iron, rejoices so childishly. The next moment, after looking into one of the boxes of luminescence and finding something interesting, Purple said to the agent, pulling out a cutlass classified as an auxiliary weapon and showing it to the audience, Purple asked if it also counted, after which the audience wrote it was indeed a shotgun. But in the pistol slot, if he refused, he would lose his face, and if he agreed, he would lose money. So what would the agent choose? Having not seen any answers, the audience wrote that silence pretending to be idle saves money, at least on answers, after which Purple happily said, heading for the pickup truck, "We'll take the silence sign." Seeing his friend disassembling another box, Purple exclaimed, "Hey Gene, you've collected all the parts for your machine gun," to which he happily exclaimed, "Now you can score." Pulling out a new effective weapon from the box, Genome exclaimed with joy, "That's cool. Now let's go to the training center." After a while, when Genome and Pearl arrived at the right place, they saw a crowd of people running away from the location. Using the radio with the driver, Gen exclaimed in frustration, "Oh shit, they've already finished wandering around," and then wrote in the chat that they had just had a fight. Maybe they were running away to avoid facing the master, and whether there was any master among them. Rereading the chat, Purple pulled the mask over his face and smiled slyly, and thought I had a slight ominous feeling that these were not stream snipers, but then said, "We can't let them go just like that. There are money bags waiting for us." The next moment, setting a course for the fugitives, Purple shouted forward, after which Genome opened fire with a machine gun at the fugitives, shouting, "I'm going to kill everyone here." As he continued to empty the ammo belt, Gene shouted to the fugitives, "Merry Christmas, there is no paradise where you are running." Seeing that his shots hit the target, Genome mentally said, "I wonder if I could aim so accurately. Even if I were aiming, I would hit so accurately." Immediately afterwards, Gene turned his gaze to the driver of the pickup truck and said, "Is it possible?" The next moment, taking off his mask and sighing, the streamer said, "Hey, isn't my aim too good?" Then the viewers wrote that he was doing self-praise again. He couldn't do it without it. After the audience's comments, Genome whispered with his hand over his eyes, saying that the sights are looking directly at the enemies, so it's not a coincidence. It could be Purple's work. After hearing Genome's remarks, viewers wrote, "You mean he adjusts the sights while moving, aiming even where he can't see? Hey, you're trying too hard even for a joint stream, even for Godplaw. That's too much." And then Genome whispered, "Look, I'm going to miss on purpose." Seeing a couple more axes in front of him, Genome pulled the muzzle a little to the side and exclaimed, "Here comes the next victim." Feeling that the muzzle was not able to aim at the enemies, Purple turned the rudder to adjust the sight. Thanks to these actions, all the machine gun shots hit the target and the fugitives were destroyed. After demonstrating to the audience, Genome whispered, "Well, you saw what I said." And then the audience wrote that he was really adjusting the sights on the move. The hidden camera was all set up. It wasn't a staged event. I don't believe it. Wow, divine support. Please tell me it's a prank. As soon as the system notified him that the ammo was out, Genome sighed with relief and said, "What a mess at the Pearl Training Center. Please stop." Opening the door and looking inside the cabin, Genome heard that he was out of ammunition. Great job. Immediately afterwards, I called my friend Gene and pointed at Pearl and asked him if he was the one who adjusted the sights like that. After receiving a question from a friend, Purple awkwardly said that it was so noticeable, to which Genome replied that the autopsy would be very interesting. A few seconds later, a system alert sounded with 100 people left, 59 survivors below 60%. The ring begins to narrow. The area will narrow every time the number of survivors decreases by 10 people. After seeing the message from the system, Genome got into the pickup and looked at Pearl and said, "The ring is narrowing, so it's time to move on." Looking in the rear-view mirror in the cabin, Purple mentally said to myself, "I don't know if the stream snipers in this game just ran away." As soon as he thought about it, he felt a sudden thirst for blood that was approaching at a frantic speed. And then Pearl abruptly pressed the gas pedal, after which Gene exclaimed to Pearl what happened, and the audience wrote, "Damn, we scared the 3 cars out of their seats." After looking at the enemies who were chasing them, the stream viewers wrote in the chat that they had arrived as if they were waiting for this. Judging by the fact that they did not retreat, they must be stream snappers. Just look at their faces. And here come the losers. The stream snappers are getting busy. Genome also looked back and saw the enemies hunting for him and said, "You are the same scoundrels, yes." After Genome's formidable performance, one of the viewers wrote, "But the pickup is too slow." And then Purple asked, "Slow, you say?" Immediately after, his comrade Genome took out his weapon and said, "Well, let's turn up the heat," and then wrote in the chat room, "Show them who's in charge, you snipers." The next moment, unbuckling his seatbelt, Purple said to his friend, "You said you were a good driver, Gene, so I'll take your word for it." As soon as Purple jumped out of the car, Gene quickly moved to the driver's seat and laughing shouted out before turning on the turn signal. At the same time, on the hood of the pursuing vehicle, Purple eliminated one sniper, pointed his shotgun at another, and fired a shot. When he heard a strange noise near him and saw in the chat what happened in 30 seconds, he immediately turned his head to the side. After performing these actions, Purple saw Genome looking out of the car window and shooting at the enemies who were chasing them. Having dealt with another car, the boy joyfully exclaimed, "2 more already!" And then the audience wrote, "Here it is, our Genome." And the first-class navigator, our Genome, is also not a mistake. Contrary to all the joys of his comrade who had destroyed the car with the enemies, Purple, sensing danger, suddenly shouted out to Genome on the left. At the same moment, one shot fired by the enemy hit Genome's body armor, after which the audience began to write, "No bro, just shoot at random, that's all." After being hit, Genome looked at the spot where he was hit, which was covered by his body armor, and said the same thing. Climbing into the car and pointing it toward the enemies who were shooting at his comrade, Purple said, "Only dare the speed snipers." Flying right in front of the enemies who were still alive, Purple put his shotgun out the window and said, "If you don't stop, the heavens will punish you." At the same moment, taking up his weapon and opening fire on the enemies, Genome exclaimed, "You dogs are stupid. Get it." Seeing that they were being kissed from both sides, a couple of players were confused about the sequence of their actions, and the audience wrote, "Bulletproof vest, you knew you were going to get hit. So fast, snipers, get away, shoot together, let's go." As soon as all the enemies were finished, Purple stopped the car and met with his friend and said, "You're okay," to which Genome confidently exclaimed, "Thanks to the armor you gave me, this barrel won't be bitten by any wolf." Seeing that the reward for completing the mission had increased, Purple said, "Thank you, Agent," after which the viewers wrote, "Agent recognized your skill with the cut." He could not help but recognize it. But why is the counting so slow? The agent must have been confused by what was happening. After thanking the agent, Purple happily said, "I'm sorry I have to give you the hit flipper," to which Genome nervously replied, "I'll pay, so give me some anatomy tips," and then wrote in the chat that, "Dare you dissect God, it's blasphemy. I refuse content, bro." After reading the audience's comments, Genome exclaimed that it didn't matter, so the stream snipers were done, and he could only enjoy the game at the next stop, the center of the electric field of the Kunis map. Sitting in his seat and looking at the thieves in the sniper's scope, a player with the nickname Twins of SSS rank said to the resort. When he saw the system notification that his comrade had just eliminated the enemy, the guy said a great one for 11 hours. As soon as the notification about the elimination of another target appeared, the guy said into the radio, "Just wait," and then thought all the laps he was taking solo and not even giving off the appearance of being crazy. Immediately after turning on his back and beginning to rejoice in the union, the twins added that they were lucky to hire Newton Pearl or Genome, no matter how much he would kill them all. Newton is the nickname he earned for his ability to destroy targets without fail, a famous mercenary sniper who carefully conceals his avatar and voice. And every time he uses a new ID that can only be used by celebrities and VIPs whose rating reaches hundreds of millions of points a year, a mysterious user whose identity is widely rumored in the capsule gaming community. Starting to look at the enemies through the scope again, the boy added mentally, "I can't help but guess it just by looking at his skills, the son of a sniper shooting hobby from many families. I am so jealous." The first meeting, throwing his arm over Newton's shoulder, the boy said happily, "Well, here we are, take care of me," and then thought, "Look at this little guy, he's so young, he's completely hidden himself, but if his skills aren't enough, I'll just use him as a shield." Breaking free from the guy's embrace, Newton said, "I told you that I am Newton, but I have conditions. First, we do not participate in group shootings." Continuing to express his personal desires and motives, Newton added a second purple, "He is mine as soon as you report his whereabouts retreat." Watching the stream and Newton's chat, the twins talked back and forth, which is funny, of course, but such a tidbit is more about honor than money. Continuing to observe the target, which was about to arrive on the spot, the guy added that if we had started broadcasting, it would have become popular. Upon arriving at the resort and seeing the bodies of the players, Genome said, "It's quiet here. It looks like no one is left." Then Pearl said, "I don't know," and then thought, "It looks like 2 jump snipers came down here." At the moment when the audience wrote in the chat that it was time to clean up the mess, they acted relatively quickly. Purpley saw someone shoot into the headlight of a car, and then the chat wrote that it was an ambush, definitely a sniper. Heading for the hiding place, Genome exclaimed that it was probably hard to aim because of the downpour, and Pearl added that it would be better to confuse him more and prevent him from stream snapping. The next moment, when he found 2 more bodies that had been eliminated by one man, Purple said, "Let's split up and organize a diversion." Immediately after his proposal, a guy with an assault rifle, a master of his craft, shouted out to Purple, who jumped over the fence, "Let's look for him," to which Genome replied, "God willing." While searching for the enemy, Genome was running near one area and felt the danger, and hid behind a stone when he heard the fire. Having come under enemy fire, Genome activated his radio and said, "I found a man who was shooting a rifle, and I found the other one." And then Genome added, "Then we're going to fight." Immediately after his command, Genome looked out from behind a rock and saw his opponent flying right in front of him. At the same time, hiding behind a stone from the fire of another enemy, Purple saw a system notification of a grass kill Genome and said in surprise Genome was hit, after which another notification appeared. "One of your teammates is dead. Even if you remain the last survivor, the reward will belong to the team." After seeing how Genome was dealt with, viewers wrote that he should have worn a helmet, but I could not imagine that Genome would get a headshot. I came from his stream. This is the first time I have seen someone with the same quick aim as Genome. Let revenge happen. And then Pearl said, "I'll deal with the one I have first," and then... Before he could finish speaking, he saw a notification that his opponent had just been finished, after which the chat wrote that it was normal. Wasn't it a stream sniper? Weren't they on the same side of the timeline on purpose or by accident? At that moment, Newton grabbed his friend by the hair and lifted him up in front of him and shouted, "Perfect play." Then the chat wrote, "As soon as I asked if he had grabbed him by the hair on purpose, he was definitely a stream sniper." The next moment when the player shouted, "I'm going to finish you off today and take the genius laurels," the chat said when he managed to come after Genome, which is already at the teleportation level. "It seems he knows the map well, knows all the shortcuts. This speedrunner is crazy." Continuing to provoke Pearl, Newton added, "Take out your main weapon and show me what you can do." After which Pearl set a time code and then announced the battle. Funny guy. After which the audience wrote that it was not like a regular speedrunning, it was a duel. Angry with the streamer, from whom he never received a response, Newton opened fire and shouted, "Ignore me!" In response to the enemy's exclamation, Purple said no, after which they wrote in the chat that you said you would kill him with a shotgun. Pure confidence, pure arrogance, a passive skill that is always something new. Continuing his movement, avoiding enemy shots, Purple mentally said, "Even in this weather, he is quite accurate." Pressing himself against the wall that blocked his path, Purple thought, "He can even aim the sights in the right direction, and I can kind of see why he hit Genome." Seeing the enemy bullet flying by, Purple thought the trajectory of the shot was changed and then heard the creak of wood. Realizing exactly what the enemy wanted to do, Purple quickly jumped out of the way to avoid a branch falling on him, after which he wrote in the chat that he had deliberately shot at a tree branch. Judging by his knowledge of the area, he seemed to be a real asshole. After leaving the hiding place, Purple began to climb over the fence whenever possible, and at that time, Newton was already in a hurry to follow him and, seeing the target, opened fire. Quickly darting to the other side, Purple avoided the hit, my sixth sense told me. Once on the ground and looking at the possible trajectories of further movement, the boy mentally added, "However, this does not make the impossible possible." Observing the directions that are available to him for safe movement, Purple added in his head and helps to reveal what was already hidden inside. With a sly smile while thinking, the streamer mentally added that if you fulfill the necessary conditions, you can overcome any obstacles. Having climbed over the fence, Newton began to look for his opponent, who could appear from anywhere, when he suddenly heard that he was already giving up. Hearing the question, the boy quickly reacted and turned in the direction of the voice and immediately opened fire. While in the air, Purple changes to avoid all enemy hits, after which he wrote in the chat that Goldpull had just dodged Neo's bullets. Immediately after his tricks, once on the ground, Purple rushed in the direction of the enemy, anticipating the trajectory and thought, he changed the magazine as he approached me, so now he has 4 rounds left. 3 will take a break to reload. Maybe he can finish right now. As soon as he ran out of supplies, Newton quickly threw away the empty magazine and opened fire on Purple again. Watching how quickly everything happened, the audience was amazed to write, "Wow, a real man continues without recharging." At the same time, using his shotgun, Purple avoided being hit by several bullets fired by the enemy. Seeing this, the audience wrote, "Wow, he is a shotgun fighter against a tough guy. There is always a tougher guy." After which Purple thought about it and decided to continue shooting. As soon as the enemy ran out of ammunition, Purple jumped up using the stone as a springboard and said, "I had a fun time." The next moment, aiming for the shot, Purple pulled the trigger and heard a click. When he saw that the shot failed, the guy exclaimed in confusion that it had broken because of the bullets, why now, and that Newton had already jumped back. Realizing that the enemy's weapon was broken, the opponent pulled a machete from behind his back and rushed back into the fight against Pearl. Blocking Newton's attack with a shotgun, Purple held off the onslaught, thinking the body was well-trained and quite a bit of brute strength, but not like a grown man, interestingly enough. As soon as the enemy took the machete away and tried to strike again, Purple avoided the blows. I thought, that's funny, show me what you can do. After some time of the confrontation, while the audience wrote about how Godplay was doing so well against such an opponent, he was from the Special Forces. Why would he need to be a speedrunner? Purple and Newton broke the distance between them. Seeing that the enemy was already tired, Purple pressed the barrels to the point of contact and thought, I wonder what his limits are. After which the audience wrote, "Why you are holding this garbage? It's broken." Smiling happily after the spectators' remarks, Purple fired at Newton and said, "Actually, this gun is not broken. Just the muzzle is a little off." As soon as the shot hit the enemy and the notification of the liquidation appeared, the audience began to write, "You've been playing dumb all this time, the devil, and you're suggesting that I just watch these atrocities." Stopping at sunrise after a heavy downpour, Purple looked at the enemy and said to the herbivore, "Your skills are impressive. You were the strongest I've ever seen here." The next moment, as he began to wipe away his tears, Purple added, "Gene, I hope you're happy in heaven." After which viewers wrote, "Say goodbye to him as if he really died." When you edit the video, add Gene's image to the sky. Immediately after the notification appeared in front of Purple, Newton offers a new mission to viewers. What kind of streamer doesn't even accept donations? Your character is just disgusting. I'll come for my head. Just wait. Reward for success. 10,001. Main reward. 1 million. 1 mission failed. Newton donated 1 million. 1 mission. Successful Agent Q sponsored you for a total of 750,001. When he saw who it was who had donated to him, Purple said in surprise, "Newton, you must be a celebrity like the agent. Thank you both." After which the audience wrote 2 birds with 1 stone. It was really Newton who invested 10 million and gave 1 to Genome and 300 grand. A lot. And here's an interesting fact. Newton is the name of a famous stream sniper who pays for his victims' skills. A confident victory in the remaining 4 ranked games and amazing results in the duo rankings of Perfect Play and Genome earned the Platinum Duo rank is a fantastic combination. The next moment, as soon as the chat was open to fundraising, viewers began to sponsor the stream, and Gene waved his hands and shouted out to everyone, "Thank you guys." Even though Purpley's bus had been driving me around all day, it wasn't that easy because I was a tour guide. The next moment, another donor arrived with a message that in the second part you will play another game, to which Genome replied, "You know that the main part and the continuation of the anatomy will be separated, so why are these questions?" And then Pearl saw in the chat, "Let's swap the host and guest and resume the first part," he said. "If you say so, then we have no choice." After hearing Purple's remark, the viewer wrote that you really would do that, to which the other replied no. Looking at their faces, it was the end of the next moment. The guys took off their masks and threw them in the air and shouted, "Viva Purge Day! Thank you for being with us. We will be back with a more interesting sequel." After which they wrote in the chat that you made me so that I cannot enjoy anything else. Don't go throwing it away. You will just leave. With a sly smile after the questions, Genome said, "I lied to you guys. There will actually be a second part." And then in the chat room they wrote, "I believed you, Hen. You're just going to show this production again for cheap." And somehow the gentleman's face turned into Genome's. Immediately after all the comments making a stupid face, Genome added, "But only I will see the second part. We're having dinner with Purpley, bye-bye." After which they wrote in the chat that Genome was harmful. I knew it. We demand a stream from real life, have fun, but in front of my eyes, the subscribers were dumped. Damn you, I have to look at it again. After a while, when the whole company gathered with Genome and his team, people shouted thank you for your work. After drinking a little, Purpley said in surprise, "You even rented a restaurant, but isn't it too expensive?" The next moment, Ken Bok took the sake glass in his hands and awkwardly added, "I'm sorry to abuse your hospitality if there's anything I can do to help you." In response to the boy's concern, Nam Ji-hwan said, "Everything is fine. The rent is not for the whole day, and most of the people on my team are not worried, and help yourself," after which Ben-hoon happily exclaimed, "Thank you." Then, Ju-ho whispered to Choi Ben-hoon to keep it together. After a while putting the stack on the table, Ju-ho said, "By the way, Jean, do you happen to know an accountant?" And then he said, "You're still new to taxes, so you're not familiar with them." Immediately after his question, Nam Ji-hwan looked back and exclaimed to Dongmin, the manager, hearing that the boy had called out, "Added hours. That is, Master Chan, he is good." Hearing the question asked by Gunmin, Dongmin stood up and asked if he could introduce you to the accountant, and then Ju-ho stood up from the table and said, "If you don't mind, let's talk." Hearing Ju-ho leave the table, Ben-hoon also stood up and shouted, "I'll talk to the editing team then." After a few seconds, all the extra people left for other companies, leaving the streamers to face each other. Genome gathered his courage and said, "Thanks to you, the Pearl stream was a success. Thank you for accepting my apology and agreeing to stream together." To which he replied, "I should be grateful. I've learned a lot working with you." Immediately after his words, Ken Bok felt a warm aura from Nam Ji-hwan and thought that he really had a lot to learn from him from a human point of view. He is a really good person. The next moment after his thoughts, Purple said, "You seem a little different compared to the stream." To which Nam Ji-hwan replied, "That's my character in everyday life." Continuing the dialogue with the guy, Jean added, "I wouldn't say that my image on the streams is fake, but since in this industry you have to stick to one concept, sometimes you have to conform to what others want you to look like." The next moment, when Kang Bok pulled out the bottle to refill his friend's drink, Nam Ji-hwan said, "I envy you because I don't think you need this." And Kang Bok asked him what. Then Nam Ji-hwan confidently said, "You are a genius, and that is why the world will most likely adapt to you." The next moment, he turned his gaze to his cheering comrades and added, "Besides, you guys have built a good team very quickly, even in hindsight." When he heard what his friend wanted, Ken Bok smiled happily and said, "We've just been friends for 10 years. I was lucky that my friend turned out to be an editor, and if it wasn't for my friends, it would have been hard for me." Smiling happily at the moment of his dialogue with Genome, Ken Bok added, "Maybe we'll become friends soon. If you don't mind, we can be on a first-name basis." When he heard the offer from Perpla, Nam Ji-hwan said, "Oh well, I'm not really the type to get close to people easily. It took me 5 years to become friends with the team. I'm very different from streamers, yes." When Ken Bok heard the time it took to get used to the team, he was surprised to hear 5 years, after which Nam Ji-hwan added, "This industry is quite small, so I am careful in my words and actions." Looking down after Genome's remark, Ken Bok thought, "I thought we were getting along, but it looks like I jumped the gun." The next moment, Nam Ji-hwan suddenly said, "However, I would like to become friends with you sooner rather than later, and so thank you for taking the first step." Hearing the words from his friend, Ken Bok held out his hand with a drink and said, "Brother Jean," after which Nam Ji-hwan exclaimed, "You really know how old I am, but you don't know my name." Immediately after clinking glasses of drink, Jean introduced me. "My name is Nam Ji-hwan, and I'm glad to meet you." Hearing the boy introduce himself to him, Purple kept up with him and said, "I'm Lee Kyung-bok, and I'm your brother Ji-hwan." After emptying the sake glass again, Nam Ji-hwan said to Ken Bok, "You know why I like you?" In response to a question from the guy sitting at the table with him, Ken Bok replied that I would know if you told me, and then Genome smiled and said, "Just look how quickly he's adapting." Continuing his story, Nam Ji-hwan looked at his new friend and added, "It's all about your character. A person with good skills who doesn't ignore others is rare." The next moment, recalling their time streaming together, Nam Ji-hwan added, "Besides, I can tell that you like streaming." Also recalling the moment when Ken Bok supported him and helped him during their joint game, Genome added, "During joint streams, everyone usually cares only about themselves, but you cared about me." Continuing the dialogue with the guy, Jean added, "I was very surprised when you helped me with the aiming." To which Ken Bok replied, "Hey, I thought it would be more interesting." Nam Ji-hwan, holding out his chopsticks in front of him, said this to me, and I say that caring for others for the sake of enjoying the stream is very rare, even among beginners. Looking straight into the eyes of his interlocutor, Gino added, "From the very first time we met, I felt that you were a genius, not a fool who knew nothing but streams." Smiling awkwardly after receiving the praise, Ken Bok said, "It's a little embarrassing." And then Nam Ji-hwan said, "I'm like that only with good people, get used to it." And then Dong Min suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, great news." Having attracted the attention of his friend, the manager added that it seems that Pearl is also participating in the event, after which Ju-ho added that we also have a meeting with GGG. Upon hearing this news, Nam Ji-hwan looked over to his friend and exclaimed happily that it was true, after which Ken Bok asked that you were also participating. After dealing with the situation, Ken Bok said, "I was so surprised when I received this message as soon as they left a comment under the OTR video," after which Nam Ji-hwan exclaimed, "This event is organized by Squid, and I am leading the team." The next moment, pointing at the guy across from him, Genome said, "You're perfect for the role of a wildcard." And then Ken Bok asked me, surprised, "I liked playing with you. Who else is going to play with me?" Hearing the question, Dong Min pulled a chair next to his friend to sit down and said, "We don't know the team GGG is putting together. I think the lineup will consist of 1 or 2 famous streamers and 1 wildcard." Immediately after the announced assumptions of his friend Nam Ji-hwan, he said, "You failed Newton, so don't worry, no one will hate you." To which Ken Bok replied exactly who was Newton, since his name is so similar. When asked about the guy whom his partner Nam Ji-hwan managed to defeat, he said that he was a crazy speedrunner who was eager to win, but who he was unknown. Continuing the story, Genome added that he is one of those who evaluate skills with donations after defeating his target, but you were able to dispel the myth of his invincibility. The next moment, smiling happily, Genome added, "My pride was not hurt when I got the second highest 300,001, but I was surprised when he estimated you at 1,000,000, after which Ken Bok asked, "You're the second best? Who's the best?" Starting to recall the story of the first number, Nam Ji-hwan said, "Moonstrong got 500,000, but then he was trampled after defeating his opponent for the second time. Newton donated 1,001 with the message, so you used a booster. This time you couldn't hire a second sniper. Disappointing." Joining the story, Don Ming exclaimed seriously, "He is not worth 1,000. He was caught using a booster with a VIP subscription, and he ran away after that. The Newton Apple fandom was created." Continuing his story, Dongmin added that his brother Gung Hyun was also affected by them. They accused him of using a booster, after which Nam Ji-hwan himself said, "Well, they are just losers." Yet at that time, the number of streamers increased, and many people stopped streaming. The next moment, with a heavy sigh, Genome added, "I thought I would beat him this time, but it seems Newton's skills have improved." To which Dong Ming said, "Brother, they say that reflexes deteriorate with age, so maybe it's not Newton's skills that have improved." Before he could finish, Nam Ji-hwan attacked his friend and shouted, "You're tired of living," after which the manager shouted, "I was joking at that moment, trying to somehow resolve the dispute," and Pearl said, "Why doesn't he start streaming himself with such skills?" After receiving the question, Nam Ji-hwan threw his arm around Dong Min's shoulder and told him that a person who acts like this alone shouldn't stream after him, adding that the manager likes them when they are angry and that he must be smoking from all the cracks. Immediately after my friend's words, he said happily, "When we upload the video, he will get even angrier," and I was so relieved. After some time, Ben Hong laid down on the table and exclaimed, "It's done," and his assistant wrote, "Wow, I haven't spent this much time on a project in a long time, so I had to adjust the speed." Continuing the dialogue with the main video editor, Madman added what was expected from your ideal friend. Then Ben Hong tiredly raised his head and replied, "Do you really think I would have approached you for nothing?" After which Madman wrote the original was legendary, so I put my whole heart into the edit, expecting it to gain more than 1,000,000 views. The trend is for videos whose popularity is growing rapidly. Regardless of the algorithm, they are able to attract new viewers, and the number of video reposts is also taken into account. After seeing the new video posted online, 2 viewers exclaimed in a crazy tone that the news of Newton's defeat had just blown the community away. It was perfect for trending. Fascinated by the news that has recently appeared, a viewer added the full video, which I watched so vividly, and besides, Pearl does not immediately destroy the opponent. And to emphasize the visual beauty, Madman made the full video longer and uploaded it to QTube, which easily hit the top of popular posts in many communities and rose higher in the trends. Continuing to watch the growth of their work on the internet, Ben Hong joyfully shouted across the apartment in the middle of the nose from third place in trending videos to first place, after which Madman wrote, "Let's please go to sleep." The next day, when he met with his friend and saw his condition, Joo-ho tried to contain his anger and said, "You were up all night, so was there any point in taking an assistant at all?" To which Ben-hoon replied, "Madman was awake, and he was also glad that his efforts paid off." Seeing that the manager was preparing to do something rash, Ken Bok took him by the shoulder and awkwardly said, "Hey, let's just thank them. We just suddenly showed up from the top, didn't we, Joo-ho?" Hearing the remark from his friend, the manager looked at his phone and looked at the video statistics and said that 2 million views was definitely a good result. Immediately after Joo-ho Ben-hoon's remark, the number of subscribers exceeded 400,000, lying on the floor. The next moment, the video editor suddenly got to his feet and exclaimed, "I told you it was all thanks to the fact that we got into the trends. How can I sleep when the number of views is growing with every page update?" After which Joo-ho, ignoring his friend's exclamation, said, "Today I received an offer from Muscle Gallery." When Ken Bok heard who it was, he was surprised to hear that we were streaming games from Muscle Gallery. Looking at his video where he defeats Newton Pearl and seeing a comment from Muscle Gallery, he said, "That's a bald mountain." Continuing to watch the rest of the comments under the video, the guy added, "I often watched his videos when I was playing sports and immediately recognized him from his profile. He runs a QTube channel about health and was a Special Forces soldier, and he contacted me after seeing my physique." Hearing Ken Bok hesitantly say this is certainly funny, but Joo-ho added that this is how Muscle Gallery broadcasts in real life. Continuing to talk about all the possible risks of this invitation, the manager added that this is why it does not have a privacy protection function. In virtual reality, to ensure anonymity, an avatar based on biometric information is used. In principle, the physique is the same as in reality, but the face is corrected. Of course, it can be changed and customized individually, but if you overdo it, you will have to adapt to it for a long time, which gamers do not like. After hearing all the comments from his manager, Ken Bok looked at the monitor screen and thought, "Maybe someday I'll have to reveal myself to expand the content." Standing behind his thoughtful friend Joo-ho, he said that if you are not used to it, you should not take it seriously. You can cover your face with something. In response to his manager's suggestion, Ken Bok thoughtfully replied, "I think it's too early to reveal ourselves, so let's not do it this time." Continuing his thought, Ken added, "I can see people's intentions. It's not something I can control. It will be hard if a fan who recognizes me in real life thinks something sinister." After thinking about the streamer's remark, Ben-hoon said exactly what he meant, and then Joo-ho interrupted him, saying that if something happens, you'll know right away. And then the video editor added that you might run into assholes. Continuing to recall the past, Ben Hong added, "Just like those punks from high school when they were so friendly." The next moment, recalling the turning point in the boy's life, he added, "But after that incident, they immediately dumped you, calling you a shaman." Looking at Ken Bok, who was not in the best condition, the punk said, "Just look at him. He's been possessed by a ghost, like a taser, and we should have filmed it." Continuing to mock and condemn the boy, the student said, "You saw what his grandmother was doing. He's from a family of shamans, and your future boyfriend is a shaman? Fuck off." After finishing these recollections, Ben-hoon folded his arms in front of him and said dissatisfiedly what was wrong with them, to which Joo-ho replied with a bullseye. Looking back at my friends and smiling happily, I said, "They have nothing to do with my life anymore, so forget it. I think the most important thing is to enjoy the streams." Hearing his friend's remark, Joo-ho said correctly, "There is no reason to strain, just give up." After which, Ben Hong exclaimed, "Then the next agenda is emoji samples." After a while, Joo-ho entered the room with a hologram showing samples of future Pearl emojis. Holding a tablet in his hands, the guy said, "I chose only 3 and asked them for the basic ones, but we'll order more if we choose from these." Then Ken Bok said, despite the fact that they meant the same thing, each of them stands out in its own way. After which Ben Hong happily exclaimed, "Finally, I can replace the letter emoticon I made myself with something better." After lying on the floor for a long period of time, Ben-hoon said wearily, "The choice is really hard." And then Ken Bok added, "It's right off the top of his head." After remembering something he had after a long and fruitless waste of time, Joo-ho said that it was from another designer. Looking at what they had just been shown, Ken Bok was surprised to hear that this was the case, or did it make sense? After hearing the decoding of the emoji puzzle, Ben-hoon exclaimed that they were constantly asking for emoticons in the comments, and then Joo-ho said that it was probably our subscriber who wanted to use them. When Ken Bok heard who made these emoticons, he exclaimed, "Wow," which is probably hard to do. It looks like he's a real fan. Continuing to happily consider the latest version of the emoji, Purple added, "Let's choose it, give it to you, who really loves our streams." Starting to get to his feet after Joo-ho's suggestion, he said, "Well, I will make a contact and register them for use. After which Ben Hoon exclaimed, "Oh yes, the meeting is over." A few minutes later, seeing off his friends, Ben Hong, standing on the doorstep, exclaimed that this was the second advertising contract with the developer, and he heard in response that we hadn't even decided what we were going to do next. "We'll contact you as soon as we have the results." After setting off with the manager, Ken Bok, fastening his seatbelt, heard the advertisement from the developers, "So I think it will be mediocre," and then said we should listen to them. Hearing what the streamer had just said, the manager started the car and asked Sam to lead the way to the Gunner Ground Games headquarters. As we continued to walk to the developer's company, Ju-ho said, "I thought it would be funny if we caught a big fish on OTR." Watching the road while driving the car, the guy added precisely because the bait was good, after which Ken Bok added, "But will we get confirmation on the first day the offer came the day after the comment was published?" Hearing his friend's remark, the manager said that we were probably already on the guest list, or they were following us and that they had asked us to visit the head office. After listening to the words of his friend, Ken Bok looked at Ju-ho and said, "Everything is different from BARC, after which you have arrived at your destination." Leaving the car and looking at the corporation in front of him, Ken Bok exclaimed, "But anyway, we'll find out why we came here soon enough," and then Ju-ho added, "I see you're on a roll." As soon as his friend went forward, the manager added with a happy sigh, "Though why am I surprised at all?" and followed him. Seeing the joyful expression on the streamer's face as he exclaimed, "Let's go!" the manager mentally added that this fool always shows interest and motivation when he is doing something new instead of worrying. Continuing his thoughts before the official meeting with the developers, Ju-ho mentally added that this is exactly what a universal streamer should be. Once inside the corporation, the boys met with the secretary who received them and showed them to the conference room. Hearing that the doors to the conference room opened, two people who were waiting for the guests joyfully exclaimed and stood up from their seats to streamer Purple, who replied, "Yes, I'm glad to hear that." Pulling out her business card and heading to the guest, the girl said, "Thank you for visiting us. I am the head of the planning team." Also reaching for his business card, the guy in glasses nervously added, "I am the head of the development team." After handing my business cards to the guy so he would know how to address them, the third man added, "I am responsible for marketing and the person accompanying you is a manager," which is correct. And then Ju-ho said so. After greeting the guests, the head of the management team said, "Please sit down here." And hearing this, Ju-ho looked up and assessed the audience, thinking that the three group leaders were there. As soon as everyone took their seats, the girl took the first word and said, "We had to invite you to the head office. Thank you for your understanding." To which Ken Bok replied, "It's an extra reason to go out and touch the grass. I rarely get out as a streamer." Continuing the business conversation, the girl added, before moving on to the main topic, "Let me explain that we periodically present special events with special rules." The next moment, the planning manager added a new event mode called Time Warfire after displaying the character's hologram for all to see. Impressed by the hologram of the character, Purple asked if it was a robot and heard in response that it was a killer machine of the future killer droid, as you can see the concept of the event based on SF. Continuing to describe the concept of the idea, the girl added that we plan to change the existing PvP mode by adding a device that will be the third enemy, and it will be PvPvE. The next moment, after demonstrating the new weapons that will be in this mode, the girl said, "And these are the items that will drop out." Watching the presentation with enthusiasm, Purple said that he was going to confront players and system enemies, and the SF concept sounds cool and interesting. Seeing the enthusiasm in the guest's eyes, the girl whispered to him, "I really liked it. It looks like we'll be able to do it after this." And the marketing manager said, "We're planning to hold a preliminary broadcast with influencers and would like to invite you to come on." Seeing the contract that Ju-ho's husband sent them, he thought to himself, "There's no need to bring in the heads of several teams for this. They're not telling us everything." The next moment, the head of the development team said, "And we have a special offer just for you." Turning on the hologram image with the indicators, the guy added this technical, nor our users above is the average and below the abilities of the top 5. The difference is quite high, isn't it? Continuing to announce his part of the presentation, the guy excitedly added that the event mode will feature a new MAMMR system, which is why we planned everything to introduce a third party into the game that can weed out experienced players so that they do not spoil the gaming experience of average players. The next moment, the head of the development team began to display the new days on the screen and said, "We tried to build a model of the killer droid's behavior based on the data of the top 1% of players." As soon as Pearl's statistics appeared, the guy waved his fist and exclaimed, "And then you appeared, Pearl. How impressed I was with your streams in ReTube. Your reaction, body control, and color perception are simply inhuman. Is it really possible for an ordinary person to interrupt the exclamations of his friend?" The girl awkwardly said the head of the development team, "Calm down." Restraining her colleague, the girl said, At first, when I was collecting data, I thought it was a mistake. And then the bespectacled man added, I almost went back to work as soon as I left the office, afraid that someone had hacked into virtual reality. Immediately after his friend's words, the head of the marketing department said, that's why we'd like to get your data to transfer this behavior model to NPC bosses. When Ken Bok heard what the purpose of the meeting was, he was surprised to hear that they were collecting data for a behavioral model. The next moment, he stood up from his seat and put his hand on the shoulder of his friend Ju Ho and said, we understand what you want to propose. Do you mind if we discuss it among ourselves? To which he replied that you could use the neighboring conference room. Moving to another room, Ju Ho asked, you didn't understand anything, did you? I can see it in your eyes. And Ken Bok replied awkwardly, the world is so fast I just recently got acquainted with the capsule. And the manager added that in virtual reality, experience is also converted into a material called data, which is why it becomes valuable. Continuing the conversation, Ju Ho added that it's exactly the same as when buying and using motion capture materials from martial artists. Demonstrating the types of data on the tablet, Ju Ho added, your experience and skills are becoming commodities, after which Ken Bok said experience is buying interesting. The next moment, turning his gaze to the terms of the contract, Ju Ho said 10 million won for a 30-day period of use after completion, and 5 million won for a pre-broadcast calculated based on the number of subscribers looks good. After listening to all the stories of his manager, Purpley recalled the moment he was in the room with the executives and thought something interesting and hard to catch. Thinking back to where that strange energy came from, the guy mentally added, unlike the rest of the marketing department, it's a little off-putting. After a while, when she saw that a couple of guests had returned to the conference room, she happily said, you've already finished. Taking his seat at the table, Ken Bok said, thank you for the tempting offer, but I need time to think about whether you can find another person and sign a contract with them. When the group leaders heard the proposal from their guest, they were confused and exclaimed that you were saying no. Bowing to the group leaders, the guy added, I'll contact you later. You don't have to be the first to get in touch. Hearing these words from his guest, the head of the development team exclaimed, we will be waiting for your answer. And then the girl added, please think about it. As soon as Ken Bok and the manager left the room, the head of the development team said in confusion what to do. In fact, it was a rejection, after which the head of the planning team added, that's too bad. Then the head of management said, first I will report it to the development director. After a while, after telling everything that happened at the meeting, Park Si-gong, holding his head, said, what do you think is the reason? Continuing to bombard him with questions, the company director asked if he didn't like the event or if it was too burdensome, and he said no. The reaction was positive when we showed him the presentation and the atmosphere of the meeting was good. After receiving a response from his subject, Park Si-gong smiled and said, indeed, looking at his streams, he has this kind of character, so why not? Darting his eyes around the office, Park Si-gong added the contract price that the marketing side insisted on was a low price, right? You ignored the developer's opinion and insisted on lowering it, and now you're looking for a lifeline. Tapping his finger on the table in nervousness, Park Si-gong said, I would also prefer to spend less money, but if you don't listen to people and look only at numbers, it's better to look at more numbers. The next moment, pounding his fist on the table, the director exclaimed how great the losses would be if the development schedule was disrupted. I have said many times that the data that can beat most players is only his and no one else's. Continuing to be angry at the subject, Park Si-gong added that without these data, the killer spot is just a tin can with strong protection, after which the head of the marketing team bowed his head down and said sorry. Before he could finish, Park Si-gong interrupted him about saying that he would have to use the Outlaw project with the rest of them, as he wanted to attract science fiction fans and secure an audience for his next work. The next moment, throwing his hands behind his head, the director added, but it looks like Outlaw Universe is stigmatized as a failed creation, happy to have failed 2 projects at once, to which the head of the marketing team exclaimed, I will raise the price and contact him again. Hearing what the subject had just offered him, the man said, well, then I'll entrust it to you. And he replied, good. At the same time, walking to his car with Ken Bok, the manager said, since it's your opinion, I agreed, but what exactly did you not like about it? After opening the contract with the company, Ju Ho said, first, I'll contact Choi Byung-hun and tell him. Before he could finish his thought, he saw something strange and gasped, after which Ken Bok quickly approached him and looked at the contract. When he saw that the price had moved and doubled, the boy happily shouted, hooray, they increased it to 30 million won, right? Then we agree. When he saw the result of the refusal, Ju Ho was surprised to hear how this could happen, and he said, you did it. And I said, you were right there. What could I have done? The next moment, opening the car door, Ken Bok looked back at the company building and said, I took a step back from the ominous energy. After getting behind the wheel of the car, Ju Ho asked in surprise about the good one, to which Ken Bok replied something like this. As they started the car and headed back home, Juho said, "You're even making contracts perfectly." In response to his friend's remark, Ken Bok looked in the car mirror and said, "If they use my data, I'll be able to fight myself in a battle in a very interesting way." And it was with this attitude that I awaited the second purge day, pushing a hospital bed in front of me as the doctor exclaimed an imperative to get together, why God plea was godlike. Watching the broadcast, viewers wrote, "Booga, what kind of accent is that?" After which Genome exclaimed that the sequel to The Master's Anatomy is here. At that very moment, Purple was lying on a hospital bed trying not to laugh. At that time, viewers wrote Purple trying not to laugh. Hospital gown reminds Bark what kind of icons he has on his chest, Crabman emoji, where we are filming a continuation of The Master's Anatomy.